Oh, the way I'm walking, when I'm needing you. You got the power over me. On my mind, lost you. On my mind, lost you. I wanna be alone, 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 I wanna be time to make the car go up, time to shut the car down. This is not how I woke up, but it's how I live now. If you need me, we'll be on for a while. Then we rinse and repeat, and life goes on. Time to make the car go up, time to shut the car down. This is not how I woke up, but it's how I live now. If you leave with me, we'll be on till morn. Then we rinse and repeat, and it just goes on.
BBC Radio 1.
And it just goes on. Time to make the car go up, time to shut the car down. This is not how I woke up, but it's how I look now. If you leave with me, we'll be on till morn. Then we rinse and repeat, and it just goes on. Got the joint lit way up. It's time to get down. Chill out that my ears pop. We can't turn back now. What is the turn down? To the club we go. So what the song comes up, and it just goes on. Then we rinse and repeat, and it just goes on. Time to make the car go up, time to shut the car down. This is not how I woke up, but it's how I look now. If you leave with me, we'll be on till morn. Then we rinse and repeat, and it just goes on. Time to make the car go up, time to shut the car down. This is not how I woke up, but it's how I look now. If you leave with me, we'll be on till morn. Then we rinse and repeat, and it just goes on. Then we rinse and repeat, and it just goes on.
Radio 1 Dance Anthems
with Charlie Hedges.
So I saw this guy play at Boardmasters Festival. He was in the same tent as me, and I've got to tell you, what a character, Riton. He bowled onto the stage to do his set like Conor McGregor, UFC Conor McGregor. You know, he does that funny walk with his arms back and forth. He's a great DJ though, definitely go see him again. Hi to Luke and Tom on their way to Newcastle, ready to run the Great North Run tomorrow morning. Good luck to everyone running. This is Camelback. And we're back to Constellations on BBC Radio 1's Dance Anthems. Charlie Hedges with you, and an absolute ledge going in the mix for us right now for Track to Track.
Track to Track.
Radio 1's
Dance Anthems.
Hey Charlie, it's Armand Van Helden here. Thanks for having me on Dance Anthems. I'm here to bring you my track to track mix. I chose Duck Sauce anyway, and my own record on Armand Van Helden, You'll Know Me. I actually do that mix in my sets all the time. So here it is, my track to track mix on BBC Radio 1's Dance Anthems from me, Armand Van Helden.
I told myself I've got nothing to lose. I told myself I've got nothing to lose. I told myself I've got nothing to lose. I tell myself just to make sure.
Track to Track. Radio 1's Dance Anthems.
Yeah, I'm always pulling me down. I'm tired and I had enough of the spotlight. I gotta make it
Track to Track with Charlie Hedges. Got a message here from Craig in Norfolk who says, nice mix there for Track to Track. Take a bow, that man. That man is Armand van Helden, one absolute ledge. What a great mix as well. So most of the time we get a DJ to come on, mix 2 tunes back to back. They're normally other people's tracks. He's got so many tunes, he just put 2 of his own in there. You know what? Why not? Because he can, that's right. Loved it. You can listen back to that on BBC Sounds. The Search Dance Anthems on the way. Bit of Netsky. I'm Rio. This is just beautiful. Salute, enjoy, standing great in the sunshine, I bet. We've got some KDA, Tiny Temper and KTB, all on the way. But first, what a start to the track. Dom Dollar, Clementine Douglas. This is Miracle Maker on Radio 1.
Release my baby, I can feel the tension, take it over me. Won't you save me? I need redemption. Won't you set me free? Set me free. Set me free. Set me free. Set me free. Another jam from the Miracle Maker, Wizard of the Word, MC Undertaker. Release my baby, I can feel the tension, take it over me. Won't you save me? Need redemption. Won't you set me free? Set me free. Set me free. Set me free. Set me Release my baby, I can feel the tension, take it over me. Won't you save me? Need redemption. Won't you set me free? Set me free. Set me free. Set me free. Set me free. Another jam from the Miracle Maker, Wizard of the Word, MC Undertaker.
BBC Radio 1.
Feel
hard, no rest, yeah. Take care like a sister. Spin down, man, put it on your sister. Got swag like a hipster. Even girls on the lips, yeah. What a face, what a mixture. Bare laps when I'm looking to get insta. What? Last night was a picture. In the pool, getting busy with a mix. So bad, so fresh. So bad, no less. So bright, I just flex. She can't get me out of her head. She wanna hear TT on the KDA with a KDP, and that's it. Oh yeah, ain't no one left. Rumble, go hard, no rest, come on.
You got me feeling that something just ain't right. Why did I let you win? And let this song begin. I wish I could forget the day that we first met. And now it's blowing up. Still I can't get it
With Charlie Edges.
So new music on the way from 6 p.m. in today's anthems from KDA. This one, of course, featuring Tiny Temper and KTB. Might be risky this, but 03700 100 100. What are you doing right now, as in right this second? So keep it clean. I can't read any naughty ones out. If you send them in, I will laugh. I just won't read them out. 03700 100 100. What is going on? Get in touch. Nathan Gore at JK now.
So much to me, can't you see? Right here I feel. My way, I say that I am here today. Right here beside you, will never deny you my love. Everything to me, can't you see? I'll give you what so much need. Because I need you so. Oh, baby, and I will never ever let you go. I'll bring you flowers in the pouring rain. Living without you is driving me insane. I'll bring you flowers, don't make your day. Don't sit you cry, I'm trying more away. I'll bring you flowers in the pouring rain. Living without you is driving me insane. I'll bring you flowers, don't make your day. Don't sit you cry, I'm trying more away. Baby. Oh, baby. Baby. Oh, baby. Oh,
Yo, roses are red and violets are blue. You was on me and I was on you. Met this girl inside the venue. Michelin star, I like the venue. You were talk out loud and I was on me. Might want you, yeah, if you want me. Didn't get home till 3:15. If you get a son and daughter off me, you're a love you found flowers and green. If you say open S-A-B-R-S-V-P-B-Y-O-B-T-G-I-S-P-R-B-B-O-N-G. I'm a capital GG. Making your mind, but it's making it easy. Start with these, combine it's easy. Getting down to the beat, you feel me? Fix up, look sharp when you see me. No capital talk, you read me. No filter screen, best believe me. Wanna know what's on, then tell me. If not, I don't need easy. Absolutely, completely. Said it's all like relax, speedy. Don't feel so hot and steamy. Still came down in a brand new GT.
I was using my mind, looking bass like losing a night. Triple A breezing, losing a line. I'm looking heavyweight teams at a time. Looking R-A-V-E ride to the A-S-A-P fine. Everyone was baby sky. Nobody ever gonna break this ride. So at the time I was losing my mind, looking bass like losing a night. Triple A breezing, losing a line. I'm looking heavyweight teams at a time. Looking R-A-V-E ride to the A-S-A-P fine. Everyone was baby sky. Nobody ever gonna break this ride.
You just wanna R-A-V-E-A-S-A-P, triple A-A-A, yeah, that's me, B-R-B to the A-B-N-B, 1, 2, 9, check, 3, 4, yeah, G. What's good, man, dog, you're telling me, just walk back past security. In the my city, I'm a celebrity. Hot down, everybody be telling me, I'm out here with the bad beat, killing it. And I can't describe the chemistry. Keep saying that she like my energy, and I pick with that heavily. What's your name? Refresh my memory. God knows that we had synergy, and I've got no sliding legacy. It's just all right, but that's
So all the time I was losing my mind, looking bass like losing a night. Triple A breezing, losing a line. I'm looking heavyweight teams at a time. Looking R-A-V-E ride to the A-S-A-P fine. Everyone was baby sky. Nobody ever gonna break this ride. So all the time I was losing my mind, looking bass like losing a night. Triple A breezing, losing a line. I'm looking heavyweight teams at a time. Looking R-A-V-E ride to the A-S-A-P fine. Everyone was baby sky. Nobody ever gonna break this ride.
MC from Bristol, Ghana there. Recently collabed with Sigma as well. Stick around, be telling you how you can get involved in Head to Head coming up after this.
Weekdays on Radio 1. Radio 1 Breakfast.
with Greg James.
I'm curious to know whether there's others out there that celebrate 10 to 10.
And what do you do?
10 to 10 to 10.
You're not alone on this one.
Going home with Vic and Jordan.
We're now going to see how many chicken fillets of Vicks we can get into my graph. I quite like it.
With Greg. Go home with Vic and Jordan.
I mean, what do you come off the back of that with? Chicken fillets. I know, head to head. Okay, so this is where you and me go head to head with a classic dance anthem. And producer Katie is going to tell us the theme very shortly, but first, Calvin Harris.
Counterfeit, that's what you're shouting at me. I could run, but I'd sooner have this, and I'm incomplete. Leave the blood stain from your finger. Say, what do you see? Remind you that whatever you get is what you wanted to be. You get the feelings, that's what you choose. And I was told there's not a minute to lose. So if you're waiting, jump out your skin. To find a cure for whatever state you're in. I tell my good friends, get out the way. Of all the lights in yet in the trees today. We get a thrill from clapping our hands. We find a new sky, and let's get together. Coming back to a place where pushing up, pushing faders, but I don't know what to do. This reflection in my mirror reminds me of you. When I'm tilted towards the sunlight, you fall out of view. You get the feelings, that's what you choose. And I was told them smiling in it to lose. So if you're waiting, jump out your skin. Try find a cure for whatever state you're in. Tell my good friends get out the way. Up all the lightning hitting the trees today. We get the thrill from clapping our hands. We finally risk God, and let's get together.
Calvin Harris ready for the weekend on Dance Anthem. So head to head coming up. This is where you and me go head to head with a classic dance anthem. Producer Katie, what's the theme this week, please?
Well, everyone's gone back to school, back to work this week, so I just want a big dance anthem banger to celebrate the weekend.
Okay, 03700 100 100. Leave your name and the classic dance anthem you want to put forward. We'll give one of you a call back and we'll get you on very, very soon.
These are love to everyone that you meet. Go through it could be so sweet. Listen to the rainbow, you will see sun will shine and eternity. I've got so much love in my heart. No one can tear it apart. We the love generation. Yeah. We the love generation. It's our love, you know. It's our love. For I and I to everyone. Got love. Oh, we got love, yeah. There's no need to cry, yeah. Got love. Oh, we got love, yeah. Gotta live that love. You know what I'm talking about? We the love generation. Yeah. We the love generation.
BBC Radio 1.
Take a minute, girl, what's today? What's been happening? What's been happening? Take a minute, girl. Take a minute, girl, what's today? What's been happening? What's been happening? Take a minute, girl. Comes to find from being alone. Let it run with your heart. It comes to find from being alone. In your face, like it's the action. Comes to find from being alone. Let it run with your heart. It comes to find from being alone. In your face, like it's the action.
can I please talk to you for a minute?
Charlie Hedges, one.
Dance anthems. 99 Souls, Destiny's Child, and Brandy. For the girlies, mine, of course. Hi to Dawn and Johnny, who say only two things keep them going. And that is dance anthems and Cornish pasties. Great combo. Hi to Sue, loving life in Spain as well, watching England versus Ukraine on mute, but listening to dance anthems on her phone. Love the dedication to the show, Sue. Thank you very much. Hi to Charlotte and George, having happy hour in the garden with a cocktail and some crisps and dips. Elite. This is Salute.
Are you quick enough? The stars are out to show. Got a feeling it's us. All we need to stand up. Times we feel too much. We see it in these skies of hope. As on the ceiling, and then we feeling open. Baby, come close, you I know that you know the soul. Light us up, let's get started. Baby, keep open tonight, baby, we can make this something. And make this something. Baby, come close, so I know that I told you we're just getting started. And deep in love tonight. If you could get enough, the sky will start to fall. Got the feeling, get up, and you feel when I'm alone. Times we feel too much. We see it in the lights of hope. Out on the ceiling, and then we feel it open.
Radio 1 Skunk Anthems with Charlie Hedges.
Milo and Dr. Pressure. We've got Suze, Emily and Molly on the M6 off to visit Alex and Tegan. Darren, Nikki, Skylar and Marley travelling back from the beach. We've got a car party going on as well with Lola, Loris, Matt and Emma also being to the beach. And Radio 1 family, DJ Charlie getting ready to record a mix. Hey, hey, hey!
Over cities down to Rio, love that I feel. I'm nothing else forever, but I'm down for the minute, so just chill. Wherever she goes, I go, we go. Flying over cities down to Rio, love that I feel. I'm nothing else forever, but I'm down for the minute, so just chill. surreal. Love that I feel. I'm nothing else forever, but I'm down for the minute, so just chill. Wherever she goes, I go. We go. Flying over cities down to Rio. Love that I feel. I'm nothing else forever, but I'm down for the minute, so just chill. I go, we go, flying over cities down to Rio. Love that I feel. I'm nothing else forever, but I'm down for the minute, so just chill. Wherever she goes, I go, we go, flying over cities down to Rio. Love that I feel. I'm nothing else forever, but I'm down for the minute, so just chill.
Nexty Rio featuring Digital Farm Animals on BBC Radio 1. Right now it's time for Hedge to Head.
Charlie Hedges. This is Dance Anthems.
Hi Matt, how's it going?
Hi, all good, thanks, how are you?
Yeah, good. Good to have you on. So for those of you that haven't heard this before, it's called Hedge to Head. This is where you and me go head to head with a classic dance anthem. The theme this week is back to school, back to work, so just bangers. So what are you up to today, Matt?
Yeah, just having a barbecue at the minute in York.
Are you on your own or have you got people there with you?
No, I've got a group of us, we've got Big John, Darren, Terry.
Is Big John actually big?
Yeah, he's a big old boy.
Wish I never asked this. Okay, what's your selection for Hedge to Head?
We've gone for Dario G, Sunshine.
Oh, what an absolute belter. Okay, I mean, this is going to be a hard one to beat. In fact, because I wasn't on the show last week, but the week before, we had a lovely girl come on, and I didn't even throw the WhatsApp number out because she just won automatically. So
yeah,
maybe it'll be the same as this week, but this is mine. I've gone for Masters at Work and Work because I was just trying to be clever, but I don't know if that's going to pay off, to be honest with you.
It's good.
It's good, but it's not as good as yours, be honest. Okay, so Matt, you know the score. Everyone listening right now, it is your choice. Which tune do you want to hear? If you would like Matt's, you put Matt at the start of your message, 03700 100 100. If you want mine, it is Charlie. Get them in, please. 03700 100 100. Up next, he did the Essential Mix last week. It's Easy Everything. You can listen back to that on BBC Sounds. Get your WhatsApps coming in. We'll find out who's won.
Something about your body. I don't want nobody, baby. Something about your body. Got me thinking of nobody. But you. I don't want nobody.
Talking of bodies, something just happened that I've never seen before since working at Radio 1. Someone just walked past the studio with their top off at the end.
Oh, give it to me, baby. Come on. Oh. 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 Whoa. Oh, 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 oh. Ah, 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 um, 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 oh, oh. Um, ah, oh, 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 ah, oh, ah, ah, oh my God. Um, 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 oh, Ah, 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 I feel just just not like how it is. If you go back to September, you can meet the coin people. I'll clean the ladies from Pack Fingers and I was checking. I was oh. Working not too bad.
Absolute class. On the way, our hottest record from last week from DOD and Jax Jones. It's called Need You Now. He swam to a party the other day. It's Fisher with Atmosphere. And got some Sonny Fodera, MK and Clementine Douglas with Asking. So it's all about today's dance anthems now. An hour of all the dance tunes you are loving at the minute. Keep your shouts coming in. 03700 100 100. Voice notes too. Right now, Joel Corey, MK and Rita Ora with Drinking.
Woke up and somebody's catching 20 missed calls. 1% phone on red. How am I getting home? The double vision room is spinning, clothes all over the floor. But I ain't tripping, cause I'm just living, and every night I want more. Flashback to the DJ for the stranger. Those days full of reason, celebration. One night turned into a whole situation. But I would do it all again. No regrets, no. All night I've been drinking, all night I've been drinking, all night I've been drinking, hey, hey. All night I've been drinking, all night I've been drinking, all night I've been drinking, hey, hey. All night I've been drinking, all night I've been drinking, all night I've been drinking, hey, hey. Last night was a movie, I'm playing it back. Looking through my camera roll like who the hell is that? I don't wanna know what I've been spending. I don't wanna see who I've been texting, yeah. Flashback to the DJ for the stranger. Those days full of reason, celebration. One night turned into a whole situation. But I would do it all again. No regrets, no. All night I've been drinking, all night I've been drinking, all night I've been drinking, hey, hey. All night I've been drinking, all night I've been drinking, all night I've been drinking, hey, hey. All night I've been drinking, all night I've been drinking, all night I've been drinking, hey, hey.
BBC Radio 1.
I got the love for you, and I got nothing to prove. Give me permission to lose my head. Baby, the things I can do, yeah, you will learn something new. If only I can be cool. I got the love for you, and I got nothing to prove. Give me permission to lose my head. Baby, the things I can do, yeah, you will learn something new. If only I can be cool. I want to be so easy. Just let me be cool. I got the love for you, and I got nothing to prove. Give me permission to lose my head, my head, my head, my I got the loving for you, and I got nothing to prove. Give me permission to lose my head. Baby, the things I can do, yeah, you will learn something new. If only I could be cool. I got the loving for you, and I got nothing to prove. Give me permission to lose my head. Baby, the things I can do, yeah, you will learn something new. If only I could be cool. So easy to let me be cool. I got the love for you, then I got nothing to prove. Give me permission to lose my head, my head, my head. Today's anthems.
BBC Radio 1. Ladies over you. On the way, rap, still setting. On the way, take a flight, you wanna take a little photo. Man, you on the way, I might take a shot, I might take a risk on my baby, I'm straight,
Feel like I'm in Prince's house, my plate on the walls, sitting down on this fancy couch and I can't see straight, I stay on. 22 women, Paris, baby, got strippers in my face, roll up in a Bentley, I'm Christian, I'm feeling I already made that baby, I don't even chase no clout. I need you right up, don't let hate money get low. I already made that baby, I don't even chase no clout. I need you right up, don't let hate money get low. You said peace for me, then now that just
about to take my ladies over you. On the way, rap, still setting. On the way, take a flight, you wanna take a little photo. Man, you on the way, I might take a shot, I might take a risk on my baby, I'm straight,
Feel like I'm in Prince's house, my plate on the walls, sitting down on this fancy couch and I can't see straight, I stay on. 22 women, Paris, baby, got strippers in my face, roll up in a Bentley, I'm Christian, I'm feeling I already made that baby, I don't even chase no clout. I need you right up, don't let hate money get low. I already made that baby, I don't even chase no clout. I need you right up, don't let hate money get low. You said peace for me, then now that just
Tell me what you want. Take your vibration, let it lights up. You know if you wanna show me why. If you wanna trust the simulation, don't you let it break. Every simulation, promise I can take what you wanna get. When you better show me why. This ain't love. You got my heartbeat racing, my body racing.
I'm not your somebody interested in nothing. I just told my lover, baby, tell me. Take it really care. I take a step with another. But you're still my sunshine. Take this feeling. And I finished it, so I know I'm sure. Haven't done this since September. Right around when you were at my door. I can barely still remember how we ended up on the floor. Can you get some more somehow? We quit better off just dancing. Heartbeat, racing, racing my body. Racing.
He's joining us in the live lounge on Tuesday, the 3rd of October. Cannot wait. Troy Sivan, just telling the girls in the studio as well, if you haven't seen the video for this, wowza. I'm here for it.
The Premier League is back on BBC Sound.
Here it comes now.
With more live commentary,
What a start to the new Premier League season.
more insight with big guests,
Promotion is positive, isn't it?
If you need positivity, that's what I'm here for, chappers.
and Jermaine Defoe and Troy Deeney loving the beautiful game.
You'll hear stories from the dressing room, legends of the game, and the football first that propelled us into the Premier League.
5 live commentary, Football Daily and Football First. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Right, got another voice note here. Why, thank you.
I really need to know. I'm falling deep down. I'm falling deep. You know I can feel found. Come closer to me now. I really need love. I really need you now. I'm falling deep and down. I'm falling deep. And I know I can't be without. Come closer to me now. I really need you now. I really need.
Yeah. I want 15 shots and a champagne shot. They come back every 15 minutes, bring 15 more to the bank station. I'm drunk right now, don't ask me how did my campaign go. Tell your girlfriend, get off the table, you can't come out unless your man say so. Like, I need some heat right now. So, on the beach right now, girl, I need that messenger beach right now. So, press and delete right now, like, can't front off life from the back, know you look hot. Like, when I rap, come and spend some time on my lap, we can wine and dine, I'll wine and yeah, cold dribbles the one who's so the girl always go for the one who's mine. Big boss, I don't go through ranks, I was in the air like she's on two hands. Ex-man couldn't make her, but you don't say I be the one who can. Told me that he ain't no fun, but she also said that she ain't no fan. That's lies, but I let that slide. If she takes too good, so I that twice. Since then I said left my side and I rolled no hotel, but she slept at mine. In the sec, I'm nice to the net, and my head top dry. Club shots at 3 and we left at 5. Got nothing to say, but hectic night.
You all the time, they never on my mind, always walking by my side. They come always up tonight, I could be your alibi, always walking by my side. They come always up tonight, I could be your alibi, always walking by my side. You got me spinning in your iris, you feel so good, I wanna stay right here. You got me spinning in your iris, you feel so good, I wanna stay right here. You got me spinning in your iris, you feel so good, I wanna
23-year-old Harley. He's worked previously with James Hype and Joel Corey, teaming up. The Jet stays on this one, slow motion. Oh, got a voice note as well, so have a quick listen.
It's Andy and say Bella.
No.
Oh, okay then. It's Andy and Bella. A daughter, she's 8 years old. She's loving the tunes.
Best voice note 03700 100 100. Oh, Dad, such an embarrassment.
Keep it persistent. I love how you're feeling me, but it's all restricted. Don't get it twisted. I'm pushing the boundaries. I don't wanna need you. I'm doing things I said I gotta do. I'm not here to please you. I'm a giant to a fool. I don't wanna need you. I'm doing things I said I gotta do. I'm not here to please you. I'm a giant to a fool. I don't wanna need you. I'm doing things I said I gotta do. I'm not here to please you. I'm a giant to a fool. I don't wanna. Can we take it nice and easy? Promise that you won't just leave me. I don't wanna be mistreated. You won't like it when I need it. Can we take it nice and easy? Promise that you won't just leave me. I don't wanna be mistreated. You won't like it when I need you. I don't wanna need you. Oh, addicted. Keep it persistent. I love how you're feeling me, but it's all restricted. Don't get it twisted. I'm pushing the boundaries. I don't wanna need you. I'm doing things I said I gotta do. I'm not here to please you. I'm a giant to a fool. I don't wanna need you. I'm doing things I said I gotta do. I'm not here to please you. I'm a giant to a fool. I don't wanna need you. I'm doing things I said I gotta do. I'm not here to please you. I'm a giant to a fool. I don't wanna need you. I don't wanna be mistreated. You won't like it when I need it. Let me take it like the easy promise. I don't wanna be mistreated. You won't like it when I need it. I don't wanna.
Radio 1 Dance Anthem.
With Charlie Higgins,
Molly Collins and Leah Guest. Former hottest record for me on this show with Nija. Hi to Amelia, who says, Charles, I need you to find me a boyfriend who I can go raving with. I've been single for far too long. So I think you just need to go to more raves on your own. Go raving solo. Surely you'll meet someone there. I'm sure you will. DOD now, so much in love.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. There's so came because each other so long. Ooh, ooh, yeah. They say you made to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. That's what you're so came because each other so long. They say you made on time, but we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. That's what you're so came because each other so long. Ooh, ooh, yeah. They say you made on time, but we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. That's what you're so came because each other so long, but 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 so long, They say you made on time, but we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. That's what you're so came because each other so long. Ooh, ooh, yeah. They say you made on time, but we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. That's what you're so came because each other so long, but 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 so long. With a full eclipse and a moonlit lit like whoa. Everything blurred, mixing all that smoke with the gray goose. Take it back, get on the bar top, both my hands on you. Take a picture of my figure. Catch a glimmer. Allow me to remind you, baby. I'm a kid to call me. If you lose me, I'm baby builder. I'm a kid to take me. Say yours, and baby, you want. I'm the bubbles in your champagne. Could be tight like you're holding your cup. I'm the keys to call me. Whoa, don't be me. Oh, yeah. Can't walk through the hallway straight to 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, let the liquor flow through. 6 in the morning, tell me now how we gon' do, yeah. Try to pull up in the black car, baby, let's go. Take a picture of my figure. Catch a glimmer. Allow me to remind you, baby. I'ma kiss you, call me. If you lose me, baby, we'll love. I'ma give you take me. Still yours, oh, baby, you're one. I'm the bubbles in your champagne. Every time you're holding your cup. I'ma kiss you, call me. Oh, yeah.
keys to your car, babe. Whoa, whoa. Know that you need me.
BBC Radio 1.
I'm not interested in loving somebody or sleeping midway through the night. Yeah. Don't wanna cut down to the obvious highlights. You've gone too long unsatisfied. How does it feel when you lie awake? Ignore the ache just to get through. How does it feel when you lie awake? Are you dreaming of me? 'Cause there's something on my mind. In my heart trying to warn me. There's something on my mind. But that's not what you want tonight. How does it feel when you lie awake? Ignore the ache just to get through. How does it feel when you lie awake? Are you dreaming of me?
Huge collab from Purple Disco Machine, Nothing But Thieves, and Duke Dumont. It's called Something on My Mind on BBC Radio 1. So it's all about today's anthems right now. All the biggest dance tracks are out at the minute, taking you up to 7 p.m. Charlie Hedges with you. This next one was my hottest record today, giving it a second spin. This is Noizu and Vogue. Turn it up.
It's giving Madonna, Vogue, it's giving Life, Goals, it's giving Mariah, Diva, it's giving Rainbow, Era, it's giving Queen, Gaga, it's giving Iconic, Drama, it's giving Vogue. It's giving Madonna, Vogue, it's giving Life, Goals, it's giving Mariah, Diva, it's giving Rainbow, Era, it's giving Queen, Gaga, it's giving Iconic, Drama, it's giving Vogue. It's giving Madonna, Vogue, it's giving Life, Goals, it's giving Mariah, Diva, it's giving Rainbow, Era, it's giving Queen, Gaga, it's giving Iconic, Drama, it's giving Vogue. It's giving. It's giving Madonna, Vogue, it's giving Life, Goals, it's giving Mariah, Diva, it's giving Rainbow, Era, it's giving Queen.
I want to make it with you. Silence is golden. This thing's all open. You question me. You question me. You question me. Feel your heart, sweat, rolling down my neck. Feel your heart, sweat, rolling down my neck. I love your heart, sweat, rolling down my neck. And onto me, onto me. Feel your heart. It's easy, and I can't believe it. And can't believe it. Let's go.
Today's anthems with Charlie Hedges.
Radio 1.
I mean, this is literally the state we're all in right now. Hot sweat. It's disgusting. So hot out there. KDA, Joseph Ashworth, and Cleo Simone. And up next, he was in the mix for us today for Track to Track, which you can listen back to on BBC Sound, search for Dance Anthems. I am, of course, talking about Armand Van Helden, who's playing at Coco in London tonight as well. And this is his tune, I Won't Stop.
No matter what you do, I won't stop loving you. I won't stop loving you no matter what you do. No matter what you do, I won't stop loving you.
Double 007 when versing, 007 when flirting. Like I came to a show, said it was better in person. Yeah, my Air Force this time reclining purple. Custom made some birds and this right here for doing excursion. Wow, let's have it. I can't stop having it off. I'm stuck in a habit. Yeah, red wine in my cup. I'm a Vino bandit. Yeah, my surname is what it is, but I'm born bandit. I'm too outlandish. Anyone don't like drums, some of them speak their language. Half of the team in laughing stage, told me Tiffany Haddish. Haddish, so after the summer said me and my mother, I miss it to Paris. When I live in a party to drive, I think I lost one, start with a fun. Come a long way from a hard every fun. Look out, Will, Will against the non of fun. Yeah, I'm the prettiest son of a gun. This one here, as soon as it gets, from fly too close to the sun. Bow, bow. Fell in love with the girl when raving. I'll never be famous. My girl trying to pattern me up. I don't know what my name is. One too many. I can't stand up on top of the rock with random trainers. Ow, pull me another. My girl said I've had too much. I tell her I love her. Getting to bed, I'm still on rules. She's still in the cover. Shooting the clock in the cover. And Uber's in the bed of my mother. Yeah, bow, cool. Vino Bandit, yeah, me and K Motion's working, that's a cheat code anthem. Yeah, me and one hit some hits, me and K both have them. Yeah, yours was right in the post, I think team. Vino Bandit, yeah, me and K Motion's working. That's a G code anthem. Yeah, me and one hits on hits. Me and K both have them. Yeah, Young So's wide of the post.
Banger. K-Motions, Vino Bandit before that, Sonny Fodera, who I've got the best story about. I met him for the first time on Thursday. I haven't got time for it today though. Maybe I'll bring it back next week. It's a corker, let me tell you. Okay, we're going to be catching up with Jeremiah Asiyama in a few minutes' time after this. Tiesto drifting on BBC Radio 1's Dance Anthems.
If I'm drifting, say that you will be there. Hope you listen, say your name as my breath. In the deep end, head about to breathe. If I'm drifting, say that you will be there. If I'm drifting, say that you will be there. Hope you listen, say your name as my breath. In the deep end, head about to breathe. If I'm drifting, say that you will be there.
We're chatting away, me and Jerry. Just forgot we're actually doing a radio show.
Sorry, boss.
Jeremiah Asiyama!
Hello.
How goes it? What's going on?
Just life is life in a really good way for once.
Good.
Yeah.
What's going on the show, please?
Melee is going to be tonight's party star. Honestly, one of my favorite DJs
I know.
ever. So glad to have him on the show. And Method Request is back.
Any theme for this week? Or?
Yeah, you know what? You have so many good themes. You think, what more can you do? But tonight is all about garage music.
Come on!
Sun's out, some garage. What more could you ask for?
So 03700 100 100. You can get your requests in early for Jeremiah Asiyama. Do you want to know a random story quickly? I was going to say for next week.
How long have we got left?
Sorry, we've got enough time.
Right,
on Thursday, I go out for a drink, which is meant to be like a nice, quiet night with a friend, quite local to me in Essex. Start having a couple of lemonades. Who walks through the door? Sonny Fodera.
No way.
Never met him before, right? Never met him before, but that boy, he knows how to have a good time. We had the best night.
I just say I had a good time the other night, right? And I had such a good time. I woke up and my bed was wet.
What the heck? I'm still in the truth. Get out of it.
To my heart, baby, to my heart, baby, to my heart. What you do? You're the star, baby. You're the star, baby. Oh, oh,
show me all you got me. And gonna be there, right next to you. My heart beats, my heart beats, my heart. What you do, never stop me, never stop me. Oh,
So, Jeremiah Asiama, you just heard him. He's coming up in 4 minutes' time. Thank you so much for being here today. Absolute blast as always. Also, from 7 p.m, if you go to BBC Sounds, click on Radio 1 Dance. I've got a whole hour of classic dance anthems for your earlobes. I will see you Monday morning from 10:30 for Ricky and Melvin. And back on Dance Anthems next Saturday from 4 p.m. Love you.
There's something missing. I guess it's love. Love is awesome. Love makes everything easier. At least for me. I just want to feel like I'm enough. I just want to feel like I'm enough. I'm coming thinking I'm enough. But I found a way to show you are. I just want to feel like I'm enough. I just want to feel like I'm enough. I don't know why, don't even try. You said you believe in me, I know you lied. I know I'm loving me, I know it's signs. It's sunny from the past night. It's dying. If you don't bring up your phone, I just want to feel like I'm enough.
Still to come.
On Radio 1.
At 11 o'clock, Radio 1's Drum and Bass Show.
Charlie T.
At 9,
Radio 1's Rap Show and Kenny All-Star.
Right now.
it's Radio 1's Sound System Party with Jeremiah Asiyama.
Ask me what I did with my life. I spent in you. If I lose my fame and fortune, don't matter. As long as I got you, baby.
Again, drop so right. Again, drop so right. Again, drop so right.
As long as I got you, baby.
Again, drop so right. Again, drop so right. Again, drop so right.
As long as I got you. As the years they pass us by, we stay under each other. And no matter what, yeah, it's okay as long as I got you, baby.
Again, drop so right.
As long as I got you, baby.
Again, drop so right.
As long as I got you, baby.
Again, drop so right.
As long as I got you, baby.
Again, drop so right.
As long as I got you, baby. As long as I got you.
So much what I love everything. I say go on in my change, there's no compare. I adore you. Oh, I adore you.
Sound System
Party!
I came first, but you're ahead. Ahead, but don't know what it is. Even if I try to find this thing you've always been. I adore you. Oh, I adore you. Let say you're right, so you want to like the sound, that's something if I am my way of the day, won't be up there. Let say you're right, so you want to like the sound, that's something if I am my way of the day, won't be up there. Ooh, I adore you. Ooh, I adore you. And I pray you never lose your soul. So proud of all that you are.
Fred again with Adore You. Before that, we kick-started your weekend with Duke Jerome Got You. And what a week of radio it's been. I mean, 5 days of student anthems wrapped up. Then it was dance anthems with Charlie Hedges. And now, Radio 1 sound system party with me, Jeremiah. I'm not going to lie to you. The weather today has just been so good. So is the music. And hopefully you are as well. Get in touch. 03700 100 100. That is the Radio 1 WhatsApp number. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight, especially when we're playing records like this. Brand new Cats and Dogs alongside Nala. And this is called Me, Me, Me.
I just wanna feel your sweat on my body, your touch when I'm driving. Feel your sweat on my body, your touch. Wake up thinking about you and all the things that we could do. I pick my cell phone up, hoping we could get in touch. I just wanna feel your sweat on my body, your touch when I'm driving. Feel your sweat. Wake up thinking about you and all the things that we could do. I pick my cell phone up, hoping we could get in touch. You make me feel on fire. Drip, drip, drip. We talk about desire. I just wanna feel your sweat on my body, on my body. I just wanna feel your sweat on my body, on my body.
groove of this record is just outrageous. From production duo Cats and Dogs. Nala is called Me. Hello to Simon Robinson, who is loving the tunes and getting ready for the big night out tonight to celebrate their birthday. Happy birthday. What are you saying tonight? Get involved. 03700 100 100 via Radio 1's WhatsApp number. How you spending Saturday night with this hot weather as well? Fisher and Keith Alexander. Atmosphere right here on BBC Radio 1. Now on the show tonight, one of my favourite producers who is inspired by like big carnival drums with influences of African percussion. From Liverpool, his name is Mele. He's gonna drop by with his party starter and rapid request is back tonight. It is all about some UK garage plus a whole heap of brand new music from Urban Mono to Clips to Shy Effects. But I want to find out how you are spending your Saturday night. Are you having a barbecue? Maybe you were out earlier on having a cute little picnic day. Kitchen raving whilst cooking as well. Perhaps it's free drinks at your house tonight. Well, get involved. 03700 100 100 via Radio 1's WhatsApp number. Get involved.
Welcome to my ministry.
The 23-year-old from Brazil is on fire. His name is Mo Shack. The record is called Jealous. In fact, it was a previous Scottish record for Danny Howard. Big shout out to Chloe and William. Since Jerry, keep the tunes coming in. We're on our way to an egg and spoon rib. I don't even know what that is, but love a bit of eggs. So I hope it's going to be a good one. Shout out to Penny and Dean from Manchester, who are currently listening to Radio 1 Sound System Party from Ibiza. Since Jerry, wouldn't miss your show. And you're soundtracking our pre-drinks as we get ready. Well, you know what they say? What happens in Ibiza stays in Ibiza. So Penny and Dean, have a great time. Enjoy for me. And let's keep the tunes coming in like this. Grandpa, Sparrow and Barbossa.
Champion, one for this, like this, Amazon, champion, one for this, like this. Champion, champion, fight for this, die for this. I'm a conqueror. Champion, fight for this, die for this. Champion, champion, fight for this, die for this. I'm a conqueror. Champion, fight for this, die for this.
You won't break my soul. 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 I'm telling everybody, 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 everybody. I just fell in love. I just quit my job. I'm not trying to try. Damn, they work me so damn hard. Work by night and all past life. And they work my nerves, that's why I cannot sleep at night. Motivation. I'm looking for a new foundation, yeah. And I'm on a new vibration. I'm building my own foundation, yeah. Oh, baby, you won't break my soul. 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 Everybody,
Champion, fight for this, die for this. I'm a conqueror. Champion, fight for this, die for this. Champion, champion, fight for this, die for this. I'm a conqueror. Champion, fight for this, die for this.
Beyonce, Break My Soul. Actually, shout out to Beyonce if she is listening. She celebrated her birthday on Monday night, and just casually, a legend, that is Diana Ross, came out onto a show and sang happy birthday for her. Gosh, the life of Beyonce is pretty cool, right? So I want to find out, what are you celebrating tonight? Is it a birthday? Just a celebration of a Saturday night? Big shout to Tom and Ellis driving home in the sunset after a beautiful day. Says Jerry, we are absolutely digging these bangers. Also, shout out to Amy and Diego. We are in sunny España, having a barbecue and dancing quietly in the garden after getting our baby boy off to sleep. Well, you know what? I was gonna say, who cares? It's Saturday night. Wake him up if you want. I'm sure even the babies in the dance, don't they? Our party starter with Melee is around the corner. And speaking of Melee, here he is alongside Lazarus Man.
Tokyo to Kinshasa. Whether you're high or been higher, you know what it is to be low. Feel me. No matter where you are from, we have had shared experiences. These things we feel, whether you're from Jersey or Detroit. Feel me. Feel me. So whether you're from Jersey or Detroit, we are all the same. Shared experiences, whether you're from Jersey or Detroit. So out to Kinshasa, share the same.
This one goes out to Chloe, who is currently cooking a nice bolognese for her partner tonight. Also, massive shout out to Tom, Joe, and Lee in the kitchen, joining me songs. Right, one more song to play, then it's all about Melee, who's going to be our party starter. And this record is also from the boy. The broski, that is Melee, alongside Torre Kunda. And this is called Talking Drums on Radio 1. And Melee is going to be tonight's party starter. I remember back in 2016, I saw him DJing in Southwest London in an outdoor venue which was like filled with loads of shipping containers. And the vibe he brought was just everything that I love. Even when Radio 1's sound system party used to be on a different time zone, we played that one record for so long. So it's amazing to see Melee's growth and continue shining. And let's see what it's gone for tonight's party starter.
The party starter.
Hey Gary, it's Melee here. Thanks for having me on the show tonight. My party starter track is the Dwayne Harden and House Gospel Choir version of Armor Van Helden, You Don't Know Me. I've been playing it at all my shows in Ibiza this summer, and it's one of my favourite records of all time. So I hope you'll enjoy it. Thank you, bro.
I don't ask for nothing. I'm always holding my own. Every time I turn around, there's something people talking about when they don't know. And when I try to move on up, they're always pulling me down. I'm tired and I had enough. It's my life and I'm living it now. You don't know. I always wonder why people try to hurt me. No happiness in their own lives, so they act out all their jealousies. Who are you to say that I'm living wrong? Always telling me what to do. I decided I gotta be strong. What makes you think that I needed you? You don't know me, you don't even know me. You say that I'm living right. You don't understand me. So why do you judge? So why do you judge my life? You don't even know me. You say that I'm living right. You don't understand me. So why do you judge my life? It's my life, it's my life. It's my life, it's my life. It's my life, it's my life.
Wow, what a party starter, chosen by Melee, Dwayne Harden, and House Gospel Choir with You Don't Know Me. If you've never seen Melee live before, make sure you make it a bucket list for either this year or next year. Once again, Melee, thank you very much. All right, Radio 1 Sound System Party Crew, it is time to set up Rapid Request. If you don't know what that is, I go live in the mix for half an hour straight at 8 p.m. with all of your song requests. And you know what, today, the sun has been out, and I genuinely thought the heat wave was over, but I was wrong. And I woke up this morning by the sound of my neighbor blasting garage music at 10 a.m. I thought I'd be angry, but the records they were blasting were 10:10. So I thought to myself, you know what? For Rapid Request tonight, let's make the theme all about garage music. If you have a garage record you'd like to hear, maybe an old school garage record, a new one, get in touch right now. 03 700 100 100 with your name and the garage song you would like to hear me mix live for Rapid Request at 8 p.m. But you have to get your songs in from now. So like I said, tonight's theme all about garage music. 03 700 100 100 with your name and the song you got to hear.
Jerry in the mix.
Later on.
She got a snack, she don't want romance. That girl with a style of fashion. She got a snack, so that's all that. That girl got a romance for that. She got a snack, she don't want romance. That girl with a style of fashion. She got a snack, so that's all that. She got a snack, she don't want romance. That girl with a style of fashion. She got a snack, so that's all that. That girl got a romance for that. She got a snack, she don't want romance. That girl with a style of fashion. She got a snack, so that's all that.
Sound System Party.
Taking it back to the foundations of UK garage music with Scott Garcia. It's a London thing, and before that, someone being inspired by garage sounds is parallel, something this record London thing. And like I said, tonight at 8 p.m, I am going live in the mix for 30 minutes straight, and the theme is all about garage music, but all the records are chosen by you. So if you do have a garage record you'd like to hear, maybe you want to go new school with Eliza Rose, Interplanetary Criminal, Conductor, Georgia Smith, or you want to go old school, maybe some Sia Little Man, Craig David. Power is in your hands. 03700 100 100 is the Radio 1 WhatsApp number. Send through your name and the song you'd like to hear tonight.
Chocolate girl for money, wanna get with me, how can it? I like when it keeps up funny, quick back over the funny. Borrow, boy, Danny, and the next big carry is sorry, go blow it for one of the money, in my big book, people carry. Pull it up now, you know what to pull it up, then, give me pounds, give me dollars, give me yen, storms into the skin, and I'm hard over the breath, I pop it over the vest, and I spin up my fest.
fried right. We be shy, keep them fly, we be right by. Just a side, so my snipe, that's my eyesight. Yeah, we couldn't keep them rushing, that's my eyesight. In the limelight, yeah, we get the fried right. We be shy, keep them fly, we be right by. Just a side, so my snipe, that's my eyesight. Yeah, we couldn't keep them rushing, that's my eyesight.
Tell me where you plotting and I'm running right there. Pull up with the army like I'm rocking like air. All the party don't get started till I'm inside. And when we get the bottle, we'll spin it back bare. Kids got my G's and that 4-4 rider. Rolling with the real, let the face and cider. Little with the dog, hotter than a bull spider. And all we do is what we know is Texas.
In the limelight, yeah, we get the fried right. We be shy, keep them fly, we be right by. Just a side, so my snipe, that's my eyesight. Yeah, we couldn't keep them rushing, that's my eyesight. In the limelight, yeah, we get the fried right. We be shy, keep them fly, we be right by. Just a side, so my snipe, that's my eyesight. Yeah, we couldn't keep them rushing, that's what I like.
Now this one special request. Think hard. This one Radio 1.
We know them on the negative vibes, yo. Even when them want to see me demise, yeah. Through the rough times, still we have to rise. I don't know the limit is the size.
We ain't gonna be alive, we can't breathe. Direct, everything is on our minds, let it go. Turn up your frequency and go see how easily all this can I ain't gonna lie to you, like I keep my face. And I need a night or two to get me unwinding. I feel like I'm stuck inside those every day. Come and get me out this room. So just switch it off for me. It's time to get loose. If we disconnect, we ain't gonna be alive. We can't breathe. Direct, everything that's on our minds, let it go. Turn it up, don't breathe. We see it. Don't see how easily all this.
If we show them how we deal with it, other people in the place and how them feeling it. One shut down the dancing under 3 minutes. Everlasting vibe and no sea limit. It's real, till you get your 3 minutes. It's direct and life, or if you're streaming it, believe in it. That's how we attitude and no gratitude. No, we living and breathing it.
Where's my lighter crew? Put 'em up high then. Now's the time to raise the roof. We don't need to fighting. When we're getting stuck in cycles every day, we know how to make it through. So just switch it up for me. It's time to get loose. If we disconnect, we ain't gonna be alive. We can't breathe. Direct, everything that's on our minds, let it go. Turn it up, don't breathe. We see it. Don't see how easily all this connect from everything that's on your mind. It's a party.
It always is the party. When we come together on a Saturday night, that is shy. Effects on the remix, the Jason Status and Big Hills Disconnect. Big up to Kylie, Jamie Braven in the lorry. Say Laurel Valley. Also, Laura in Glasgow, who is here for the Garage Anthem. That will be taking place in 10 minutes time before Rapid Request might jump live in the mix. Also, shout out to the boy Jack, who is back again delivering pizzas and listening to Radio 1 Sounds to Buy. Said it's such a good mix for pizza delivery. What enjoy tonight, Jack. Also, Becky in Exeter, having the kitchen rave whilst cooking chicken. Rich service also 03700 100 100. If you do want to get involved on the show tonight,
Going on my phone and I come down. What's on your mind? Know the lights out. Where you gonna go in the rain? Stay alive in the mix now. Where you gonna go in the rain? Where you gonna go when your brain's out? Playing in your own life, who you gonna call? Who you gonna call? Who you gonna call? Where you gonna go when your brain's Where you gonna go when your brain's out? Where you gonna go when your brain's out? Traveling your mind in the haze now. Blowing on my phone when I come down. Blowing on your mind on the lights out. Where you gonna go when your brain's out? Traveling your mind in the haze now. Blowing on my phone when I come down. Blowing on your mind on the lights out. Where you gonna go when your brain's out? Playing in your own life, who you gonna call? Who you gonna call?
Jerry.
It's gonna be a mad thing when we get. It's gonna be a mad thing when we get anti-machine verse. How that military verse. We didn't speak about verse. Yo, we love it. Be a mad thing when we get anti-machine verse. How that military verse. We didn't speak about verse. Yo, we love that. Pull up that. Pull up that. Run out here, boy. Pull up that. Pull up that. Run out here, boy. Anti when we get anti-machine verse. How that military verse. We didn't speak about verse. Yo, my God. Anti-machine. It's gonna be a mad. It's gonna be a You know my secret. I ain't done it. Every other every move off. They walk up to the machines. But what is what's in our room? The thing we look up on the step and snap for the DJs. We do it with the things every person has got to come around all the water. That's the beats. Now go to the side. You don't have enough order. So you expect 16. I don't inject. Why for fun when I accept any kind of a bloody threat? It's gonna be a passing up to the gate in the 100%. Don't show to the friends and the can't get to the ring on left. Like when they get active as a verse. Now let me get a verse. We didn't feel about a verse. You know, we just gonna be a man. See when they get active as a verse. Now let me get a verse. We didn't feel about a verse. You know, we love that. Pull up that. Pull up that. Run out of the room. Pull up that. Pull up that. Run out of the room. See when they get active as a verse. Now let me get a verse. We didn't feel about a verse. You know, my people. Now let me it's gonna be a sound of the sound of the sound of the it's gonna be a
What an incredible remix, courtesy of DBB and Wiz Wise, Zoe Virgin and Flow Dance Shutterverse right here on Radio 1 Sound System Party with myself, Jeremiah Asiama, but you can call me Jerry. How are you tonight? You feeling good? Hopefully you are. We are exactly 6 minutes away until Rapid Request, where I jump live in the mix with all of your songs. And tonight it is all about garage. But until then, Lena Punks and this is finally. Leading Parks with finally on Radio 1. Alright, one more song to play, then I am jumping live in the mix for half an hour straight with all of your record requests. Let's take it back to last night's hottest record from Dusky, and this is called Heaven.
No one comes close to you.
For the next half an hour, I am jumping live in the mix of record requests. It is all about garage music tonight.
Rapid requests.
And let's start like this for John Badrona and also Biggs in Bradford. AJ Tracy with Elaborate Grove.
It's the Hyperman set. AJ Tracy live and direct. DJ mash up the deck. The microphone champ is live and direct. And again, it's the Hyperman set. AJ Tracy live and direct. DJ mash up the deck. The microphone champ is live and direct. Said Barbel, vibes in that. Cruise like a 4-wheel driving that. Tech time, everything's live in that. My car AJT's on the mic and that. I said Barbel, vibes in that. Cruise like a 4-wheel driving that. Tech time, everything's live in that. My car AJT's on the mic and that. Watch the sun now. Had a little beef, but it's done now. I just need a drink and a rub down. When my team's in the place, it's shut down. I'm a ride on the way to the sundown. Painting looking like a touchdown. All my haters getting vexed, come up now. I went up, then my kettle got bust down. Watch the sun now. Had a little beef, but it's done now. I just need a drink and a rub down. When my team's in the place, it's shut down. I'm a ride on the way to the sundown. Painting looking like a touchdown. All my haters getting vexed, come up now. I went up, then my kettle got bust down. Yo, it's the Hyperman set. AJ Tracy live and direct. DJ mash up the deck. The microphone champ is live and direct. And again, it's the Hyperman set. AJ Tracy live and direct. DJ mash up the deck. The microphone champ is live and direct. Said Barbel, vibes in that. Cruise like a 4-wheel driving that. Tech time, everything's live in that. My car AJT's on the mic and that. I said Barbel, vibes in that. Cruise like a 4-wheel driving that. Tech time, everything's live in that. My car AJT's on the mic.
Rapid requests.
You pick them, we mix them.
Definitely a garage classic. Daniel Bedingfield, we've got to get through this on Radio 1. I am live in the mix. Got me next half an hour with all of your rapid requests. And I think, don't forget, it is all about garage music. So let's continue with records like this.
How do you want it? Tell me, how do you want it? Oh, yeah. 'Cause if I'm being honest, I think
I don't wanna be young and dumb and crazy with anyone but you. If I get way too drunk on us, I'll have no regrets in the morning. I don't wanna be young and dumb and crazy with anyone but you. If I get way too drunk on us, I'll have no regrets in the morning. I don't wanna be young and dumb and crazy with anyone but you. If I get way too drunk on us, I'll have no regrets in the morning. I don't wanna be young and dumb and crazy with anyone but you. If I get way too drunk on us, I'll have no regrets in the morning.
Interplanetary criminal Todd Edwards and Lily McKenzie with Reckless on Radio 1. So we started off with John Majoyner and Vince in Bradford with AJ Tracy's Labrador Ben, who played easily one of the best garage records of all time, in my personal opinion. Double 99 with Rip Room, and that was for Ricky in Long Stratton and also Ray in Essex. And up next, Esther, Amber, and Sam, 3 individuals who love a record that makes you feel a certain type of way. Definitely a classic. T2, Jodie Aisha, and Vince is Heartbroken.
Sitting here at home, thinking about you all alone. Wondering where I went wrong. Got a confession to make. Since you made me happier, now all I can do is serve. Can you let me to my heart? Got a confession to make. I'm heartbroken, I'm broken, so very heartbroken. I don't know what to say. I've never felt this way. I'm heartbroken, I'm broken, so very
Come on.
I like it down. And I just want you to know that I'm finger up the road. So take it step by step because I'm not something you own. Confused, don't know what I'm feeling. Confused relationships without meaning. In the midst of the sea, leaving time to wake up and stop the dreaming. Cause you're my little baby case. And I know you know what it takes. The way you make me feel, the way that I am. And it's all to your friends to call me your man. Tell them, like to thank you. Through with the best on the physical, we ain't you. With my fun time, with my fun slow. There's just one thing I want you to know. I just want you to know, and I think that I'm a go, yeah. I just want you to know, and I think that I'm a go.
Sing it for me.
Baby, no. I like it down. And I just want you to know that I think I love the road. So take it step by step because I'm not something you know.
Free of a kind, we're baby cakes right here on Radio 1 Sound System Party with myself, Jeremiah. I am live in the mix with all of your rapid requests, and don't forget tonight's theme, we're just playing the best in garage music. Shout out to my neighbor who woke me up at 10 a.m. blasting garage. Because of you, it's the reason why my Radio 1 Sound System Party family get to pick all of their favorite UKG records just like this. Bigfoot and Shanks. Boogie number ending in 597. A record, as corny as it sounds, a record I like to describe myself. No, I had to do it. It's called Sweet Like Chocolate. Alright, I'm sorry. Come on. It's a banger though, isn't it?
Sweet like chocolate. Riding away in the dark. It's so hard when you close to my heart. You are there when I'm feeling alone. All I need is for you to come home. You're sweet like chocolate, boy. Sweet like chocolate. You bring me so much joy. You're sweet like chocolate. Trust is the law, is the key. There's no doubt that your love all for me. You are sweet on the tip of my tongue. You are warm like the rays of the sun. You're sweet like chocolate, boy. Sweet like chocolate. You bring me so much joy. You're sweet like chocolate. You're sweet like You wanna dance, baby? I know you see me looking at you other baby. I'm in a trance, baby. I need something to wake me up to baby. You wanna dance, baby? I know you see me looking at you other baby. I'm in a trance, baby. I need something to wake me up to baby. I need something to phase me. I need something to phase me. Are you that one, baby? 'Cause you really amaze me.
Oh, yes!
You understand, baby. I know you see me if you understand. I need a chance, baby. I need some.
The new school queen of garage music a few weeks ago, in fact, was the year anniversary. Eliza Rose and Interplanetary Criminals. Baddest of them all, in brackets, Bosa went to number 1. Alright, let's keep those rapid requests coming on the show. Up next is for the boy Hambo in Scotland. And Jerry, can you stick on some Higo? You know what, broski? You're in luck tonight.
I'm taking my freedom, putting it on the shelf, putting it on the chain, get around the neck. I'm taking my freedom, putting it in my car, wherever I choose to go, it will take me far. I'm living my life like it's golden, 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 golden, living my life like it's 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 golden. Freedom, move. Take on my freedom, move. Freedom, I'm in my I'm holding on to my freedom, can't take it from me. I was born into it, it comes naturally. I'm showing my own freedom, claim the God in me, representing His glory. Oh, He's proud of me. Take on my freedom.
Rapid requests.
Because it's dancing on the ground. I go in harder. I can see the whole up in the ground. These nights, the beat goes Cause I girl the fever. Feeling like it's beating now. Somebody says to prove you wrong. Calm down, slow down, tonight you're all you feel is that you're right. If you see them, because you're down. We're about to approach the gunhouse house. I was like a rock, no. Not done yet, we don't
I've just splashed some water on me because my eyes are in. I was laying on the grass, Yeah, laying on the grass. Straight over there, eat pizza. Yeah.
So good 2 hours away. It's it's a specialist unit. I probably have to stay the night.
Male in his 60s. Suspected heart attack at Mendes Bakery on Wendell Street. Over.
Yeah, copy that. On our way.
Acting physician for the South Americans.
They feel it makes them special, and they can use it to stop other people saying anything about them that they don't like.
You don't complain and you don't explain. And you don't pour out your dirty linen in public. I don't think people like that one bit.
Nowhere more so than in the corridors of Buckingham Palace.
After the Meghan and Harry Oprah interview, you actually had the expression coming from the Queen of, recollections may vary. It was really interesting to hear something like that. And I also feel that the Americans were going, wow, are we going to hear more from the royal family? But then, of course, no, the royal family, as indeed they do, we just, calmed everything down once again.
Sir, have you spoken to your brother since the interview? No, I haven't spoken yet, but I will do. And can you just let me know, is the royal family a racist family, sir? We're very much not a racist family.
Perhaps realizing the incendiary impact of this allegation, Harry later wrote back on it and chose the state's most popular breakfast show to do so, ABC's Good Morning America.
I think the same process that I went through with regarding my own unconscious bias would be hugely beneficial to them. Not racism, but unconscious bias, if not confronted, if not learned and grown from, that can then move into racism.
In 2022, Harry and Meghan were still riding the crest of a wave of popularity in the US. The couple had signed a multi-million-dollar deal with streaming platform Netflix. This 6-part docuseries promised more juicy revelations about life as a royal.
No one knows the full truth. We know the full truth. The institution knows the full truth, and the media know the full truth because they've been in on it.
It was watched across the world. It was really popular, but the critics were very divided. They thought it was mawkish, far too long, far too self-indulgent.
I wanted to share a story that I wrote about the man that I love and the way that we met. Let's call this a modern fairy tale.
Here's a couple who want to change the world, do good things for the world. And what was this big Netflix series about? It was about them and how lovely they are. It's an awful, terrible thing to do. Well, where are their advisors?
The Netflix series, though widely watched, marked the beginning of a shift in mood toward the Sussexes.
It wasn't received well. You can't expect that you're going to put this out here and people are not going to attack you.
Some people would say that he is living by selling out his family, writing horrible things about them, and saying really offensive things about them on television.
There was a lot of sympathy for them after the Oprah Winfrey interview. But then the 6-hour thing on Netflix when they criticised the royals. And I think people have got really fed up with that.
And things were just about to get a whole lot worse.
I think the problem has been, sometimes this does happen a lot, oversharing.
Delivering unexpected moments. Extraordinary stories sponsored by Prestige Flowers on Channel 5.
New gadget, Albert? No, this is my smart meter display. It shows how much energy I'm using daily, weekly, and monthly. It could help me make changes to save energy. So it's not a time machine? Of course not, Darren. That's in the shed.
For extra help managing your household budgets, search Get a Smart Meter today.
No, sausage! 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 Oh, good sausage!
Sausage.
Sausage. Sausage.
Yeah, sausage.
Sausage.
More pet insurance. Here for you, here for all.
Sausage.
Because life is more than insurance.
EasyJet's Big Orange sale is now on, with up to 20% off flights. Get out there.
It's the SCS interest-free boost weekend. Get up to 4 years interest-free credit instead of 3 this weekend. With the Clyde sofa from only £10 per month, so you can spread the cost of creating the home you love further. And sink your feet into a new carpet with free fitting. Offers end 11th of September. SCS, helping create the home you love.
I love watching my two with their grandparents on holiday. The kids bring out the mischievous side. My dad always filling their heads with tales of bravery. Don't get me wrong, they spoil them silly. But before I know it, the boys will have their own little families on holiday. I hope it's as good as this one.
7-night Norwegian Fjords holidays from $6.99 per person.
To thank you guys for letting me stay, I spent all day making this super special soup.
Oh, what a treat! Anything for a night off from Sergei's cooking. It looks delicious, Carl. What's in it?
Oh, all the good stuff. Onion, garlic, a pint of chili powder.
Pint!
Oh, a pinch of chili powder, not a pint.
Wombat it. Yeah, packet.
Simple.
The minute you walked in the joint, I could see you were a shopper of distinction, a real big saver. Hey, big saver. Hey, big saver. Hey, big saver.
Hey, big saver. Save on hundreds of products with Nectar prices at Sainsbury's. Simply scan or swipe Nectar in store or online.
Whether you're gearing up for a night away or winding down after one, rest easy with our choice of rooms. Only available at premierinn.com.
Whenever you have something really cold, and then you get this short, sharp kind of sensation, that's sensitivity. It can get worse. The problem is not going to go away by itself. I always recommend Sensodyne. It's specially designed to care for their sensitivity. And I've had people coming back to me saying it's made a difference. It works.
It was a day that shook our nation.
We are bringing you the news tonight on the death of Her Majesty the Queen.
24 dramatic and emotional hours.
She had been there all of our lives, and then she's gone.
A year on, we reveal what really happened on the day the Queen died, minute by minute. Sunday at 9 on Channel 5 and My5.
In the US, fame and popularity can never be taken for granted.
In America, they like bright, shiny new things. Being the King of England's disgruntled son is going to begin to sound like last year's news.
Harry and Meghan must work hard to keep themselves relevant and the dollars rolling in, especially in LA, a city with more than its fair share of celebrities.
The American public here, one moment, you know, they kind of care. The next minute, it's like, okay, well, unless they have something going on, especially in Southern California, a lot of people are just like, okay, well, they're here. We just kind of go about our everyday life.
The couple's ties to the House of Windsor remain their most valuable currency in America.
The simple fact of the matter is, if you can make money for this town, they will love you, they will welcome you. But from Meghan and Harry's point of view, to make that money and to make themselves that little bit different, I think they have to be members of the royal family. Without that, you're just plain old Harry and Meghan.
On their fairy tale wedding day in 2018, Harry and Meghan were exactly what the US audience wanted them to be. Young, in love, happy, and they were royal. The new prince and princess were at the peak of their popularity.
The royal wedding in 2018 was a celebration of great hope, I think. Here was someone from an entirely different background to traditional royal brides marrying the Queen's grandson.
Pretty much all the publicity got was positive because it looked like the royal family was at last coming into the 21st century.
I was thrilled for Harry because he'd wanted to get married for a long time, and the delight that he'd found someone he was desperately in love with was wonderful.
In California, an invite to attend Harry and Meghan's nuptials was viewed as the hottest ticket in town.
We were expecting some very well-known people, some big names.
You're going to see Serena Williams. You're going to see George Clooney. The more A-list, the more it looks good for you.
But if their wedding day was a fairy tale, what followed wasn't the happy ever after that either side of the Atlantic were anticipating.
In a way, you could say they had a lot to live up to after that wedding, all the positive stuff. You know, that there's no way that could continue.
The rot had set in between Prince Harry and the British press long before.
The media have a responsibility on how they report on people, and we've seen it too many times in the past. Someone behind a desk writes a story about someone which can end up persuading a whole nation.
He loathes the press, and we know why. Everything goes back to his childhood and his fixed memories of how he perceives his mother was hounded by the paparazzi, and his fear, and it is a fear which clearly has gripped him for many years, that this whole pattern was being repeated with Meghan.
It's interesting that Harry has such a negative reaction to the British press because of his mother, but his mother, in her own time, did use the British press a lot to her advantage.
It's nothing like what they went through in those days, particularly nothing like what Diana went through. Harry and Meghan have had infinitely more protection, laws have changed, and the media are not nearly so aggressive as they were with his mother.
When Harry and Meghan got engaged, Americans watched as dubious British newspaper headlines about Meghan's mixed-race heritage made matters worse.
I do accept that there were certain words used around Meghan's heritage and her background that could be seen as triggering, which perhaps these days we wouldn't use anymore.
Back when he was dating Meghan, Harry issued a statement warning the British press to leave her alone.
Kensington Palace say Meghan Markle has been subject to a wave of abuse and harassment.
The US media looked on as Harry's own family failed to publicly support him and instead told him to simply turn the other cheek.
Perhaps Charles could have asked his private secretary to ring around all the newspaper editors and say back off. I mean, yes, he could have done that. He didn't. His solution was just to say, dear boy, just don't read it. Just ignore it. That wasn't what Harry wanted to hear.
When the couple's first child, Archie, was due to be born, they refused to play ball with the media.
Usually, the palace would be sort of briefing the media what to expect when, which hospital the child would be born at, what the timings would be, when we might see the baby, etc. But Harry and Meghan took complete control of this.
I'm very excited to announce that Meghan and myself had a baby boy.
In fact, when they said Meghan was in hospital, in labour, she was already at home with the baby.
And whilst the British press complained, the Americans were lapping up this new and less formal approach.
I think fairly that Meghan and Harry were sticking two fingers up at protocol. And it was really Meghan saying, okay, maybe do the curtsying and all the rest of it, but you're not going to make me do what you want with Archie.
The media would say that the birth of a child who is going to be direct in line to the throne is a matter of public interest. Harry took the view that it wasn't, and you can see how that's added to this breakdown in trust.
Rather than put up and shut up like some other royals, Harry and Meghan have filed lawsuits against several US and British media outlets.
She and Harry were about to drop a legal bombshell,
including some newspapers which Harry claims used unlawful methods to breach his privacy and print false stories about him and his family.
There's hardly a newspaper or media group that he isn't suing or hasn't sued.
It's tabloid. It's like, are you going to go after every story that's written about you?
As someone famous once said, if you're libeled in a newspaper, but it's not a serious one, if you ignore it, within 2 days, those newspapers, they're wrapping up fish and chips. But if you make a fuss, then you're giving the story legs.
I'm feeling confident today, Harry. Harry, you said it's your duty to expose wrongdoing by the British media. This is what this is about?
It gets bigger because the papers, the journalists, they try to dig up more dirt. You know, and Harry just hasn't realised that. He's just banging his head again and again on a brick wall.
Normally, celebrities, they don't tend to take any kind of legal action towards the tabloids because it's expected that, hey, I'm in the industry, I'm going to hear something about me. If they're not talking about you, you're not relevant.
I can only assume he was hoping to find some kind of inner peace for himself. He's been so tormented over the years by these demons. They're all mixed up with being a member of the royal family, what happened to his mother, how he felt he was not treated properly, how he felt Meghan wasn't treated properly.
California has opened its arms to Harry and Meghan as they try to take control of their own narrative. But even in their new LA home, patience with a seemingly constant stream of royal revelations is beginning to run out.
The tinsel wore off very quickly because once they were living in California, their life as people who sold themselves as victims, I think you can only do that for a while. You can't do that for very long.
A lot of people don't like people washing family dirty linen in public. And I think that it's extremely sad that that's happened.
The once loyal American fan base became increasingly critical following the publication of Harry's much anticipated autobiography, Spare.
I think the problem has been, and sometimes this does happen a lot out here, oversharing. And I think that that's where a lot of the backlash has come from. Here they're thinking, well, he's a member of the royal family. Should he be really doing that?
In his book, Harry revealed the breakdown of family relations, even including the details of a physical confrontation with his brother William. The revelations turned a relationship that, though close, had sometimes shown signs of strain.
The last thing you disagreed on, how do you resolve it?
They come so thick and
into one at breaking point.
I started off reading it sort of being angry at the things he was saying, which I felt were not true. But by the end, I felt desperately sad for him that it had come to this.
You really feel his pain. I mean, Spare, the way he talks about it, I think that he really felt like a Spare in comparison to his brother. I really think he is a victim of that.
Looking at it from Harry's point of view, he is telling his story in his words for the first time. The massive problem, of course, and I don't think it is one that he recognises, is that by doing so, he's betraying so many confidences and putting out in the public domain so many stories from his particular viewpoint, and he knows that his father, his sister-in-law, his brother can't do the same.
One of Harry's fiercest critics is former editor of the Daily Mirror, Piers Morgan, who is influential on both sides of the Atlantic. In a recent BBC interview, he was scathing about what he sees as Harry's hypocrisy.
He is the biggest invader of privacy in royal history. Prince Harry's just written a 400-odd page book. He reveals private conversations with his brother and his father at his grandfather's funeral. Think about that for a moment. He reveals text messages from the Princess of Wales, and so on and so on and so on. All the things he's railed against the media for doing over the years, he's done with Belzer. So no, I'm not going to take any lectures from him, and I don't give a damn what actions he wants to take.
I think Spare really was a turning point because it's just a litany of complaints, and everyone's thinking you've done it in interviews on television, Netflix, now you're doing it in a book, what else can you do?
In America, the right-wing news networks were openly criticizing the contents of Spare.
Prince Harry and that woman from LA that he married are running out of money. How do we know that? Because they're still talking about themselves, selling the most boring little details from their boring little lives for more money.
But it was also spreading into the mainstream, as shown in this episode of the sharp-edged comedy show South Park.
So their caricature on South Park was brutal, very funny, but absolutely brutal.
How many more princes and his wives have to live in his nightmare? Hey, can you keep it down?
Hey, you ever heard of a thing called privacy? South Park basically is a show that is going to literally come after you because, again, you made a mockery of this. Of course, we're going to talk about this.
And it wasn't just South Park taking aim at Harry and Meghan.
Bethany Frankel talked about it. Howard Stern talked about it.
Even some of the allegations that Meghan had made in her headline-generating interview with Oprah Winfrey.
And also concerns and conversations about how dark his skin might be when he's born.
What?
Were now fair game for satire, as this extract from comedian Chris Rock's show Selective Outrage illustrates.
They're so racist. They want to know how brown the baby's going to be. I'm like, that's not racist. Because even black people want to know.
Brand Sussex was under sustained attack.
You put this out there, so of course you have to deal with the consequences of this. And one of the consequences is you're going to be ridiculed and people are going to really make fun of this.
And Fox News were also scathing.
It's always ugly, Laura, when you've got entitled stars who are talking to millions of people, they've got millions and millions of dollars, and they try to pass themselves off as the victim.
Once people are against you or bored with you or don't want to know, then you don't get the jobs you want, you don't get the money you want. I think it's going to be more and more difficult.
Their waning popularity in America has left Harry and Meghan in need of their royal connections more than ever.
What I think is very important for Harry and Meghan is to keep themselves current and to keep themselves relevant. The simple fact of the matter is that being royals is very much a part of that because we don't have a royal family out here.
But the couple won't be getting any Christmas cards from Buckingham Palace.
The royal family will be deeply upset by the fact that they got this loose cannon. Someone William was close to has married this woman who seems to be encouraging him to try to destroy the royal family, but very sensibly and in keeping with the tradition that the royal family has always adopted. They've said nothing beyond things like, recollections may vary about these various events.
Despite the complete breakdown in relations between Harry and his immediate family in the UK, the couple seems set on the US market to make them a fortune from breaking confidences.
They're using the royal family to sell and to make a lot of money, which is shocking because they did tell the Queen that they would respect the monarchy. This is just one thing she really wanted, that they wouldn't use their royal positions for financial, commercial gains. And I think they've completely ignored that.
I think all added together, the deals are reputed to have brought in around $135 million. But they've got to keep it going. They have a very expensive lifestyle, and maintaining that lifestyle is going to require more and more content.
But can Harry and Meghan sustain the interest of an already fragile American market simply by selling more royal secrets?
People don't really want to rehash the past. So what are we going to do next?
Delivering unexpected moments. Extraordinary Stories, sponsored by Prestige Flowers on Channel 5.
Tesco Stronger Starts will fund £5 million towards healthy food and activities for children this year. Pick up your blue token in store to help children thrive in your area.
Cif presents Clean Boost, powerful cleaning formulations that safely tackle the toughest dirt in every corner of your home. Cif's Clean Boost contains naturally derived cleaning ingredients, no dirt and no harsh smells throughout your home. Cif, more than just clean.
Is cancer winning? Cancer research won't let it. We made radiotherapy possible, so cancer couldn't stop its big day. We studied tumor DNA to find better treatments so she can see her girls grow up. We're finding new ways to outsmart cancer so more people can hear.
It's gone.
Together, we are beating cancer.
And a new elixir. Your neighborhood is bustling with flavor, and Deliveroo is all the good spots. Uncover your new favorite restaurant. It's perfect. Or dive back into a bowl of the usual. Hello, old friend. Everything out there is right here. Deliveroo. It's all on your doorstep.
EasyJet's Big Oak sale is now on, with up to 20% off flights. Get out there.
It's time to save Britain serious money, Super 7.
At Money Supermarket, we're on a mission to change saving forever. Introducing the Super Save Club. On top of the big savings you could already make with us on car insurance, broadband, and more. We'll give you rewards to spend however you want.
Eyes on the prize, please. Savings can't wait.
The new Super Save Club from Money Supermarket. Saving supercharged.
Ahoy! I'd like a parking permit for this here vehicle.
One moment, sir.
Working or retired from the public sector or civil service? It's time for fun with Boundless. Free entry to attractions, discounts in restaurants, and hundreds of other things to do in your free time. Join today. Visit boundless.co.uk. Arr.
No, sausage! 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 Oh, good sausage! Sausage. Sausage.
Sausage. Come here, sausage.
Sausage. More than pet insurance. Here for you, here for...
Sausage.
Because life is more than insurance.
Step inside Queen Victoria's most cherished home.
Osborne House was a place that they could go and be safe.
With privileged access to the unique palace, its magnificent grounds, and rich history.
It's like time stood still, and they're still there.
Osborne House, a royal retreat, next Saturday at 8:20 on Channel 5 and My5.
Delivering unexpected moments. Extraordinary stories, sponsored by Prestige Flowers on Channel 5.
Harry and Meghan, once the darlings of Hollywood, may now be slipping down the celebrity ladder.
I do think there might be a bit of an issue with Harry and Meghan being invited to things like BAFTA or the Met Ball, because if you invite Harry and Meghan, does it then become the Harry and Meghan show? Does it upset all the other celebrities?
I think Meghan has certainly had a dream of, some might say a fantasy of what their life would be like in California, but it hasn't quite worked out like that, not yet anyway.
But if they are to maintain their A-list lifestyle, the couple can't afford to become yesterday's news.
How are Harry and Meghan going to sustain their expensive lifestyle? Harry's selling his journey. Some would also say that Harry is selling being a royal. But I think as time goes on, he is becoming less and less royal. So I wonder whether that is sustainable for him.
With his royal stock in decline, Harry must win back hearts, and how better than by emulating America's favourite princess, Diana.
The future for Harry could be very much down the charitable route that his mother went down. For him to take on that mantle and to make it even bigger, even better, I think would be just absolutely perfect.
I can see him really diving more into the charity aspect, doing a lot more press, talking about mental health and how he can use his platform to really help other people.
A process that Harry has already begun, as this intriguing footage from a recent award ceremony shows.
Before I begin, we would like to acknowledge the people of Ukraine who urgently need our continued support as a global community.
But the Archwell Foundation, through which Harry and Meghan conduct their not-for-profit work, is viewed with skepticism by some.
They were given a couple of big donations, I think around $13 million. And a year later, or roughly 18 months later, only 25% of that had been spent on, admittedly it was spent on good things, on COVID vaccinations, helping people in Haiti. But why only 25%?
Charity sector experts have pointed out that it's common practice for foundations such as Archwell to build up funds before dispersing them.
They've already given millions out, they bring in wealthy benefactors, they make sure that that money is distributed. They are really doing a lot of good. And sometimes the negative publicity takes away from that. It's so hard, I think, for anyone like that in the public eye now to please everyone.
And being in the public eye brings other problems, as this recent high-octane clip from NBC News illustrates.
We are following breaking news involving the Duke and Duchess of Sussex.
Yeah, a spokesperson for the couple says Prince Harry and his wife Meghan Markle were involved in a car chase with paparazzi in New York City last night.
The mayor of New York condemned the paparazzi's behavior and also referred to Harry's tragic personal history.
I don't think there's many of us who don't recall how his mom died, and it would be horrific to lose an innocent bystander during a chase like this.
But the language used by Harry and Meghan's spokesperson, calling the chase near catastrophic, did little to endear them to the public.
It does seem quite hard to conceive of a chase through a very, very busy city and where the traffic really crawls along.
That's not normal here because nobody has the time to chase someone.
And even led to ridicule in some quarters, like this clip on TikTok.
Does anybody want to know what a real car chase will look like in New York City?
Oh, it's getting far. Oh, Meghan and Harry, you silly little Englishmen.
The couple's prospects of being taken seriously again in the States appear to hinge on a royal rapprochement. So just how likely is it?
Harry and Meghan will never come back into the royal fold, no, never. But the interesting thing is that they will not want to be pushed out completely. They need to keep a connection in order for them to make money in the States.
The new king certainly doesn't appear in any hurry to bring Harry and Meghan in from the cold.
I don't see the coronation as an olive branch, a fresh start, any of these words that get bandied around. No. The division is entrenched between Harry and Charles and William. Harry wants an apology. Charles and William don't think there's anything to apologise for. I mean, they are on completely different planets, let alone completely different countries.
The couple must now plan for a future detached from the House of Windsor.
They've said that with their Netflix deal, they want to produce rom-coms and fiction. But it's a long shot. Neither of them really have that experience. I think in the end, Meghan will probably go back to acting.
If she was offered the right part and it was a potentially Oscar-winning role, I think she may do that. Because if not, you're just going back into that tough world. Meghan knows it well, having been an actress in this time. She knows exactly how hard it is.
She also had her own lifestyle blog, not unlike, I suppose, nowadays, Gwyneth Paltrow. And she posted lots of stuff on that as an influencer.
This slick promotion for a cosmetics company, filmed before Meghan and Harry met, could point a way forward.
So this is the Illuminate. Now this one has a little bit of shine in it. Put it on the inner corner of your eye.
Okay.
That just opens up the eyes.
Yeah.
Make it all pretty.
Oh, it's such a pretty glow.
That's honestly all you need.
I can see her coming out with hair care products, skincare, things like that. I can see her doing partnerships and then trying to figure out how she can turn this into like maybe $100 million type of brand.
They may be able to earn big bucks, but can Harry and Meghan ever win back the admiration and respect of ordinary Americans?
Public opinion now and media opinion about Meghan and Harry really is at a very low ebb. They've shot their bolt, it's a busted flush, whatever phrase you want to use. They have, because the biggest problem is they can't find anything to do that doesn't involve making themselves the center of the story.
Americans will always be interested in the actual monarchy. It is the monarchy itself that is so fascinating to them. And yes, Harry and Meghan have been a fabulous sideshow, but they are a sideshow.
Fame here can be very fleeting. You're only really as good as your last couple of movies. But if you've got a title, that's there for life. Get out there, do good things, follow on from all the amazing work that your mother did, and make her proud.
Her reign was the longest of any British monarch, yet her passing still shocked the nation. The day the Queen died, minute by minute, is revealed, brand new tomorrow at 9. She rode out rumours of multiple infidelities, but one relationship was impossible to deny. Woody and Margaret, the affair that shook the world, is brand new next.
It's taken 3 generations to build this hotel empire. But it takes a team.
Welcome.
To make holiday dreams come true.
If you're hungry. Yes, of course. If my customers are very happy, I'm very happy.
Whatever the season throws at them. So be our guest behind the front desk.
Today's busy.
Hotel Benidorm, fun-loving Brits in the sun. Starts Sunday at 8 on Channel 5 and My 5.
She's ready for Benidorm.
We're back, revisiting some familiar faces.
Never fear, I am here.
And some new ones.
We're calling it a fight tonight. Excellent.
Living La Vida in sunny Costa. The new series of boulder-loving Brits in the sun. Starts Monday at 4 on Channel 5 and My 5.
3, 2, 1. Lift off.
Space. The possibilities are limitless. Join me, Tim Peake, as I uncover the hidden secrets of our universe. From the planets to the stars.
Without the sun, we wouldn't even be here in the first place.
I'll be revealing the reality of life in space, and I'll travel to the furthest corners of the globe to discover what's out there.
This is magnificent.
And I'll even ask the biggest question of all. Is there life beyond Earth? Secrets of Our Universe, with me, Tim Peake, starts Tuesday the 19th of September on Channel 5 and My 5.
What do you trust? Trust routine? Trust money? Trust promises? Trust fairy tales? Or trust your own way? Allure is confidence. The new all-electric Peugeot E2008.
Breakfast every morning. It's something everyone deserves. But for some, it's not always possible. That's why 25 years ago, Kellogg's led the way by helping to open the UK's first school breakfast clubs. Now, together with the amazing Breakfast Club staff, we will continue to help support over 1,000 schools every morning. Because we know better days are built on breakfast.
Remember your happy side and may it shine bright. Remember your rebellious side, because we've got an empire to fight. In a magical world that slides and rocket rides your mood until you start to feel a little more you. Walt Disney World, welcome back to being you.
Book selected packages and get up to $2,100 dining and merchandise credit. A 14-day ticket with 7 plus a Disney gift card worth up to $200. Book now with Disney.
This
This is the grand final where the 6 best players fight until the very end. Which word does this represent? Which symbol is missing from this flag of Malta? What common phrase does this represent? It's going to be dog eat dog.
Puzzling with Lucy Worsley, the final, Thursday at 8 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Really anything and everything can and does turn up.
Found most colleagues on the floor, what's coming out of his mouth.
You could go into multi-organ failure.
We never close and we're never off duty.
Casualty 24/7. Every second counts. Starts Wednesday at 9 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Brand new tomorrow at 9, remembering what actually happened in the 24 dramatic and emotional hours on the day the Queen died, minute by minute. Brand new now on Channel 5 and My 5, Roddy and Margaret, the affair that shook the royals.
Delivering unexpected moments. Extraordinary stories, sponsored by Prestige Flowers on Channel 5.
Princess Margaret, Queen Elizabeth II's younger sister.
Margaret was an incredibly beautiful, photogenic woman. She was really the sort of belle of any ball.
And Lord Snowdon, an aristocratic photographer.
He was glamorous, he was different, he was in some ways anti-establishment. He was often referred to as something of a swordsman. He certainly had plenty of notches on his bedpost.
Their 18-year marriage was plagued by scandal and betrayal.
There were multiple infidelities, there were affairs of different lengths.
But one affair would have devastating consequences for the Snowdons' marriage.
In 1973 in Edinburgh, Princess Margaret met Roddy Llewellyn, who was going to go on to become possibly the most important man in her life.
He had sort of shoulder-length hair, had an earring in one ear, and what he gave back to Princess Margaret was everything that Tony had stolen from her.
Roddy and Margaret's secret 8-year entanglement would eventually be rumbled by the press.
A tabloid photographer took these pictures of them and they were box office. Princess had been having this long love affair with Roddy Llewellyn, the man who was 17 years younger than her, and the scandal broke.
Sending shockwaves through the monarchy.
Even the Queen said, "What are we going to do about my sister's gutter snipe life?"
The affair ultimately led to a scandalous and very public divorce.
Divorce was not the done thing, and indeed there hadn't been a divorce in the royal family since the time of Henry VIII.
This is the extraordinary inside story of Princess Margaret's passionate and explosive affair with Roddy Llewellyn, and how their romance would change the royal family forever.
Roddy's affair with Margaret was very much the final nail in the coffin.
I think she truly loved him. He was fun. He was charming. He was young. You know, he was great company.
May 6th, 1960. The union between Princess Margaret and Anthony Armstrong Jones, who would one day become Lord Snowdon, was the first royal wedding to be televised and watched by over 300 million viewers worldwide.
Princess Margaret's wedding turned out to be the most enormous success, a huge media event. The entire Mall had banners, silk banners, with the Tudor rose and M&A initials interleaved.
Margaret's new husband, Anthony Armstrong Jones, or Tony as he was known, was widely regarded as a commoner, but he had charmed his way into the hearts of the royal family and enjoyed the status his relationship afforded.
I asked Tony what he felt on that day, because it must have been extraordinary. He said, "I was in a complete daze. I was standing there. I could hardly believe what was going on."
And I think that he probably was a bit of a snob. And I think although he'd had quite a privileged upbringing, he wasn't independently wealthy. And I think we're still in the 1950s in which marrying up is a kind of consideration. It's a snaffling an heiress.
The The story of Margaret's meeting and marriage to the future Lord Snowdon might have graced a romantic novel. After the death of her father in 1952, she was on the search for a man to fill the void that he had left.
For her, nobody ever really measured up to her father. When she lost him, she lost the most important man in her life.
The teenage princess fell for the king's equerry, Peter Townsend, who had been spending time with the family, but it would be an ill-fated love affair.
There was a 16-year age difference. Princess Margaret was 15. So Princess Margaret, if you like, had a sort of schoolgirl crush on Townsend because he was this tall, good-looking, very distinguished fighter pilot.
The relationship was doomed from the outset. Townsend was a divorcee, deemed an unsuitable choice for a royal princess, whose sister was head of the Church of England.
The Queen Elizabeth, of course, she wanted to give her sister what she wanted and make her happy, but this really wasn't going to be appropriate.
Margaret was told she could only marry Townsend if she gave up her royal status. Their relationship broke up because she wasn't prepared to sacrifice her privileges as a royal.
And it may be that wouldn't have lasted, that relationship, but I think that everything that happens to Margaret in terms of her love life is conditioned by her inability to marry Peter Townsend in 1955.
By 1958, Margaret was a self-assured woman of 28 who had failed to be impressed by her potential suitors. But then, suave society photographer Anthony Armstrong Jones, the future Lord Snowdon, breathed new life into her world.
He was everything that the young Princess Margaret wanted. He was glamorous, he was different, he was in some ways anti-establishment. If you think of her as feeling like some sort of caged princess within Buckingham Palace's confines, he was her way out of that prison as she saw it.
Lord Snowdon was born Anthony Armstrong Jones. His early family life was fractured. His mother and father divorced when he was just 5 years old, and both parents went on to become preoccupied with their new families.
Tony Armstrong Jones was the son of Ronald Armstrong Jones, who was a noted PC, who had several wives, and his mother was Anne Messel, who was a society beauty. He came from a very artistic and slightly bohemian background, and then his parents divorced when he was about 5, and this obviously had a huge effect on him.
Anthony later attended Eton and Cambridge, but would leave the university early, becoming an apprentice to celebrity photographer Barron, who also happened to be court photographer to the royal family.
He hung out with many, many celebrities, with models, so he was considered very attractive, very well connected, very well sought after.
Tony met Princess Margaret at a small dinner party given by Lady Elizabeth Cavendish, and Princess Margaret was really rather down at that moment because she wasn't quite certain where her life was going, and Lady Elizabeth thought it would be cheering for her. A small, intimate dinner party with fun people, and Tony was tremendous fun.
Anthony and the princess immediately hit it off and began their secret courtship.
They kept their relationship secret because the press at that time tended only to write about these things when they were given a press release. And Margaret and Tony tended to congregate in places where they knew they were fairly safe.
She went to see him at his studio in Pimlico. She would dress very unobtrusively. She wore a tweed skirt, she wore a headscarf, she wore sunglasses, and she was dropped to the next door street because there was a little alleyway through. He would take her on the back of his motorbike. He had a room in Rotherhithe. It was very romantic, really. At high tide, swans would float past. But they would have a meal there, and the princess, it was rather exciting for her to put on rubber gloves and do the washing up. And so they were able to have a courtship completely in private.
Anthony gave Margaret access to a world she found edgy and exciting. Britain was emerging from a sombre post-war period, and the carefree, swinging 60s were the perfect antidote.
They started to realise that they'd got a lot in common. She once wrote to a friend saying, "It always amazes me that Tony is supposed to have introduced me to the theatre, to the arts, and to architecture. They were reasons that brought us together in the first place."
She totally straddled these two worlds of royalty and pop culture that was beginning to take hold in the early 1960s.
I've got friends actually that remember partying with a record player on, drinks out, cigarettes being smoked. She was a very, very lively person. The difficulty was that getting her to bed. She would stay up till 3 o'clock in the morning, and even Snowden found that lifestyle quite tiring.
Like Anthony, Princess Margaret enjoyed mixing with the far set, and soon the couple became engaged.
I think the Queen and her mother were probably rather pleased that maybe the Margaret problem had been solved. Maybe she'd found somebody that was an intellectual match for her that could fulfill her artistic interests.
But even to Princess Margaret, Anthony's private life still remained a secret.
In the eyes of the royal family, there he was, an attractive single man with no obvious obstacle. I think if they'd known how complicated his life was, there would have been a lot of pressure for the princess to think really carefully if she wanted to marry him. He was having a love affair with a beautiful actress called Gina Ward. He was very tied up with his best friend and his wife.
Jeremy Fry, who had been indicted for a homosexual offence. And in fact, Jeremy Fry was apparently a man who Anthony was in a relationship with him and indeed his wife in a sort of menage a trois.
2 years after meeting each other, Princess Margaret and Anthony Armstrong Jones were married. But as the years went on, married life would start to prove stressful for the couple, and numerous affairs would threaten the union.
They were both having affairs, they'd break up, they'd insult each other, they'd fight.
As bohemian as she liked to think she was, as central to the swinging 60s as she probably saw herself, I very much doubt she saw herself as the wife of an open marriage.
But Margaret would have her own romantic adventures during the marriage, and one in particular would damage the relationship beyond repair. Princess Margaret's affair with 25-year-old gardener Roddy Llewellyn.
She meets somebody who she falls deeply, deeply in love with, somebody who brings her real happiness.
He was fun, he was charming, very presentable, had sort of shoulder-length hair, had an earring in one ear. And what he gave back to Princess Margaret was everything that Tony had stolen from her. Her self-esteem, her confidence, her sense of worth in the way she looked.
Delivering unexpected moments. Extraordinary stories sponsored by Prestige Flowers on Channel 5.
Presenting Boots Best for Less. Thousands of products you love at prices you love even more. With our best offers and low prices on beauty and self-care favourites. Exclusive savings with price advantage so you can treat yourself for less. Plus, our best-selling Boots brand range, you'll find the best for less at Boots. And with savings up to half price and over 1,000 self-care favourites, we're with you for our best in value. Boots, with you for life.
EasyJet's Big Orange Sale is now on. With up to £200 off package holidays. Get out there.
What if you could look as young as you feel? Excellence Creme by L'Oréal Paris. Real women put it to the test. I feel 20 years younger. That is incredible. Colour is so beautiful. The coverage is fantastic. Only 30 minutes. Just like, yes, I'm back. Excellence Creme, you're worth it.
Do you prefer digital currency for this exchange?
Over fiver.
No, it's crypto only, mate.
What a load of malarkey. We keep things simple. Less malarkey, more smarty. Search Smarty Mobile.
The new homework catalogue.
This isn't a catalogue, it's our lives.
It's not. This is a minimalist catalogue. That's not a real apple or a real baby.
No.
Have you met your neighbors from High 23? Wait! Nobody ever leaves the catalogue! Go your own way, there. Today I might cast my reflection. Therefore, every inch of my kingdom is non-stop action for me, and I'm certain that it's great.
Create mouth-watering meal times with Felix, as good as it looks. Purina.
Head and shoulders. I didn't know you had dandruff. I don't.
You got some money?
Yeah, I got your money.
Head and shoulders. You know you had dandruff.
I don't. Pass me the detonators.
Head and shoulders. I didn't know you had dandruff.
I don't. I don't.
You don't have dandruff with Head and Shoulders. It washes away dandruff and prevents it coming back.
You got them all rubber balls, causing waterfalls, stone walls, bar brawls, common stalls, and comfort halls. The way you rock, long style, girl, you got the chops, close calls, stand tall, down, you make them feel so small. And they love it! The boys wanna be her, the girls wanna be her, I wanna be her.
Years ago, we used to just fall asleep with a face full of makeup.
Our poor dry faces.
Don't regret, just reverse. New number 7 Future Renew Damage Reversal Serum. Reverse visible signs of skin damage. If only it was as easy to fix my other beauty mishaps. 3 for 2 on number 7. Available at Boots.
The levels of bioethanol found in bone iron ought to be suspicious.
If that will still exists, we need to find it.
What would that even prove?
They'll show that it changed it with some drugs that she gave him.
You think I killed your father? Did you?
Brand new drama, The Inheritance, continues Monday at 9 on Channel 5 and My5.
The late Queen's sister, Princess Margaret, had at last found a soulmate in society photographer Anthony Armstrong Jones, the future Lord Snowdon. And after the birth of their first child, David, in 1961, the Queen granted Armstrong Jones the title Earl of Snowdon.
When Princess Margaret was expecting her first baby, Snowdon was elevated to the peerage, and he became first Earl of Snowdon. She did not want to be known as Mrs. Anthony Armstrong Jones. She said to me, I didn't want all that fuss with double-barreled names. But when he became Earl of Snowdon, her title changed to the Princess Margaret, Countess of Snowdon.
3 years later, in 1964, Princess Margaret gave birth to their second child, this time a daughter, Sarah. But even parenthood failed to dampen their decadent lifestyle.
Whereby family is hugely important to the Queen, and her children are hugely important. You know, Margaret and Tony would go off on holiday to Italy, to Sardinia, to wherever they were going, and the children would stay with the Queen. They'd spend out their holidays with the Queen.
They had a very modern marriage in many ways, in that they did hang out with celebrities, with playwrights, with models, with actresses and actors. And they clearly loved that life.
Comedian Peter Sellers, I think, really wanted to get next to Princess Margaret. He became a great friend. They saw a lot of him.
Peter Sellers was famous for British comedies, but his private home movies reveal his taste for avant-garde satire.
Well, present, ladies and gentlemen,
my impersonation in 11 seconds flat before your very eyes of Her Royal Highness Princess Margaret.
Especially when Princess Margaret agreed to take on a starring role.
Sellers famously appears in a whole load of home movies that Snowdon and Margaret shot at Kensington Palace. She adored having showbiz people around and sort of acting out, if you like, the kind of life perhaps she dreamt she might have had she not been born a royal princess.
Although the princess liked to let her hair down, she never shied away from reminding people about her royal status.
She was not an easy guest to have, often extraordinarily rude to her host or hostess. And of course, you can't start eating until your royal guest arrives, often staying very, very late, and nobody can leave until the royal guest leaves.
You could be getting on famously, and then she'd kind of pull rank, or she'd remember who she was. I'm the Queen's sister, and she would hop back onto her twig.
The early years of their marriage were a whirlwind of social events and royal duties. But for Snowdon, the restrictions of royal life soon began to grate, and he became increasingly frustrated with its impact on his freedom. He was employed by the Sunday Times magazine and relished working on glamorous international assignments, as this rare colour footage reveals. But spending so much time away from Margaret caused her anxiety.
I certainly think that the nature of his job not only gave him the opportunity to continue philandering, but also seeded suspicion in Margaret.
I mean, sometimes they were only one night stands, and if he was away somewhere, I mean, nobody would know. The princess would not know. Certainly, I don't think the royal family would have known. I think Princess Margaret was too proud to have gone crying to them, or even told them.
Let's start with the rumors about your marriage. You know more about this than I do, I'm afraid.
Snowdon always had a reputation as a ladies' man. Now it was becoming clear that despite being married to the Queen's sister, nothing had changed, as his biographer reveals.
He philandered for England. Tony never really dropped earlier girlfriends. There was a constant succession of women, and I think men, but it's difficult to say about the infidelity because it never really stopped.
I think the most significant affair at that time of the marriage was his relationship with Lady Jackie Rufus Isaacs. She was a very glamorous model, the daughter of the Marquis of Reading, whom Snowdon had befriended several years earlier. And by 1968, the two of them were involved in a rip-roaring affair.
A very passionate affair, lots of subterfuge. She was working in the Yves Saint Laurent shop in London, and he would have a code word about his lady Jacqueline there.
Tony was some 18 years older than her. Jackie was, only 21 at the time. And for some considerable time, they managed to keep this romance secret. The question really was, did he really care? I don't think he really did. Margaret, of course, was devastated by this, but I think this was the one romance that at that stage, when Tony actively considered walking out on the marriage.
The affair was finally revealed by the press in 1971, but Snowdon wasn't the only one straying. After her death in 2002, details about some of Princess Margaret's relationships came to light. Her authorized biographer believes that Snowdon may have played a part in engineering what was believed to be her first affair.
One of his friends put it to me that if you're playing the field, if you're playing around, then it eases your conscience if your spouse is doing the same thing. So around about 1966, when he was going off on one of his assignments, he'd asked Anthony Barton, who was a winemaker in Bordeaux, to come and keep Princess Margaret company.
And so it seemed, with almost kind of vindictive glee, he pushed the two of them together, which of course made Margaret's own sense of being abandoned by her husband even worse.
In 1967, the princess took another lover, Robin Douglas Hume, nephew of the former Prime Minister Alec Douglas Hume, and this time Lord Snowdon was in the dark.
Robin fell madly in love with Princess Margaret and thought that this was the whole future. He had an entire future with her. He's always been rather euphemistically described in the tabloids as an upper class jazz and nightclub musician. I think there was a bit more to him than that.
By the end of the decade, their marriage had soured into open warfare.
Snowdon had a very cruel streak, and he liked nothing more to humiliate and belittle his wife, particularly in public. Why did he do it? I think out of sheer boredom and because he could. On one occasion, they were house guests of someone, and totally bored with the conversation, flipped open a book of matches, lit them, and started flicking them at Princess Margaret, who was wearing some elaborate organza ball gown. And there was a very real danger that it might catch fire. And when she reprimanded him for doing it, said, "Look, you might set fire to my dress." He said, "Good, I hate that material, I hate that dress."
But then, in 1973, Margaret's world would change forever when she met 25-year-old Roddy Llewellyn. The two were introduced to each other by a mutual friend at a restaurant in Edinburgh, and immediately hit it off. Roddy was the son of a baronet and had established himself as a landscape gardener for the high society set.
His father, Harry Llewellyn, had won a gold medal at the 1952 Helsinki Olympics.
Colonel Llewellyn, up on the incomparable fox hunter.
Roddy was a landscape gardener, a fairly modest outlook on life.
Roddy Llewellyn was a relatively young man compared to Princess Margaret. He was 25 years old. He didn't really do very much. He sort of kind of swished around, just having quite a fabulous time. He wasn't from a kind of hugely aristocratic family, but he moved in those circles. And he really met Princess Margaret through chance.
In 1973, the unlikely pair were brought together by Lady Anne Glenconner at the Café Royal in Edinburgh, Scotland.
Her friends were organising a bit of a weekend away, a bit of a party weekend, and somebody dropped out, and he was sort of called in as a last-minute stand-in. They were like, "Okay, who do we know who is young, fun, glamorous, and likes to have a good time? Oh, we'll call Roddy."
Margaret went with Colin Tennant into Edinburgh to pick him up from the railway station. He'd come up from London. And she was rather taken by this young man, and she inquired as to whether he had got any swimming trunks with him, because there was a pool and there would be fun around the pool. And he said no. So she said, "Well, let's go and buy you some." So the two of them, with Colin Tennant alongside, went off into the centre of Edinburgh to buy Roddy some trunks. Anyway, the trunks he chose, I believe they were Union Jack trunks, were very flattering, and he and the trunks were a great hit over the course of the next few days.
Princess Margaret always sat in the front beside Colin, but when she arrived, she got out of the back with Roddy. And Lady Anne thought, "Oh, what have I done?" And they were pretty well inseparable.
They couldn't have been more different. She was a royal princess, he was a gardener. Not only that, he was 17 years younger than her. Nonetheless, they started on what was obviously a proper, passionate affair of the heart. And their relationship came at a time when Margaret's marriage to Snowdon was clearly crumbling or had crumbled. She was very lonely, she was very unhappy, and Roddy Llewellyn made her very happy instead of very unhappy.
The couple managed to keep their early relationship a secret, not only from the press, but also Lord Snowdon. But how long would this last?
They were able to sort of escape under the radar, if you like. But it does seem incredible now that they were able to conduct an affair for the best part of 3 years without anyone outside their own circles know about it.
I suspect that the 3 years at the beginning of this relationship, before it became public knowledge, were the happiest years of Princess Margaret and Roddy Llewellyn's affair, their relationship. The fact that they managed to keep it out of the newspapers, to stop it being public knowledge, was an extraordinary feat in itself.
There was quite a concerted effort by her, by him, by the people around them to keep it secret until, of course, it wasn't. They went on that holiday to Musty.
Delivering unexpected moments. Extraordinary stories, sponsored by Prestige Flowers on Channel 5.
The night is ours. Black Opium, the original with a buffer. Yves Saint Laurent.
Amazon delivers diabolical entertainment, included with pride. Treat the family by the latest cinema releases.
Our book is one and only Spanish.
And enjoy even more with a free trial of Paramount Plus. It's right here, Prime Video.
うちは南にいるべきだと思われているかもしれない。でも私は90歳、まだ若いんだ。無理した方がいいなんて言わせない。
When we're on holiday, Dad loves his food. The spicier the better. And he tends to get distracted by shiny things. And once he's got all the gear, there's no stopping him. Yep, that's my dad. Just a big kid, excited to meet a turtle. And what a numpty he is. What a holiday that was.
15-night Caribbean holidays from $1099 per person. Atoll protected.
Disneyland Paris, where magic gets real. Enjoy a family break for £91 per person per night. Book now on DisneylandParis.com.
Hastings Direct is simple. Great cover, great price, and a great app makes us one of the UK's top choices when comparing car insurance online. Hastings Direct.
Is cancer winning? Cancer research won't let it. We made radiotherapy possible, so cancer couldn't stop his big bang. We studied tumor DNA to find better treatments so she can see her girls grow up. We're finding new ways to outsmart cancer so more people can hear.
It's gone.
Together, we are beating cancer.
Hey, do you want to share a pudding?
Oh, come on.
Turn up the things you love for less with up to £500 off selected invisible hearing aids. And with interest-free monthly payment plans, there's no better time. Book your free hearing check today at bootshearingcare.com.
There is a goddess in all of us, strong as a lioness. Embrace the power within. Burberry Goddess, the new fragrance.
It was a day that shook our nation.
We are bringing you the news tonight on the death of Her Majesty the Queen.
24 dramatic and emotional hours.
She had been there all of our lives, and then she's gone.
A year on, we reveal what really happened on the day the Queen died, minute by minute. Sunday at 9 on Channel 5 and My5.
After tying the knot in 1960, more than a decade on, the princess's marriage to Lord Snowdon was in serious trouble.
You satisfied with the good news that you know you may more about this than I do, I'm afraid.
Have you spoken with Princess Margaret this morning at all?
This morning, you know the time difference here. No, we spoke last night on the internet.
What was her reaction last time? You talked to her.
Nothing. We just talked about family.
Snowdon was still working abroad and continuing to have affairs. And Margaret had been in a secret 2-year relationship of her own.
I suspect that Roddy Llewellyn was probably the first man who had truly loved Margaret for who she was rather than for what she was, royal princess. I think their romance was a real one, and I suspect she found proper happiness for the first time with Roddy Llewellyn.
I think for Margaret, it was sort of being transported back, perhaps to those carefree days before she met Snowdon, or when she first met Snowdon, and then there was when she was smitten by the man who became her husband, and equally she became smitten with Roddy Llewellyn.
I think this relationship had very much moved on from just being like a sort of fling or a short-lived affair. They clearly had very deep feelings for each other.
I think she truly loved him. And what Roddy did, he was fun, he was charming, he was young, he was great company.
The biggest factor in keeping the affair secret was that much of it was conducted at Princess Margaret's villa on the private Caribbean island of Mustique. She had been given the land as a wedding present from her friends Colin and Anne Tennant, who later inherited the titles of Lord and Lady Glenconner. It was here that Princess Margaret built a villa she called Les Jolies Eaux, or the Beautiful Waters.
Of course, the key thing about Mustique was it was a private island. So there was no members of the public, no riffraff there who could see with their own eyes what was going on. So it was somewhere where Princess Margaret and Roddy Llewellyn could truly be themselves.
Perhaps the most critical thing it had going for it was paparazzi proof, and that's why it attracted the likes of Mick Jagger and David Bowie and other big name celebrities in the 60s and 70s. And Margaret was probably the biggest name of all. The other great attraction of Mustique was that Tony never went there. He hated the place, he hated the mosquitoes, he hated the heat, and he hated the people more for that, because they all fawned over his wife, and he did not like that. So he stayed well away.
Mustique was a private island, and they were amongst friends. It was where Princess Margaret really let her hair down. So it was the ideal place to have an affair.
While Margaret and Roddy were relaxing in romantic nirvana, Snowdon, although now allegedly aware of the affair, continued to be distant.
He at this point is having quite a wild time and sowing his oats, and he's had affairs, and that's not holding him back.
Tony was already involved with Lucy Lindsay Hogg. He minded hugely that Princess Margaret was involved with Roddy Llewellyn. Tell that man to keep out of my house, he'd say. Well, it wasn't his house anyway.
But paradise was lost in 1976 when a paparazzi photographer snuck onto the island and got the shot that would shatter Princess Margaret's world.
A tabloid photographer, did get onto the island, and he did manage to track down Margaret and Roddy and took these pictures of them, which of course he took back to London, and they were box office.
So there was a huge shock when the News of the World published on its front page a picture of the Queen's sister in a swimsuit with a young man whom the paper called her toy boy, Roddy Llewellyn, in his tight-fitting trunks.
The photograph was published by the News of the World on the 22nd of February 1976 and immediately made a huge impact worldwide.
Of course, once it was out with the News of the World, it was out. Of course, the public didn't know that, in fact, there had been 4 people in that photograph and 2 of them were cut out. But the message was just exactly the same. The princess had been having this long love affair with Roddy Llewellyn, a man who was 17 years younger than her, and the scandal broke.
Everybody went absolutely nuts about these photographs. Who was Margaret with? Who's this guy? Who's this toy boy she's with? She's having an affair. She's still married. What is going on? Constitutional crisis. So the whole thing blows up, and Mustique is where it all blows up.
And that was enough to blow apart Snowdon and Margaret's marriage, to cause huge scandal in London. It ended up with MPs discussing it in a parliamentary debate, calling Margaret a hussy, implying she was a scarlet woman. These days, she probably would have been called a cougar in the press.
And even the Queen is said to talk to the then Prime Minister, James Callaghan, about it. And in the words of one of her former private secretaries, she said, "What are we going to do about my sister's gutter snipe life?" Now, whether they were the actual words, I wouldn't stake my life on it, but that was the sentiment. That is what was quoted.
The palace planned to issue an official statement announcing the separation of Margaret and Lord Snowdon on the 19th of March, but they hadn't told Lord Snowdon. The statement was leaked early, and he was able to get his response in first.
And he was in Australia. He himself issued a further statement, which was very moving, talking about his regret. And he emerged, in fact, as the innocent, sinned against party. Nobody knew that he was actually there with his mistress, but he was the one who gained public sympathy. And indeed, he had the sympathy of the palace.
I'm naturally desperately sad.
It seems incredible that Snowdon could claim the moral high ground, because he had been involved in a full-on affair with Lucy Lindsay Hogg, who was the ex-wife of a very prominent theatre and cinema director. They'd been having an affair for the best part of 4 years, and in fact, he would go on to marry Lucy.
It was one rule for men in those days and one rule for women. Women having extramarital affairs was a very big no-no. Women having a toy boy, as they were called in those days, was really considered not the done thing, very grubby.
Shortly after the pictures were made public, Roddy also released a statement to the press.
Roddy just kind of fesses up, and he makes a statement to the press where he basically says, "I apologise to the royal family for any embarrassment that I've caused, and particularly want to, send an apology to the Queen."
The failure of the Snowdon marriage was pretty much stacked at Margaret's door. It wasn't true that Margaret was wholly responsible for the breakdown in this marriage. It takes two to tango, and they knew how to tango.
With their marriage in total breakdown, Princess Margaret and Lord Snowdon headed for the divorce court. But would Roddy and Margaret's now public relationship survive the scandal?
Many people thought that Roddy would have been so shocked by what had happened, he would retreat from the whole hullabaloo.
And it would be revealed that Snowdon harboured one final shocking secret.
Delivering unexpected moments. Extraordinary stories sponsored by Prestige Flowers on Channel 5.
There's digging, and then there's super digging. There's food, and then there's Baker's Superfoods, made with selected natural ingredients and tasty chicken. There's food, and then there's Baker's Superfoods.
No sausage!
Sausage! Sausage! Oh, good sausage! Sausage. Sausage.
Sausage!
Come here, sausage! Sausage.
More than pet insurance. Here for you, here for...
Sausage!
Because life is more than insurance.
Hey, big saver! Save on hundreds of products with Nectar prices at Sainsbury's. Simply scan or swipe Nectar in-store or online.
Finally, my shade looks like my skin.
2C.
8.5N, 0.5N, 12N. New True Match Foundation. Now formulated with up to 6 pigments. Your True Match begins with our most precise blend of pigments yet to help 99.5% of women find their true match. New True Match by L'Oréal Paris.
We're all worth it.
It's time to save Britain serious money, Super 7.
At Money Supermarket, we're on a mission to change saving forever. Introducing the Super Save Club. On top of the big savings you could already make with us on car insurance, broadband, and more. We'll give you rewards to spend however you want.
Eyes on the prize, please. Savings can't wait.
The new Super Save Club from Money Supermarket. Saving supercharged.
Gucci Flora Gorgeous Magnolia, the newer Duperson.
Ready to change your hair color for good? Garnier Good, our new generation of permanent hair color. 90% natural origin kit, no ammonia. Apply like a mask. Feels good, glossy color, grays are gone. Feel good that shows. Change your hair color for good. By Garnier, naturally.
Don't tell me it's impossible.
Renogy HCF Triple Serum. 3 targeted ingredients for our first time combined in 1 triple dose. Targets key signs of aging. 9 out of 10 prefer it to their current serum. Discover our high-performance duo with new HBN 300 peptide cream.
Amazon delivers. Diabolical entertainment. Completed with pride.
Boy.
Treat the family by the latest cinema releases.
I'm Brooklyn's one and only Spanish.
And enjoy even more with a free trial of Paramount Plus. It's right here, Prime Video.
Step forward, step into the light. Max Factor introduces Facefinity, our first 3-in-1 foundation that combines primer, concealer, and foundation. Now with climate protection, with a professional finish that lasts. Reveal your extraordinary. Facefinity 3-in-1 foundation from Max Factor.
Step inside Queen Victoria's most cherished home.
Osborne House was a place that they could go and be safe.
With privileged access to the unique palace, its magnificent grounds, and rich history.
It's like time stood still and they're still there.
Osborne House, a royal retreat, next Saturday at 8:20 on Channel 5 and Net 5.
Delivering unexpected moments. Extraordinary Stories, sponsored by Prestige Flowers on Channel 5.
In 1960, Princess Margaret had married Anthony Armstrong Jones in Westminster Abbey, in front of a worldwide television audience of 300 million people. But 18 years later, Princess Margaret's affair with Roddy Llewellyn was now common knowledge, and the Snowdons were forced to get a divorce.
The princess was terribly against divorce. She was, what most people didn't realise about her was that she was tremendously religious. When the marriage was going wrong, she went to prayer groups and she thought deeply about her religion.
The Queen is supreme governor of the Church of England, so she had to be mindful of that. I think the fact that the Queen was prepared to acknowledge that her sister's marriage had broken down showed that times had moved on, and the Church of England, of course, had moved on. The Church of England's position on divorce was different in the 70s from what it was in the 50s.
There had been a divorce in the extended royal family in 1967 after the Queen's cousin, the Earl of Harwood, scandalously sired an illegitimate son. This time it was the Queen's sister, once second in line to the throne. But while the divorce created headlines and caused upset, it was not a constitutional crisis.
Now, it's actually said that theirs was the first divorce since Henry VIII. To be pedantic, Henry VIII wasn't divorced. That marriage was annulled. So it was though it had never taken place. So really, Margaret's was the first proper divorce in royal history. And it did kind of pave the way for what would come in the 80s and the 90s, with 3 of the Queen's own children being divorced. When Princess Margaret was involved with Peter Townsend in the 50s, was scandalous. It was taboo. Now, it was a part of everyday life.
But despite a difficult and very public divorce, Margaret's relationship with Roddy Llewellyn survived.
So the fact that Margaret and Roddy Llewellyn continued their relationship after the divorce indicates that they were very into each other. They obviously really enjoyed each other's company. I think they were both very much in love with each other. And I think they also wanted to send a signal that this wasn't just some sort of grubby, short-lived affair, that they had real feelings for each other and they wanted to be with each other.
They spent a number of years together. He clearly gave her a great deal of happiness and a bit of self-confidence and self-respect again after the years with Snowdon.
Roddy even released a record whilst he and Princess Margaret continued their relationship.
I'm not quite sure why he released this record, but I think possibly it was because, he was now quite famous, he was in the public eye, his girlfriend was the sister of the then Queen.
What does Princess Margaret think about it all?
I naturally wouldn't have done anything without consulting various people, including her and my family. So they are all in approval.
So yeah, maybe he was slightly riding on the coattails of some of the publicity, but yeah, I think it was quite a short-lived music career.
And while Roddy stuck by Margaret, 7 months after the divorce, Lord Snowdon married again.
Tony then very quickly married his long-term lover, Lucy Lindsay Hall, who became Countess of Snowdon, and went on working and went on having affairs.
In 1979, the couple had a daughter, Lady Frances. But after the birth of an illegitimate son in 1998, Snowdon's second marriage ended in divorce.
I think there are two things that motivated Snowdon throughout his life, his work and sex, and he wanted as much as the one as the other.
He'd flirt with the letterbox, he would flirt with anything, and Lady Reading put it a little more succinctly. She said he'd jump on everything that moved.
Then in 1981, Princess Margaret and Roddy Llewellyn's whirlwind romance came to an end.
They separated after 8 years, and it was, by all accounts, amicable. There wasn't any sort of nastiness around it. Roddy went on to marry again. Margaret never did, but they did remain on good terms. They remained good friends.
In July later that year, Roddy Llewellyn married Tatiana Soskin, the daughter of film producer Paul Soskin. The couple would go on to have 3 daughters and remain married today.
Roddy had met the lady he married. Princess Margaret would have attended the wedding had it not clashed with an official tour that she was making, an official visit she was making to Canada in July of 1981, so she wasn't there. But their friendship was very, very firmly maintained.
What's really to the credit of Princess Margaret is that she has these great loves and, she splits up with them, but she actually remains on really good terms with all her, former lovers, and she and Roddy remained on really good terms.
After Roddy left, Princess Margaret very quickly became middle-aged. She had her friends. She had a very loyal circle of friends. She was still, in her way, an imperious princess. And there is no doubt that attitudes towards her from the late 70s and then throughout the 80s hardened. She was often criticised for the amount of time she spent on holiday. She was criticised for her drinking. She was criticised for her smoking. Her health suffered. And there is no doubt that she became a rather sad figure, slightly marginalised on the edge of royal life.
Princess Margaret died in 2002, and her funeral was attended by Roddy Llewellyn.
When Princess Margaret died in 2002, there was a lot of sadness about it. I think people felt a bit shocked about it because she wasn't incredibly old. She was in her 70s, and she had been this very vivacious, gregarious character. And I think there was a lot of affection from the public about her
the Queen herself acknowledged that Roddy had made Margaret happy. And so although the relationship hadn't been born in auspicious circumstances and wasn't welcomed by the royal family at the time, there's no doubt that it wasn't just a fling, and it had been, in a sense, good for Margaret.
After her death, he revealed how shocked he was that the story of the affair had become such a sensation. And he said that if he'd had a crystal ball, he would have known what the future would hold. But in reality, he was just following his heart.
Despite a tumultuous marriage, Lord Snowdon also attended Margaret's funeral.
You know, Tony and Princess Margaret, after the divorce, after a certain period of time, I mean, they re-established a relationship of friendship. After all, they had the children in common, they had to talk about that, and there was an awful lot of residual affection.
Though Margaret and her ex-husband remained affectionate, the astonishing story of her life with Lord Snowdon still had secrets to reveal.
In fact, it wasn't until 2004, some time after Princess Margaret's death, that perhaps the most salacious, sensational story about Snowdon's extramarital affairs came out. Before Princess Margaret and Snowdon got married, there were already plenty of rumours that the man he wanted to be his best man, Jeremy Fry, who was married to Camilla Fry, that in fact that friendship between Snowdon, Camilla and Jeremy was much more than a friendship with both of them.
A rumour had been buzzing around for some time that one of Jeremy Fry's daughters was actually by Tony. And I asked him if I could talk to this girl. Was this so? And he said yes. And so I wrote to her, and she told me all about it. I went to see her. Her name was Polly Fry, and she had persuaded Tony to have a DNA test done, and it proved conclusively that she was Tony's daughter. And she had actually been conceived while he was courting Princess Margaret. She was born while they were on honeymoon. But of course, if that had happened, that had broken in 1960, it would have put paid to any idea of marriage. And God knows what would have happened if it had broken while they were newly married. I simply can't imagine.
Lord Snowdon died at the age of 86 in 2017, taking to the grave any further revelations about one of royalty's most remarkable and most controversial of love stories. But was Roddy's relationship with Princess Margaret to blame for ending the Snowdons' marriage? Or did the revelation of their affair pave the way for a more modern attitude towards divorce in the royal family?
I think Roddy's affair with Margaret was very much the final nail in the coffin to the increasingly acrimonious relationship between Princess Margaret and Lord Snowdon.
I think this affair had really profound implications for the royal family, because it kind of shows that the royal family has to move with the times. The royal family has to modernise, even though people don't want it to. And Roddy Llewellyn and his relationship with Margaret, actually, I think, was a really important part of that.
From its humble origins to the magnificent residence it is today, revealing its secrets, Buckingham Palace with Alexander Armstrong is available now on My5, and delving into the secret lives of the royals and centuries of history in one of Britain's wealthiest districts, the Royal Borough at Kensington and Chelsea, is brand new Thursday at 9. Coming up, Kate Winslet stars in the transatlantic house swap rom-com The Holiday. Next.
I am what I am. I don't want praise. I don't want pity. I'm so if my life brings sparkle and makes back on. Why not see things from a different angle? Your life is a sham till you can't shout out. I am what I am. Thank you.
New Fragrance by Narciso Rodriguez.
30 years ago, Dyson created a vacuum that didn't lose suction. Then, with new digital motors, they pioneered lightweight cordless machines with a detangling brush bar to remove pet hair and battery technology for whole home cleans. Their latest innovation even reveals hidden dust. In fact, it's their most powerful cordless vacuum. So if you want something that works like a Dyson, it has to be a Dyson. Find the right cordless vacuum for you. Payment options available at Dyson.
Be our guest.
Welcome.
If you're happy, yes, of course. If my customers are very happy, I'm very happy. Behind the front desk. Today's busy. Hotel Benidorm. Fun-loving Brits in the sun. Starts Sunday at 8 on Channel 5 and My 5.
She's got a killer to catch. Right after the swimsuit competition, Sandra Bullock stars in action comedy Miss Congeniality tomorrow at 5 to 4. Now, Kate Winslet and Cameron Diaz trade places to find love in The Holiday.
It all began with the last part of Rolo Dessert. Don't miss the event of the season.
This film is sponsored by Rolo Desserts.
I have found almost everything ever written about love to be true. Shakespeare said, "Journeys end in lovers' meeting." Oh, what an extraordinary thought. Personally, I have not experienced anything remotely close to that, but I'm more than willing to believe Shakespeare had. I suppose I think about love more than anyone really should. I'm constantly amazed by its sheer power to alter and define our lives. It was Shakespeare who also said, "Love is blind." Now that is something I know to be true. For some, quite inexplicably, love fades. For others, love is simply lost. But then, of course, love can also be found, even if just for the night. And then there's another kind of love, the cruelest kind, the one that almost kills its victims. It's called unrequited love. Of that, I am an expert. Most love stories are about people who fall in love with each other. But what about the rest of us? What about our stories? Those of us who fall in love alone. We are the victims of a one-sided affair. We are the cursed of the loved ones. We are the unloved ones, the walking wounds, the handicapped without the advantage of a great parking space. Yes, you are looking at one such individual, and I have willingly loved that man for over 3 miserable years. The absolute worst years of my life. The worst Christmases, the worst birthdays, New Year's Eves brought in by tears and valium. These years that I've been in love have been the darkest days of my life. All because I've been cursed by being in love with a man who does not and will not love me back. Oh God, just the sight of him
Heart pounding, throat thickening, absolutely can't swallow. All the usual symptoms.
Oh, Jasmine. Don't tell me you're still.
No, that's over. Very over.
What's the story with you two anyway? You were shagging already.
More importantly, I was in love with him, truth be known.
Yes, I remember. Then you found out you were shagging that trip from circulation.
Which is when we stopped shagging him. I don't know if we should be talking about this party.
How do I see you two together? He cheated on you, but you stayed friends.
I was head over heels. Everyone knew. Does it look like I'm crying right now?
No. It just looks like it's a smoky noise, doesn't it? Did he ever actually tell you that he loved you back?
Yes, 3, almost 4 times. And when I reminded him of that, he said that it must have been as an answer to a question, which, by the way, it absolutely was not.
You know, Iris, when you catch your guy with another woman, you're not supposed to stay friends with him. You're supposed to never talk to the prick again. You're supposed to throw things at him, scream, call him names, not do his blooming laundry.
Do his laundry? Did someone tell you I do his laundry? No, all we do now is we email. Not when he's with her, of course. Also when he's not with her, we talk on the phone. Sometimes for hours. And there's the occasional long lunch.
You know, I never realised how pathetic you are.
Really? Oh God, I'm so aware of it.
They always know just how to get us, don't they? Who knows, whenever he wants to come crawling back into your life.
Actually, he has made some small comments like that recently. He hasn't exactly come right out and said it, but he
Iris,
said, did you find our story? Oh no, not yet. Oh, down to the wire, sorry. Better go. Holmes' best friend spoke for many guests when he said Hilary will open Edward's eyes and round out his life.
Okay, I've got a question for you. What's it like to be the only person committed to their work while the rest of us are slumming?
You mean what's it like to be the only person not to finish their work on time? Hold on, don't go.
Is it fun having a brain that works that fast?
Shut up.
No, I mean it. It'll be a brilliant finish too.
I assure you it's not.
I think.
Hi. Your column today was fantastic. God, I love that line. The onrushing stripping of dignity and thought from British lives. Great writing.
Hey, I got you something for Christmas.
That's convenient because I got you something too.
Oh, darling, I don't actually have my gift with me. In fact, I've probably mislaid it, but I know I've got you something. So it's somewhere in my car. Do you want to know what it is?
No, that's okay.
I know you're going to look hot in it.
Well, let's hope you find it then. Not exactly something hot, but happy Christmas. I don't think we'll actually get a chance to do this year. Remember last Christmas we exchanged gifts in March? This is good. We're getting better.
You stink. It's a first edition. Where did you find it?
Buried in that little place we found in Covent Garden that time.
Why are you so great? Hate it that we can never talk.
Hate it.
Well, first of all, very happy Christmas to each and every one of you. Now, we're not officially closed, as you very well know, but we are going to try and get by this week with a smaller than normal staff. But before some of you rush off on holiday, I do have one rather important announcement. Now this affects Iris. Iris Simpkins, where are you?
Okay.
Iris, I have a tip for you.
Excellent.
A wedding was finally announced earlier today that I don't believe any other paper in town knows about, and I want you to be the first to report on this particular union as it is between two of our most esteemed colleagues. May I introduce the newly engaged Sarah Smith Alcott and Jasper Bloom.
Amanda! Amanda! Look, may I just say again that I did not sleep with her.
Right, because your receptionist needs to work till 3 in the morning.
A bunch of us were working all night. She wanted to hang out.
Okay, then swear on my life that you didn't sleep with her.
Oh, come on.
Go ahead.
Look, I don't want to. I'm not going to.
Your receptionist, Ethan. You know, this is why I knew that we were smart never to get married. This is why I told you never to get rid of your house. You know, somewhere inside, I knew this about
Okay,
you.
first of all, can you please calm down, all right? Because I did not sleep with her, all right? And secondly, we've had problems for over a year, and I know you don't want to deal with that, but we have.
Oh, I am well aware we've had problems for the last year. If I work a little bit too much, I never stop hearing about it. But if you work too much, Maestro, it's for the sake of your music.
If you work too much, Amanda, you cut 75 trailers this year. You put a cutting room in the house, and you sleep with your BlackBerry. And I'm not even going to have a conversation with you about the sex because I can't remember the last time we did it.
Come on, nobody has time for sex.
That's not entirely true.
You absolutely slept with her. Seriously, you have to get out. You know what I really think, Ethan? I don't think you ever really loved me. How's that? No, I think you love the idea of you and me, but not so much me. Not me, not really.
Look, I did the best I could. Is anybody good enough for that job?
I will send you your things.
You know you do this, right? When you screw up every relationship you've ever been in. It's what you do. Oh. You didn't really want to be a couple. You resisted your own way. And it's hard to detect how you even do it because nobody's quite as smart as you. So you're hard to catch at it. But it always surfaces, and this is what happens.
What happened?
Things end. Just like you knew they would. Amanda, you know how I feel about you. There's nobody like you. You just don't want to be what I need. Well, not what I need. I mean, you know what I mean.
You know, I would never cheat on you, not under any conditions.
And neither would I, okay? I mean, look at me. I'm down here sweating like a pig. Look at you. I mean, you're the only woman on the face of the earth who breaks up with her boyfriend and doesn't even shed a tear. I mean, that's got to mean something, right?
Why does it bug you so much that I can't cry? Oh, esophageal spasm. God, it's a big one. No, it's okay. I'll be all right.
I know. I'm thinking about me.
Ethan, look, it's over. You know, we might as well be honest with each other. Just tell me, did you sleep with her? Just say it. What's the difference at this point, right? I mean, why torture me? Just put me out of my misery. What are we doing here?
Okay. Yes, okay, I slept with her. Are you happy? I've been sleeping with her. She's in love with me. She's young. Look, this is not a proud moment for me. I mean, you should just know that. Amanda!
Did you say, am I happy?
I didn't mean that. You know, you get me nuts sometimes. I say things I don't mean.
In the world of love, Ethan, not that I'm such a genius at it, but in the world of love, cheating is simply not acceptable.
No matter what you think, I know you have a very high opinion of yourself. This isn't all me.
Okay.
So when you're not in such a rage, I think you'll see that too.
Maybe when I stop having visions of you two together, I will see your side.
You gotta be.
Is this a bad time? No, I'm just flipping out a little bit. Oh, okay. Okay, no, I'm okay. God, how did this happen? No, I'm all right. Hi. What's up? Ben needs you.
Rebecca Green was just your average 20-year-old until the father she never knew left her something she never expected.
Don't scream.
Father left you something in his will.
I never met my father.
Well, at least now you know he was interested.
Daisy Lohan, James Franco. Deception.
How do you have like 2 guns?
I think one will be enough.
Christmas Day.
Amazing. It finally looks like a hit.
And that is why they pay you the big bucks.
I think we should just go back to the original cut on the end. So much stronger.
I agree.
And make Christmas Day twice as big. But try it in a red, like a happy red, not like a Scorsese red.
Happy red.
Okay, so we're done.
All right.
Hey, let's just take off for a few weeks.
Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah? I'm not kidding. You always say that this is our busiest time. I need to get out of town. You know, I think I need some peace and quiet. Or whatever it is people go away for. You know what I really want to do? I want to eat carbs without wanting to kill myself. You know, I want to read a book. Not just a magazine, an actual book. For years, I read these reviews. I buy the books, but I never read them. Did you read that article in the New York Times last Sunday? Severe stress makes women age prematurely because stress causes the DNA in our cells to shrink until they can no longer replicate. So when we're stressed, we look haggard. This is just women, not men.
Sorry.
And remember when they used to say that single women over the age of 35 were more likely to be killed by a terrorist than to get married? Okay, that was horrible. But now our generation is also not getting married. And bonus, real terrorists actually became part of our lives. So the stress of it all shows up on our faces, making us look haggard. Well, Ethan goes on looking cute forever and stripping his 24-year-old receptionist. Oh my God. See what I mean? I need a vacation. Okay, where do I want to go? Buy myself at Christmas. Buy myself depressed at Christmas. Alone on vacation. Alone. Totally alone. Please, just give me one tear. Moving on. Oh, where Bora Bora. Kayak for one? No, thank you. Vacation rentals. I could do that. Pull up in a house somewhere, disappear for a few weeks. I like that idea. Where do you want to go on your next vacation? Click here and pick a country. Where do they speak English? Ah. Click on a town or city. Let's see. Cotswolds. Barn converted to modern house in the beautiful Cotswolds, which looks exactly like the valley. Surrey. Christmas in the country. A fairy tale English cottage set in a tranquil country garden. Snuggle up by an old stone fireplace and enjoy a cup of cocoa. An enchanting oasis of tranquility in a quiet English hamlet just 40 minutes from exciting London. Yeah.
Have yourself a merry little Christmas. May your heart be light. In a year our troubles will be outside. Now on.
What am I doing? Low point. Low point. I'm interested in renting your house. I'm wondering if your house is available this Christmas. Because if it is, you could be a real lifesaver. I know it's ridiculously late to be asking me if you're at all interested. Please contact me. I'm very interested, but the cottage is really only available for home exchange. Home exchange? What is that? We switch houses, cars, everything. I haven't done it before, but friends of mine have. Where are you? Please say somewhere far away. LA? I've been there. I just wanted to go. I'm Iris, by the way. I'm very normal. Neat freak, healthy, non-smoker. Single. Hate my horrible life. I'm Amanda. Loner lizard and complicated wreck. Hi. I must say, the house looks ideal. Just what I need. Great. What will place look like? My place looks nice, but I'm so bigger than yours. Are there any men in your town? Honestly? We are on. 2 weeks. Starting tomorrow.
It all began with a last part of Rolo dessert. Don't miss the event of the season.
This film is sponsored by Rolo Desserts.
squeezing across the chest, a feeling of unease. The early symptoms of a heart attack don't always feel severe, but it's never too early to call 999 and describe your symptoms.
Some people come to escape. They come here looking for something.
Seeing things you haven't.
I always have a memorable time. Always.
Extraordinary TV has a perfect partner. Sky Full Fiber Broadband now free for 9 months when you take Sky TV and Netflix for £26 a month.
I want to kick back in my bathrobe and just watch the fading light, the tea brewing on the table, and the ambiance is right. And now the city seems so distant as you hand me the remote. 10 ropes of gas, don't let it pass, just hold the evening close. I will slow the phone, now let it go, and I'll help you understand. We're gonna lay down pretty easy, take a load on, man, and blow.
Sell your car the motorway way, where dealers compete to give you their best price.
It's Bid Mania as dealers bid for Helen's car.
14,000, Matt?
I'm just bidding my best price.
But wait, here's the star of the show. And he's just bid 14,500. 15,000? No way.
Yes, way. Motorway, the way to sell your car.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
We can't make working out any easier, but we can straighten your teeth 3 times sooner than traditional braces.
It is so easy to follow.
And now I have the smile that I've always wanted.
Join over 1 million smilers and counting.
Life-changing. The best decision I ever made.
No braces, no monthly practice visits, no paying a fortune. Book your free visit at smiledirectclub.co.uk.
Smile Direct Club. Running a business can feel like climbing a mountain. It's actually a volcano. Xero accounting software can help keep your business finances running smoothly. Soon, climbing up that mountain will feel more like riding down one. A really cool bike that can time travel. Search Xero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
Don't let your baby cry. She needs this.
Too many people parenting with parenting. A little less in a world of more. 2 ingredients and nothing else. Water wipes.
Looks like it's a stormy night in Admouth. Oh, that'll be Mr. Fanby. Luckily for him, his house and car are insured with Admiral.
No wonder he sleeps well at night.
With Admiral Multicover, the more you protect, the more you save.
There is a former client of mine. His name is John Webster. He was stalking me.
You're in danger, Ingrid. Deep down, you know you need my help.
He's trusted.
Don't engage with him, Ingrid.
It's not weakness to have someone who watch your back.
This is my life. I'm playing.
You're not like anyone else in your life.
Watch the first episode of the new Paramount Plus original series, The Killing Kind, Monday at 10 on Channel 5.
It's the wedding of the year. Join us and celebrate this perfect pairing. Your invitation awaits.
This film is sponsored by Rolo Desserts.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry. Sorry.
Oh, yes, there it is. Well, hello, dear. Excuse me. There we go. No, it's okay. There's a beauty here.
Amanda Woods is proud to present The Life. She had it all. The job, the house, the guy. This holiday season, find out what Amanda doesn't have.
Madam? Madam? Madam?
Yeah.
We're here.
Okay. This can't be it.
No, it's just down that lane. But the thing is, I'll never be able to turn this round at the other end. Think you can make it from here?
No. Cottages. Sheep killing. Right on them. Okay, that'll be interesting. Key dress. Oh, suitcase. Okay. Now what? Look at this. I can drive on the wrong side of the road and the wrong side of the car to stay focused. Oh, please do not hit. Okay, I hate this. Oh God. Oh no. Oh no. I need a drink. Someone's having a party tonight. Oh yeah. They went to the shops. Didn't really see anything they liked. Came home and had a big talk of this and bien.
Rebecca Green was just your average 20-year-old until the father she never knew left her something she never expected.
How do you happen to have two guns?
Didn't think one would be enough.
Deception. Christmas Day.
And that's why they pay me the big bucks.
Oh, that's intense.
Oh no.
Gate?
Uh-huh.
Maggie, the flutes is the best part.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's Miles. Amanda?
No, I'm sorry. Amanda's not here, I'm afraid. I'm trying to figure out how to open the gates. Oh,
Very nice.
if you heard that, I'm sorry. Hi. I'm so sorry. I'm new at the gate thing.
It's okay. It was pretty funny. I'm Miles. I work with Ethan,
Ethan?
Amanda's ex.
Oh, right.
You know when she'll be back? I'm supposed to pick up a couple things.
Amanda's in England, actually, on holiday. I'm staying with her for a few weeks while she's away. Oh,
Uh-oh. You okay?
yes. Something's blew into my eye.
Oh, I hate that. Let me see. Yep, you got something in your eyelash. You want me to get it?
Okay.
What's this? Yeah, Santa Ana's.
Pardon?
The wind. It's what makes it so warm this time. Legend has it, when the Santa Anas blow, all bets are off. Anything can happen. That's it. You okay?
Better. Thank you. So, you needed to...
Pick up Ethan's laptop.
And you're his...
Oh, well, I'm a film composer too, like Ethan, but,
Did you compose this?
This?
It's beautiful.
Yes, I did. I wrote this. No, I didn't. I wish I did. It's the great Ennio Morricone.
Would you mind coming back tomorrow? I just want to check this with Amanda's assistant.
Sure.
I'm Iris, by the way.
Miles.
Right.
This is my Maggie. Maggie. Just Maggie, not my Maggie.
Hello. Are you ready?
Yeah. Okay. Don't blow away.
I won't. Anything can happen. Oh. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1 a.m. Who is it?
Me! Hurry up! It's freezing!
Who are you?
Iris, open the door or I swear I'm going to take a leak. One of your...
Oh. You're not Iris. Or if you are, I'm much drunker than I realised. I'm sorry for my profanity. I wasn't expecting you.
No, I wasn't expecting you either.
Nevertheless, may I just...
Oh, yeah, of course, sure. Yeah, just, yeah.
I'm Graham, Iris's brother.
Oh, brother.
Well, I'm Amanda Woods. I'm staying here.
Amanda Woods. Is that all one word?
No, it's not.
Oh. So Iris is where is she?
She didn't tell you?
She could have done it. But, as previously stated, I've been under here.
She's in Los Angeles.
That's not possible. Iris never goes anywhere.
We have that in common. No, she listed this cottage on a home exchange website, and I found it. We switched houses for 2 weeks for the holiday. She's in LA at my house, and I'm here.
People actually do that?
Apparently, yeah. I mean, it seems. Here I am in my pajamas.
She did ring me last night. I didn't get a chance to get back to her. Oh, I feel awful now. Would you mind if I sat? I feel like I might bump into you.
Sure, yeah, you sit.
Oh.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Look, I'm sorry about the intrusion.
Oh.
Although I may not appear it, I am in fact Iris's semi-respectable big brother. But on the rare, or maybe not so rare, occasion that I frequent the local pub and get inordinately pissed, my little sister puts me up so I don't get behind the wheel. Pathetic explanation. But unfortunately it's become a bit of a routine. So how's it going so far? I mean, up until I showed up and ruined your night.
Well, it's not going so great. Yeah, I'm leaving tomorrow on a noon plane.
Oh. When did you get here?
About 6 hours ago.
We made a great impression on you, haven't we?
No, it's not that. It's just that, I'm not quite myself right now. I came here on a stupid whim. Honestly, I've never thought about anything less. It's very unlike me. Would you like something to drink? Glass of water? Tea? Wine, maybe?
I think there's a bottle of brandy. Fancy a glass?
Sure.
Good. So, I'm sorry, I totally blanked. I've forgotten your name.
Amanda.
So, Amanda, you're not married, are you?
Why do I look not married?
No, it was just a backwards way of asking if you were married.
No, not at all. Don't know what that means. I mean, no, I'm not married.
Me neither. Cheers.
Cheers.
Feeling horrible if I stay. I'll be gone before you even wake up. I promise you will never lay eyes on me again.
Oh. No, that's fine. Sure.
Thank you.
Let me just get you a blanket.
In the cupboard, on top of the Scrabble. So, why is it you aren't quite yourself at the moment?
Well, I just broke up with someone yesterday. And I guess what I was feeling was that I didn't want to be alone over the holidays, and I thought that if I was somewhere else that I wouldn't realize that I was alone. But then I got here and I've never felt more alone in my life. Big surprise. Bet you're glad you knocked on this door.
I am, actually.
Yeah, well, sorry, and good night.
Sweet dreams.
Do you think you could, would you mind trying that again? Weird. Kissing a total stranger.
Really? I do it all the time.
Let me try this. Maybe if I close my eyes.
Given that I'm in a bit of a personal crisis and I find myself in a total stranger's home in a town that I can't actually remember the name of, and considering that you showed up and you're insanely good looking and really drunk and probably won't remember me anyway, I'm thinking we should have sex. If you want.
Is that a trick question?
I'm actually serious. And not that this matters, but I've never said anything like that in my entire life before. Just that this whole knowing that I'll never see you again thing is kind of exciting. I mean, this is what a vacation's supposed to be, right? You're supposed to vacate your life, do the unexpected, and you are definitely unexpected.
This all sounded really wonderful till I became a man boy.
Funny, which is like a bonus.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Never made me what I'm so about.
Oh, deal. Oh, also, I should warn you, I'm not very good at this.
This being.
Sex.
Okay, now that cannot be true.
Nevertheless, the guy that I lived with mentioned it once or twice, and a girl does not forget a comment like that, not even me. I mean, how bad could I be? Sex is pretty basic, right? Am I pretty much talking out of this?
Strangely, not at all. How do you feel about foreplay?
I think it's overrated. Significantly overrated.
You are quickly becoming one of the most interesting girls I've ever met. Look at you. You're already better than you think. Good morning.
Good morning.
Lost my contacts last night. Somehow. Much better.
Yeah.
Can I help you with it?
I should know how to do this. You're supposed to plug them in over here, right?
So, Amanda, I just...
Yeah, no, listen, you don't have to worry about a thing here.
Okay.
I mean, it was great meeting you and everything.
Definitely. Also, for the record, your ex-boyfriend is, in my opinion, extremely mistaken about you.
Well, yeah, you were drunk.
Not that drunk.
Yeah.
Oh, that's mine.
So, Sophie, I'm sorry I didn't mean to look.
I'll call it back.
Coffee cups. Thank you. You don't want one?
I should probably be going.
Oh yeah, I gotta get going in a few minutes myself.
So, listen, I know you're leaving. I'm absolutely not interested in getting involved. But just so you know, things in my life are a little bit complicated. And even if you were staying, I can promise you, you wouldn't for 1 minute.
Really don't have to do this. Look, I'm sort of a mess in this area myself. And anyway, I mean, honestly, we hardly know each other.
Well, I wouldn't exactly say that, but I just want to assure you, you're better off.
Okay.
No need to go on. Right. Well, I just want to be sure you are okay, because somehow I find I tend to hurt women simply by being myself. So
I'm not going to fall in love with you, I promise.
okay. Nicely put. Thank you.
No, it's just that I know myself. I'm not sure I even fall in love. Not like the way other people do. How's that for something to admit?
Well, like I said, most interesting girl aboard.
I'm going to try to see that as a compliment.
You should. Absolutely. Right. Okay then. Well, utter honesty. Very refreshing. Well, you probably won't be hearing from me because even if you wanted to, and you clearly don't, I have the classic male problem of no follow through. Absolutely never remember to call after a date. But since this wasn't a date, I guess I'm off the hook.
Exactly.
What if I wanted to call you? Right, sorry. Apparently not the right thing to say at all. Well, if your flight's cancelled or for some reason you change your mind, I'm having dinner with some friends at the pub tonight. And if not, then, well, you're lovely.
So are you.
Attention passengers. This is the final boarding call for British Airways Flight 4.
Amanda wasn't looking for love, but that doesn't mean it didn't find her.
Very well, Mum. You're good to go.
Oh, thank you.
Jasper.
Is it okay that I'm calling you?
I suppose so. How are you?
Could we start with a less complicated question?
What's wrong?
I'm having some real problems with this section of my book. You said Iris. Would it be awful if I send you some pages? Just tell me if it is. I don't want to mess you up, but I know that you're the only one who can really help me.
No, well, I mean, if you need me.
You know I'm a little survival kid. So, Simki, you put on that little red bikini yet? You know, the one that unties at the back.
How do you remember my little red bikini?
I remember everything.
Do you? Oh, just the other day, I was thinking about that time that we took.
Darling, just arrived at Soho House. It's better drinks.
Oh, okay.
You get change? Bloody cool. Okay, I'm sending the pages tomorrow. Look for them, will you?
Mm-hmm.
And have some fun today,
Leave your things behind, 'cause it's all going on without you. Excuse me, too busy writing your gentle dreams inside this bubble wrappers. You know I do what you let go, jump in. Well, what you waiting for? It's alright, 'cause there's beauty in rain.
Oh no, is he lost?
Just a minute. Hello. Can I offer you a lift home?
Why? You know where I live?
I believe I do, yes.
Good. Then that makes one of us.
Oh, your house is lovely.
I've lived here 47 years. Back then, there were only 6 houses on this block. Every year, they tear another one down. Not that I blame them. They weren't that great to begin with. But that's how I got confused. I didn't recognize one house.
That would be confusing.
What part of England are you from?
Surrey.
Cary Grant was from Surrey.
That's right, he was. How did you know that?
Oh, he told me once. Well, I thank you very much.
Let me help you with that.
Right, so, thank you. Well, this was some neat cute.
Sorry?
That's how 2 characters meet in a movie. Say a man and a woman both need something to sleep in. And they both go to the same men's pajama department.
Right.
And the man says to the salesman, I just need bottoms. The woman says, I just need a top. They look at each other, and that's the meet cute.
Oh, I see.
Because this isn't quite that cute.
So, you're in the film business?
Was. Yes, I was. I was a writer. I could be here till tomorrow.
Oh, here. Let me.
Thank you.
Goodbye then. I enjoyed our meet cute.
Well, thank you. Thank you for rescuing me.
It's a pleasure. Absolutely. You know, I hope you don't find it strange, but I've just arrived here and I don't really know anyone. And I was thinking of going out for dinner tonight. Well, if you're not busy, would you like to join me?
Busy? I haven't been busy since 1978.
It's the wedding of the year. Join us and celebrate this perfect pairing. Your invitation awaits.
This film is sponsored by Rolo Desserts.
Hey, Dave Angel, Eco Warrior. Utilita pays you go smart meters, tell you how much energy you're using and what it's costing you. When you can see, you can save. Now we turn the lights off when we leave a room. We only boil the amount of water that we need. And I batch bake my vegan sausage rolls. The cheapest, greenest energy is the energy we don't use. Here we go.
Shirley, you'll bring the old grid down.
Utilita, energy away.
Pretty nice depends on better than you ever imagined.
Join Sky Mobile and get 99% network coverage.
Imagine that. Sky Mobile. Hello, possible.
These are the stains Persil is made for. Our new best ever capsules are here for outstanding stain removal, even in a quick and cold wash, leaving no residues behind. New Persil capsules, now in a plastic-free pack. Keep away from children.
Thank you, Mrs. Peters.
Do you think I'll end up looking like my mum?
I hope so.
With Paddy's Wonder Wheel, you get a free spin with a chance to win cash prizes every day. So even if you're left wondering what might have been, you won't be wondering when you'll get your next free spin. Paddy Power Games.
Whoa! Play closer. Closer to cover. Closer to the wall. Closer to Grealish. Easy. Closer to Play closer to these icons. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. EA Sports FC24. Play closer on PS5.
What about more family time instead of overtime?
That's me.
And what if you didn't have to leave home at 6 to work at 9? And what if it didn't take forever to hire the one? What if better work was something we can find? Or better yet, something that found us?
You got us back to Greece. You're the head of the family now.
Me?
The most important journey brings you home. Like Big Fat Greek Wedding 3. Optimism is hoping there's leftover cheese on the packet.
It's lovely here, isn't it? Not too big, not too small. We wanted to keep an eye on our home even when we're out, so we got this smart tech, and that's when we caught her, this Goldilocks, breaking our chairs, our beds. She even ate our overnight oats. Good thing insurance is included. It felt just right. Smart tech and home insurance. Smart home insurance. From Sky Protect.
Sif presents Clean Boost, powerful cleaning formulations that safely tackle the toughest dirt in every corner of your home. Sif's Clean Boost contains naturally derived cleaning ingredients, no dirt and no harsh smells throughout your home. Sif, more than just clean.
So I can choose when I get a new phone with O2 Switch Up. Like now.
Now. Only O2 lets you switch up to a new phone when it suits you.
Now.
And pays off your current contract. O2, see what you can do.
Get that Euro Millions feeling. 10 UK winners are guaranteed to be millionaires this Friday. Euro Millions from the National Lottery.
Lynx Epic Fresh Body Spray.
Know you like the finer things, like designer skins. All you need is a diamond ring. If you know what I can't buy you.
Anything's possible with an irresistibly fresh fragrance. Smell iconic. The Lynx Effect.
The levels of bioethanol found in Van Iron ought to be suspicious.
If that will still exist, we need to find it.
What would that even prove?
I'm sure that he changed it when he was on drugs, stuff that she gave him. You think I killed your father, did you?
Brand new drama, The Inheritance, continues Monday at 9 on Channel 5 and My5.
Two star-crossed lovers, one part of Rolo dessert. Are you ready for the love story of the century?
This film is sponsored by Rolo Desserts.
I learned everything. Best job I ever had.
Wait. That was your first job in Hollywood. Louis B. Mayer's office boy?
Actually, my first job was as a Western Union messenger. That's how I met Mayer. I delivered a telegram to his office at MGM. When I walked in, all the girls in the office were in a tizzy. Their office boy didn't show up. I volunteered for the job. The next day, I was on the payroll. I was 17 years old.
Wow. So was Hollywood really as great back then as I imagine?
It was better. You know what I've been asking myself all night?
What? Why I'm bothering you with all these questions?
I'm wondering why a beautiful girl like you would go to a stranger's house for her Christmas vacation. And on top of that, spend a Saturday night with an old cocker like me.
Well, I just wanted to get away from the people I see all the time.
Well, not all the people. One person. I wanted to get away from. One guy. An ex-boyfriend who just got engaged and forgot to tell me. Sorry.
So he's a schmuck.
As a matter of fact, he is a huge schmuck. How did you know?
He lets you go. This is not a hard one to figure out. Iris, in the movies we have leading ladies and we have the best friend. I can tell, are leading lady. But for some reason, you're behaving like the best friend.
You're so right. You're supposed to be the leading lady of your own life, for God's sake. Arthur, I've been going to a therapist for 3 years. She's never explained anything to me that well. That was brilliant. Brutal, but brilliant. Thank you.
Oh. I haven't had that much to drink and what am I saying? I've never had that much to drink.
Yes, I believe no one ever has.
Okay, the last thing I remember was coming in here last night and
I had nothing to do with that.
oh, I know, but you were here.
I was.
Oh, God. So I guess we, we didn't?
We did not.
Thank God. I mean, not thank God, but just thank God, because I didn't remember. So why didn't we just remind me a little?
Call me old-fashioned, but one doesn't have sex with women who are unconscious.
Unconscious? Oh, God, that must have been really attractive. Why did you stay?
Because you asked me to.
I did, didn't I? Oh. Did I beg at one point?
From the moment I met you, it's been an adventure.
Oh, yes. And I'm deeply sorry about that. I have nothing to say for myself other than I must be temporarily nuts right now. Olivia, sorry, I didn't mean to look. Again.
I should probably take this. Hello. Hi.
Sophie, Olivia, Amanda. Busy guy.
I think we should go to town.
What do you mean?
I think you should get dressed. We should take a drive, get some lunch, and get to know each other.
Really? Why?
Because I'm running out of reasons why we shouldn't. Aren't you?
So you're a book editor.
Yes, I am.
What kind of an editor are you?
A very mean one.
No. What I meant was, do you give massive notes
I'm a
or
better writer than less notes I give.
and what'd you study in school?
Literature.
And did you always know this was what you wanted to do?
Okay, my palms are starting to sweat. I feel like I'm on a job interview. Do you by any chance know how to be on a date?
Sorry, I'm interrogating you.
Yes.
I haven't been on a first date in a long time.
Well, since we've already had sex and slept together twice, maybe we can bend the first date rules. Why are you blushing?
I didn't realize I was. I think you make me nervous. Okay, I'm gonna try to be myself.
never easy, but I'm gonna try.
What was the question?
Oh,
I know.
Did
Did I
you-
always know I wanted to be a book editor?
Right.
The answer is yes, I did. My family's in publishing. My dad's a writer of historical fiction. My mum's is to this day a very important editor at Random House. Okay, I believe my time is up. Your turn.
Really?
Deep breath. All right.
Yeah. Well, like I said the other night, I own a company that does movie advertising.
I didn't realize you owned the company.
It's probably because I didn't mention it, but now that I know that you were raised by such a strong-working mom, I can say it and maybe you won't be intimidated by it.
No, I'm still a little intimidated by it.
Well, little is way ahead of the curve. Yeah.
What about your family?
Okay, I'll say it fast. My parents broke up when I was 15. I'm an only child, and I didn't see it coming. You know, we were really close. We used to call ourselves the Three Musketeers. And one night after dinner, my parents sat me down and told me that they were breaking up. I thought they were kidding. And then I saw a suitcase out of the corner of my eye in the hallway. And my dad moved out that night. And I think I cried myself to sleep for anyway, a long time. And then I realized that I'd better toughen up, and I got through it and sort of haven't cried since. I also haven't thought of that packed suitcase maybe ever. And that's my tragic little story. Let's order.
Wait, you haven't cried since you were 15?
I know, it must mean something awful, I know, but, I try. Believe me. But can we talk about you some more, please?
Okay. Yes, absolutely. Okay. Well, I cry all the time.
You do not.
Yeah, I do. More than any woman you've ever met.
You don't have to be this nice.
But it happens to be the truth.
Really?
A good book, great film, a birthday card, I weep. I'm a major weeper.
This was such a great afternoon.
It was a really great afternoon.
You don't have to walk me in. It's freezing. And
You can just say you don't want me to come in.
no, it's not that. I'm just tired. I think I'm gonna take a nap. It's not that.
Okay, I'll pretend I believe you.
Graham, I'm leaving in 9 days, and that makes this complicated. And I'm not sure I can handle complicated right now.
Okay. And that doesn't make things complicated.
Sex makes everything complicated. Even when you don't have it, but not having it makes things complicated.
Which is why it's usually better to have it. Some say. Well, I'm off to work in the morning. I promise I won't be drunkenly banging on your door anytime soon.
We'll see each other. Okay, we'll figure something out.
Good.
Good.
star-crossed lovers, one part of Rolo dessert. Are you ready for the love story of the century?
This film is sponsored by Rolo Desserts.
Thank you. Say hello to Sky Vegas Live, an online live casino experience. We've added more exciting games for you, like Lightning Roulette and Crazy Time. We've still got your favorite classics. And last but not least, our welcoming dealers. We're the UK's most popular online casino.
There's two things I love: rugby and teaching. You have to look after yourself before looking after anyone else, and that starts with self-care.
Upgrade to new Dove Men Advanced 72-hour antiperspirant plus added moisturizers for confidence that lasts.
When I have a deodorant that protects me, I can be confident and ready to deliver what I need to for my players.
Upgrade to new Dove Men Advanced.
Make your house the home of action. Get BT broadband and TV with Netflix included. For big screen thrills without the big bills.
This is where you slept.
Yeah, it's mad to think. At times that was my home.
What happened next to you?
Met with Change Please, trained me up to be a barista, helped me get back on my feet. I wouldn't be who I am today if it wasn't for Change Please. What was your health like when you was homeless? It wasn't too good, man. At one point I got tooth infection.
Tell me a bit about this spot.
It's a partnership between Colgate and Change Please. They offer dental services to people that are homeless. It's a small step, that's going to help us all smile again.
Get big thrills and small bills this autumn with BT. Save an epic £12 a month when you get BT broadband and TV, including Netflix and Now Entertainment. Make your house the home of action for only $39.99 a month on a 24-month contract. Switch to BT today and win at staying in.
EasyJet's Big Orange Sale is now on, with up to 20% off flights. Get out there.
The Monopoly game is back at McDonald's. Peel on pack, then peel again in app.
Welcome to my crib. Let me show you what I've done with the place. This is where we chill. Boutique sofas. Who needs it? We change this one up every season.
Show off your savvy. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
Disneyland Paris, where magic gets real. Enjoy a family break for £91 per person per night. Book now at your local TUI store.
What matters when you're little matters forever.
So I can choose when I get a new phone with O2 Switch Up. Like now. What about now? Now? Right now.
On the O2, you switch up to a new phone when it suits you and pays off your current contract. O2, see what you can do.
Not now. This
This is the grand final, where the 6 best players fight until the very end. Which word does this represent? Which symbol is missing from this flag of Malta? What common phrase does this represent? It's going to be dog eat dog.
Puzzling with Lucy Worsley, the final, Thursday at 8 on Channel 5 and My 5.
It all began with the last part of Rolo Dessert. Don't miss the event of the season.
This film is sponsored by Rolo Desserts.
Hi.
Hello. Bad timing?
No. Come in.
How's it going?
Good. Everything's good.
This FedEx was leaning on the gate from a little town called London, England.
Oh, a friend of mine's writing a book, and I give him notes sometimes.
You have company?
I'm having a little Hanukkah party.
What, did you join a temple since I last saw you?
My neighbour knew I didn't know anyone here, so he wanted to introduce me to some of his friends, and somehow it turned into a Hanukkah thing. Do you want to come in for a sec?
All right, yeah. I could play Spin the Dreidel. Smells good. I just have to say, this is one of the best Hanukkahs I've ever had.
I've had too much of the Manischewitz. I'm going to have to be cut off.
I'll tell you.
I take this very seriously, but I just want the truth. Don't listen to that. They're nuts.
Okay, so you're telling me you were not a ladies' man?
Never. I married very young.
Yes, only because you had the greatest girl in town. You had to marry her to take her off the market. That's the truth. Everyone loved Marion.
The greatest laugh. What did he say? She had the greatest ass.
Greatest laugh.
Although her ass wasn't so bad either.
She had real gumption. She was the girl I always wrote.
What about you, Miles? You're a man about town, I presume?
Nah, gents. Sadly, I am not. I'm just a one woman at a time kind of guy. Actually, I've been dating a beautiful actress for about 5 months. I do not know what she sees in me, but I know I'm the luckiest guy in the world.
Oh, she's an actress. What's she been in? Anything you would have seen?
Well, she hasn't done that much yet, but
where's she tonight?
Look, he's half dead, and he's still interested.
Well, that made me curious, you know. And he's here. Where is she?
She's on location in New Mexico. She's working on a little indie film, so she couldn't be here. She'll be back in about 10 days.
Her loss is our gain.
Thank you, Arthur.
Fellas, I think we should leave these young folks and get back to our bedpans.
Okay, Norman, you are calling me for pinochle.
I got you. So I'll be in touch.
Okay, Conrad. This was an amazing night. You know, Arthur Abbott is maybe the last of the great Hollywood writers from that generation. There are like famous things we say because he wrote them.
I know. He told me that his friends wrote Casablanca, but that he added the kid. So here's looking at you, kid.
Hello, which totally makes the line.
Here's looking at you, Ilsa.
He's so modest. He gave me this long list of old movies he said I had to see. None were written by him, of course. I saw a couple today. They were fantastic.
Maybe we can see one together sometime.
That'd be great.
All right, cool. Then I'll definitely call you. The brisket was great, and those chocolate-covered macaroons, delectable. It was really fun hanging with you. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kiss you twice, and then linger a little time on the second kiss.
It is officially crazy weather.
Don't go away. I'm not sure I can handle complicated. Oh, God, I can be such a jerk.
Amanda Woods.
Shut up.
She pushed every guy away, every time. It's not will she ever change, but does she want to?
Surprise.
Yeah, it is. Hi.
Hi. So I was home doing nothing and thinking of you, and I realized that a little complication never hurt anyone. And then I thought, maybe this isn't so complicated at all. And also, I wanted to apologize. I'm sorry I didn't invite you in this afternoon. I don't know what that was about exactly, but whatever it was, I thought that I should just. Oh my God, you're not alone, are you?
No, I'm not actually. I'm sorry.
No, don't be. I shouldn't have just. Oh, okay, seriously, do not worry about this. This is just me, like, being stupid. Where is Daddy? Daddy?
Yes. I am Daddy. Amanda, this is my daughter, Sophie. Sophie, this is my friend Amanda.
Hi.
How do you do?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Do you want to come in?
Oh, no, I just.
Hi. Daddy, who is this?
This is Amanda, and Amanda, this is my youngest, Olivia.
Oh. Sophie and Olivia.
Dad.
Sorry, yes, of course, come in.
Come in.
Oh.
Daddy, can we still have hot chocolate, please?
Yes.
A baby marshmallow. Dad, take our coat.
Yes. May I?
Oh, sure, thanks. Are you married? Tell me fast.
No.
Wow.
I know, I'm tad overdressed.
You look like my Barbie.
Oh. Thanks.
Is that for us?
Yes, except for I'm sorry about the wine.
I apologise for not having mentioned this earlier.
Your DIVORC.
WIDOWER. 2 years ago.
Oh,
Amanda, are you by any chance at all into hot chocolate?
as a matter of fact, I'm totally into it.
Here we go. Olivia, blow on it. It's hot. You too, so.
She has more marshmallows than me.
No, she doesn't. You each have 5. You have 5 too.
Thank you. What? Got something on my head?
Look there.
Oh, hello. Hello.
Oh. Blow on mine.
Ow! Thank you. Excellent timing.
Dad, do Mr. Napkin Head.
No. No.
Please, do it.
No.
Please.
Please. Okay, I'll do it quickly. Oh, thank you for that.
You're welcome. Now do it.
All right. Oh, Amanda, can I borrow your napkin, please?
Oh.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah, you pass me those glasses when
Amanda, you're gonna love this.
You're gonna love it.
It's so funny. I mean, you'll fall off your chair. It's so funny.
Oh, my name is Mr. Napkin Head. Hello, children. Who's this? Right? And why has he got that funny accent?
Amanda.
Yeah, but where is he from? Oh, what I know is it? Oh, no. Smoking's really bad for you.
Yay! Amanda, guess what? We have a tennis now playroom. Do you want to see it?
No. Amanda, crawl into your tent.
You don't like to?
Okay, this is seriously cool.
Come inside.
Wow.
Lie down. Here, Amanda. You can use my pillow.
Thank you.
Lie down.
Can you please stop being so bossy?
Lie down, please.
Oh, very nice.
Excuse me.
This is an exceptionally great tent.
Mm-hmm. It's got something, hasn't it?
It's cozy.
Yeah. Who cut out all these beautiful stars?
We did. The Three Musketeers. Amanda,
Yes.
you smell lovely.
Do I?
Yes, I love perfume, but he won't let me wear it.
Because you already smell so good. So do you, by the way.
Thanks. But I'm older, so I guess I'm allowed.
Exactly.
I like your eyeshadow.
Thank you.
And your lips.
Thank you. It's new.
What's it called?
I think it's called Berry Kiss.
Okay, Berry Kiss it is.
Berry Kiss. Let's see. Looks good on you.
Amanda, you know, if you wanted to sleep over, that would be alright. We could push our beds together.
That's so sweet of you to invite me. But maybe another time. Would that be all right?
Yes. We never have grown-ups here that are girls. I know. I really like it. Me too.
I can't imagine anyone being a bigger hit with my children.
They're really great, Graham.
Sophie's unfortunately taken on the role as my protector. She's brilliant, but I hate it when she worries about me. And Olivia's gonna be a real ball buster, which I must admit I kind of love about her.
I'm just trying to figure out why you didn't tell me about them.
Because I just don't usually tell women about them.
But it's just a little confusing because you're the one who wanted to go out to lunch to get to know one another.
Oh, when you put it that way, it sounds awful. I have no defense, except that until I get to know someone really well, it's easier for me to be a normal single guy because it's way too complicated to be who I really am. I'm a full-time dad. I'm a working parent. I'm a mother and a father. I'm a guy who reads parenting books and cookbooks before I go to sleep. I spend my weekends buying tutus. I'm learning to sew. I'm Mr. Napkin Head. I'm on some kind of constant overload, and it helps to compartmentalize my life, just till I figure this out. This past weekend, the children were with their grandparents, and when they're gone, I get to be somebody who doesn't have hot chocolate spilled on his jeans. I have no idea how to date and be this. And I suppose there's the possibility, I'm afraid, of what another person might do to who we are and how we get from one day to the next.
Yeah. I guess since I am leaving in a week, I sort of get you not telling me. Sort of.
I thought it would be hard to introduce them to someone I may never see again.
Right. Because I'm just someone you had sex with once and slept with twice.
Actually, I thought I was just someone you had sex with once and slept with twice.
Oh man. I think we just went way past complicated.
Right. I'm a book editor from London. You're a beautiful movie trailer maker from LA. We're worlds apart. I have a cow in the backyard.
You have a cow?
Yeah. I sew and I have a cow. How's that for hard to relate to?
Pretty up there.
Exactly.
Morning, Jesus.
Morning.
Santa Annis.
Oh, yeah, long time now.
Hi, Martha. Hi there. Good morning.
I counted. 9 movies are opening today. I remember when 9 movies would open in a month. Now, a picture has to make a killing the first weekend or they're dead. This is supposed to be conducive to great work.
Arthur, have you always been this feisty?
Well, I may have slowed down a little, but yes, you've got to fight the fight, kid.
Okay, your mail. Gas company, phone bill, and a letter from the Writers Guild of America West.
Are you watching the movies I recommended?
Yes, love them. Irene Dunn is fantastic.
Gumption.
Oh my god, tons of it. Arthur, don't you want to open that letter you just threw in the bin?
No, they keep writing me about the same thing.
But it might be important.
It's not. They want to arrange some kind of tribute to me. A night with me. I don't know, it sounds god-awful.
What are you talking about? That sounds brilliant.
Would you like to walk out on a stage, on a walker, looking 100 years old, and see 11 schnooks who showed up just to see you? They can forget it. I ain't falling for this. So, now, what's up?
May I? An evening with Arthur Abbott. Dear Mr. Abbott, several attempts to contact you regarding it. We have not yet received your response. Before an evening with Arthur Abbott, this special night will be a tribute to your lifetime of achievement in screenwriting and your outstanding contribution to the screenwriter's profession. Congratulations, much deserved honour. Arthur, this is a big deal. You know, and they want to do this soon. Listen, I reckon that with a little bit of exercise, you could walk out there on your own and, you know, maybe I could go with you as like your date or something.
I would take you proudly, my darling, but I'm not going. Anyway, how would you propose to get me in shape? Seriously.
Easy.
It all began with a last pot of Rolo dessert. Don't miss the event of the season.
This film is sponsored by Rolo Desserts.
Team Mum UK is back and they're taking on the world. With older children,
She said that you need to work harder.
I'm trying my best.
comes new challenges.
I don't want you to be like this.
They're rewriting the rules and breaking the mold.
I'm so proud of her.
Because these mums were born to be bold. Brand new Team Mum UK starts Wednesday at 8 on MTV.
Yes, and it's the man himself, and he's dedicating this to all new Sky Vegas players.
Because new players get 50 seriously free spins when they join.
50 free spins. Seriously.
Seriously.
Oh, what a spin! And the crowd, now they know you can get 200 more spins.
By depositing and spending £10.
Unbelievable, with no wagering required.
Because what we win is what we get.
No wonder Sky Vegas is the UK's most popular online casino. Nice finish.
30 years ago, Dyson created a vacuum that didn't lose suction. Then, with new digital motors, they pioneered lightweight cordless machines with a detangling brush bar to remove pet hair and battery technology for whole home cleans. Their latest innovation even reveals hidden dust.
In fact, it's their most powerful cordless vacuum. So if you want something that works like a Dyson, it has to be a Dyson. Find the right cordless vacuum for you. Payment options available at Dyson.
What makes a trip unforgettable? You'll know it when you feel it. Make memories with Get Your Guide. Unforgettable travel experiences.
At BP, we're here for pit stops and food shops, for filling up and recharging, for rewards, treats, and instant savings. BP, here for all of life's journeys.
Thanks so much for reviewing our shows, movies, and sport, Catherine.
No problem. It'll pay for my new pool. Sorry? You're gross. He has therapy in 10 minutes. Go on then. Show me what you got. Wow. I love it. All of it.
Now, so much to love. Even the toughest critics agree. I am what I am. I don't want praise. I don't want pity. And so, if I love me sparkle and makes back home, why not see things from a different angle? Your life is a sham till you get down.
Ready for Benzor? We're back, revisiting some familiar faces.
Never fear, I am here.
And some new ones.
We're pulling a fight tonight. Excellent.
Living La Vida in sunny Costa. The new series of bargain-loving bricks in the sun. Starts Monday at 4 on Channel 5 and My5.
It's the wedding of the year. Join us and celebrate this perfect pairing. Your invitation awaits.
This film is sponsored by Rolo Desserts.
Hello.
So are you ever coming home?
Oh my god, hi.
How's it going?
Great, I met a really nice guy.
See, and you said you'd never. What's he like?
He's really cute. I feel great when I'm with him, which is an entirely new experience. And he's about 90 years old.
Come on.
He's my next door neighbour. Oh, Amanda's next door neighbour. Oh, by the way, you should pop over and meet her.
Yeah, I have actually.
Oh, bugger. Cool waiting. Can you hold for a sec? Hold on, I really want to talk to you.
Sure.
Hello?
Iris, hi, it's Amanda.
How are you? How's it going?
Everything's going great. How are you?
Oh, I'm loving it. But listen, can you hold for a sec? My brother's on the other line.
Graham?
Yes, you said you met.
Yes, we did meet. How is he?
Fine, I think. Can you just hold on for a sec?
Sure.
Hi, sorry, that was Amanda.
How'd she sound? How's she doing?
She just asked me how you are.
And what did you say?
I asked her to hold. Can I call you back?
I can hold while you speak to her.
Really?
Find out how she is.
Okay. And my brother wants to know how you are.
Can you tell him that I'm good and that I'm just taking Charlie for a walk in the village? What's he been up to, did he say?
I'm not sure. Do you want me to ask him?
Sure.
Okay. Hold, please. I can't believe that you have had sex with a woman staying in my house.
He told you that?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. I thought I was talking to Graham. Could you just hold, please? I'm terribly sorry. I can't believe you'd had sex with Amanda, the one thing she asked me was, are there any men in your town? And I assured her that there were not. And then you meet her and immediately get into her knickers.
Still me.
Bollocks! I must have lost him. Amanda, I am so sorry. Can I call you back? Sure. Okay, bye. Yes, hello.
It's Miles. Am I in trouble?
Miles. Hi.
What are you up to this Christmas Eve?
Not much. But in a little bit I was going to go down to the video shop and get the next movie on Arthur's list.
Do you want some company?
Love some.
Hey, I got you the best drink in town, but I didn't know if you liked a little dollop of whipped cream or a big dollop, so I got both, and you can have each one. Well, a little big dollop. Hey, you look great, by the way.
Thanks.
Really great.
Thanks, I'm feeling good. I've been working out with Arthur. What?
No, I'm sure it's an awesome workout. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to picture it.
Okay, well, the workout's not that great, but the conversation... Stop laughing! The conversation is truly fantastic.
No, that I totally believe. Now let me ask you. Have you seen this?
Chariots of Fire, loved it.
Cling, 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 cling. Such a great score by Vangelis. He took electronic scores to a new level. It was groundbreaking. I'm going to test you on this later. Okay, Driving Miss Daisy, Hans. Very unexpected. Do you remember how great it was? Roodle-dee-doo, scroodle-dee-doo, roodle-dee-doo, sassy. Is this a bad game?
No! Keep going.
Sometimes I get self-conscious about my ra-da-da-da and scraddle-da. Are you embarrassed by this game I've started to play? Okay, it's not elaborate. I can go that. But 2 notes, and you've got a villain. I don't know what to say about it. Totally bro. Uh-oh. Where have you gone, Joe DiMaggio? I bet you didn't know. That was all written for the movie. It was a score, technically.
I didn't know that one.
Can't go anywhere.
Oh my god. Okay, this one, you have to check this out sometime. The Mission, the score is genius. It just comes from a totally different place. It's like, I can't even, just promise me you'll rent it and listen to it.
Rent it.
Thank you. It changed my world. What? Why do I always fall for the bad girl?
You didn't know she was a bad girl?
I knew she wasn't good. Do you have anything a little bit stronger? Thank you. Let me rephrase this. Why am I attracted to a person I know isn't good?
I happen to know the answer to this. Because you're hoping you're wrong, and every time she does something that tells you she's no good, you ignore it, and every time she comes through and surprises you, she wins you over, and you lose that argument with yourself that she's not for you.
Exactly. And on top of that, there's the old standby. I can't believe a girl like that would actually be with a guy like me. You know what she said to me tonight? She said she finished in Santa Fe after 2 days and has been staying with whatever his name was, which means she's been right here in town. Which means when I spoke to her this morning on her cell, and she said, I'm looking out my window and it's snowing. She was in Santa Monica. What did she do? Go to weather.com? That must have made them both scream with laughter. And in the meantime, I sent her Christmas gift to Santa Fe yesterday. I stood in line at FedEx to make sure she got it on time. Classic, right? Look, I don't want to ruin your Christmas Eve. You don't have to listen to this.
It's okay. I like company. So how about some food? Shall I make us a little Christmas fettuccine?
Sure.
Listen, I know it's hard to believe people when they say I know how you feel. But I actually know how you feel. You see, I was
seeing someone back in London. We worked for the same newspaper. And then I found out that he was also seeing this other girl, Sarah, from the circulation department on the 19th floor. Turned out that he wasn't in love with me like I thought. What I'm trying to say is I understand feeling as small and as insignificant as humanly possible, and how it can actually ache in places that you didn't know you had inside you. And it doesn't matter how many new haircuts you get, or gyms you join, or how many glasses of Chardonnay you drink with your girlfriends. You still go to bed every night going over every detail and wonder what you did wrong or how you could have misunderstood. And how in the hell for that brief moment you could think that you were that happy. And sometimes you can even convince yourself that he'll see the light and show up at your door. And after all that, however long all that may be, you'll go somewhere new. And you'll meet people who make you feel worthwhile again. And little pieces of your soul will finally come back. And all that fuzzy stuff, those years of your life that you wasted, that will eventually begin to fade.
Well, fuck. You need this more than I do. That's what you're doing here? You're getting over somebody?
Yeah. This is me in good shape.
Is this the guy who sent you pages from his novel?
Yeah. He needs me
So he stays in touch?
all the time.
So that makes it impossible to forget him, which is great for him, but sucks for you.
You see how great your life is compared to mine?
Okay, let's go. I'm making you some fettuccine. It is Christmas Eve, and we are going to sit out on that patio. We're going to make ourselves a little finer, pop some bubbly, and we are going to celebrate being young and being alive. You with me, Simpkins?
Miles, you really are an incredibly decent man.
I know. It's always been my problem.
Have yourself a merry little Christmas. Let your heart be light. Next year, all our troubles will be out of sight. Have yourself a merry little Christmas. Make the Yuletide gay. Next year, all our troubles will be miles away. Once again, as in olden days, happy golden days of yore. Faithful friends who were dear to us will be near to us once more. Someday soon we all will be together if the fates allow. Until then, we'll have to muddle through somehow. So have yourself a merry little Christmas now.
Okay, here it is. Arthur's theme. I think this is really good. I'm serious. I'm making him a CD of this tune. Every time he hears it, it should give him the confidence to walk right out there. Okay? Here we go. Did I steal this?
John Williams.
That's why. Okay, this is it for real.
Okay.
Here we go.
Yep.
Little Arthur and the Knights. Right? It's cheeky.
It sounds like him.
I also wrote one that sounds like you.
You did?
Iris, if you were a melody.
I used only the good notes. Iris lives next door to Arthur. He's a doodly-doo. And also a doodly-doo. A scroodly-doo, is it? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And fruitily-doo. We both said fruitily. I'm impressed. You are a prodigy, a doodle prodigy.
So you're totally great. Oh,
Yeah. This is a bitch.
well, you must come to London all the time for work, right?
London? Never.
New York.
Not really, but that's easier. Do you go there often?
Rarely. Long distance relationships can work, you know.
Really? I can't make one work when I live in the same house with someone.
So this could be a good solution for you.
Oh, man. Okay. Let's say we just make this happen. We each commit to flying back and forth as much as we can.
Yes, it's doable, definitely.
And then let's say in 6 months we hit a wall. Like, I can't constantly be away from work, or the girls can't deal with you leaving so often. And we start to feel the tension. We know this isn't going to work, so we start fighting because we don't know what else to do. And then after a long, tearful, at your end, phone call, we say goodbye. And that'll be it, for real. It's not like we're ever going to bump into each other. And then what's left? 2 miserable people feeling totally mashed up and hurt. Or,
Thank you.
or maybe we should just realize that what we've had these past few weeks has been perfect. And maybe it won't get any better than this. And maybe we're trying to figure this thing out because it makes us feel so good to feel this way. And maybe the fact that I'm leaving in 8 hours makes this far more exciting than it might actually be. Maybe.
You're seriously the most depressing girl I've ever met. I have another scenario for you.
Good.
I'm in love with you. I apologize for the blunt delivery. But as problematical as this fact may be, I am in love with you. And I'm not feeling this because you're leaving, and not because it feels good to feel this way, which, by the way, it does, or did, before you went off like that. I can't figure out the mathematics of this. I just know I love you. Can't believe how many times I'm saying it. And I never thought I'd feel this way again, so that's pretty phenomenal. And I realise I come with a package deal, 3 for the price of 1, and my package, perhaps in the light of day, isn't all that wonderful, but I finally know what I want, and that in itself is a miracle. And what I want is you.
I wasn't expecting I love you. Can you not look at me like that? I'm trying to find the right thing to say.
I think if the obvious response doesn't immediately come to you, we should just talk about something else. Like possibly what a complete arse I am. I do recall you promising me you wouldn't fall in love with me. Must pay better attention.
I've never met a guy who talks as much as me.
Hmm.
Could you just for now be quiet? Please. Just for now. Just for now. Just for now. Just for now. Just for
Those movies are on that list of his.
About 15 and 9.
I don't know how I've never seen a lady eat before.
Barbara Stanwyck is dazzling. And she's so sure of herself.
Sexy.
Really sexy. You know, every movie he's told me to see has this powerhouse woman in it.
I wonder if he's trying to tell you something with that. Okay, sorry about that. Boob grace. That was accidental. Accidental boob grace. I'm sorry.
Changing subject. Arthur has requested that you write some lyrics for his theme song. What's the matter? Who is it?
It's Maggie. Hello? Hi. I'm doing okay. Actually, Maggie, I'm a bit tied up at the moment. I don't know. What time could you be there? All right, I'll be there. I don't know, like a half hour. Maybe a little longer. Okay, bye. She misses me.
You see, she came to her senses. We should have Bill.
No. Take your time. I can wait till you're finished.
I'm finished.
No, you didn't even get your spicy tuna yet.
I'm fine, really. You can go. I can get this one. I'll see you later at the Writers Guild. I mean, if you can still make it.
I gotta get all the way over to Silver Lake, but I'm gonna try to be there. Anyway, I'm bringing the music. I mean, I really want to be there, but I don't know how long this is gonna take. Sorry.
Don't worry. Good luck.
Thank you.
Hello? Oh, Jasper! I'm just reading your pages. No, I haven't forgotten. I've just been busy, that's all. That's not true. I was going to call you when I'd read... What kind of surprise? Oh, I don't see a box or anything. Yes, I'm sure. Hold on, let me just check the kitchen. No, not in there. Well, I'll go and check the gate. Yes. Well, when did you send it?
Nice Christmas present.
It's the wedding of the year. Join us and celebrate this perfect pairing. Your invitation awaits.
This film is sponsored by Rolo Desserts.
There is a former client of mine. His name is John Webster. He was stalking me.
You're in danger, Ingrid. Deep down, you know you need my help.
He's twisted.
Don't engage with him, Ingrid.
It's not weakness to have someone who wants your back.
This is my life in pain.
You're not like anyone else in your life.
Watch the first episode of the new Paramount Plus original series, The Killing Kind, Monday at 10 on Channel 5.
Support
Battersea and show your love for rescue this September. Search Wear Blue for rescue.
These are the stains Persil is made for. Our new best ever capsules are here for outstanding stain removal, even in a quick and cold wash, leaving no residues behind. New Persil capsules, now in a plastic-free pack. Keep away from children.
Why do we clap when we're impressed?
Life is confusing. Insurance doesn't have to be. Don't be confused. BeConfused.com.
Your neighborhood is bustling with flavor. And Deliveroo knows all the good spots. Uncover your new favorite restaurant. It's perfect. Or dive back into a bowl of the usual. Hello, old friend. Everything out there is right here. Deliveroo. It's all on your doorstep.
From me, all of me. The new fragrance by Narciso Rodriguez.
Hey, big saver! Save on hundreds of products with Nectar prices at Sainsbury's. Simply scan or swipe Nectar in store or online.
Whenever you have something really cold, and then you get this short, sharp kind of sensation, that's sensitivity. It can get worse. The problem is not going to go away by itself. I always recommend Sensodyne. It's specially designed to care for their sensitivity. And I've had people coming back to me saying it's made a difference. It works.
What you waiting for?
Today was fully with a good chance of getting stuff done.
Yeah, I'm gonna sleep.
Tomorrow begins today with NatWest.
Let's talk engine again. E-Tech 4 Hybrid 200 horsepower engine. Self-charging hybrid with up to 683-mile range. All new Renault Austral E-Tech 4 Hybrid. Renault, rethink hybrid. We did. All new Renault Austral E-Tech 4 Hybrid. Available for £349 per month.
Ladbrokes presents Slot Rivals. There's a brand new way to play slots for free. Compete with other players, head to head, by unlocking special weapons to take on your rivals. Earn points to get on the daily leaderboard for a chance to win amazing prizes like bonuses, free spins, and cash. Play for free at ladbrokes.com.
Finding the right hotel just got easier. Compare and book on the app with Hotels.com.
The levels of bioethanol found in bad iron ought to be suspicious.
That will still exist. We need to find it.
What would that even prove?
I'll show that it changed it when he was on drugs. Stuff that she gave him.
You think I killed your father? Did you?
Brand new drama, The Inheritance, continues Monday at 9 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Two star-crossed lovers, one pot of Rolo dessert. Are you ready for the love story of the century?
This film is sponsored by Rolo Desserts.
This place suits you.
Yeah, right.
Really?
You're eventually going to look at me, aren't you? Hello? I came here because I had to see you. I had to.
Oh, Jasper, I really don't understand this. I mean, I was right there.
Oh man.
Thing between us is finally finished. I miraculously done being loving you. I've got a life to start living. And you're not going to be in it, darling. Now I've got somewhere really important to be, and you have got to get the hell out. Now!
What exactly has got into you?
I don't know. But I think what I've got is something slightly resembling gumption.
Iris. And no doubt.
Thank you. And may I say, so are you.
Did I do my tie okay? I haven't worn one in 15 years. I like this Hugo boss. He cuts a nice suit. I've got something for you.
Forgive me. The last time I had a date, this is what we did. It's beautiful. If it's corny, if it's going to ruin your outfit, you don't have to wear it.
I like corny. I'm looking for corny in my life.
It's a nice line.
It's all those movies.
Okay, let's do it. Let's get this embarrassment over with.
Mr. Abbott,
Yes, sir.
we're all ready for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Arthur Abbott.
Thank you very much.
I'll take that, Mr. Abbott.
I'll do it.
The man is a rock star. So I'm like the man who thinks of a little time, but it is over, finished, kaput. You look beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm absolutely overwhelmed that I could climb those stairs. I came to Hollywood over 60 years ago and immediately fell in love with motion pictures. And it's a love affair that's lasted a lifetime. When I first arrived in Tinseltown, there were no cineplexes or multiplexes, no such thing as a blockbuster or DVD. I was here before conglomerates owned the studios, before pictures had special effects teams, and definitely before box office results were reported like baseball scores on the nightly news.
It's so fantastic.
Iris,
Yes,
what are you doing New Year's Eve?
I'll be back in England by New Year's Eve.
You know, I've never been to England. I've never been to Europe.
No?
If I come over there, will you go out with me on New Year's Eve?
Love to.
Okay, so we're not going to make a bigger deal out of this than it already is.
Maybe not.
It's not like we're never going to speak or email or
No set rules.
none. So now I'm just going to kiss you for the millionth time and say, be seeing you. Be seeing you.
Take care of yourself. You have a good holiday, miss?
Yeah. Great. Maybe the best ever.
Amanda Woods, welcome back.
Turn around! Turn around and go back, please!
Did you forget something?
Yes. Yes. Can you go any faster?
Slip lane's always tricky. It's going to take a bit.
It's okay, just stop. You know, I was just thinking, why would I ever leave before New Year's Eve? That makes no sense at all. I mean, you didn't exactly ask me out, but you did say you loved me. So I'm thinking I've got a date. If you'll have me.
I have the girls' New Year's Eve.
Sounds perfect.
Yes. Mwah. Come to me like a Christmas present. Darling, you send me. Darling, you send me. Darling, you send me. I'm going to honest you, honest you. Oh, you send me. Darling, you send me. Baby, you thrill me. I'm honest, you do honest. And first, Lord, since that you will come, you will laugh.
Challenge you.
Please make me yes, darling, you send me. Darling, you send me.
She's unpolished, unkempt, unleashed, and undercover. Starring Sandra Bullock, Miss Congeniality is our afternoon comedy tomorrow at 5 to 4. Next tonight on Channel 5, Criminal Sports on Camera.
Two star-crossed lovers, one part of Rolo dessert. Are you ready for the love story of the century?
This film is sponsored by Rolo Desserts.
Step inside Queen Victoria's most cherished home.
Osborne House was a place that they could go and be safe.
With privileged access to the unique palace, its magnificent grounds, and rich history.
It's like time stood still, and they're still there.
Osborne House, a royal retreat, next Saturday at 8:20 on Channel 5 and My5.
Join me, Tim Peake, as I uncover the hidden secrets of our universe. I'll travel to the furthest corners of the globe to discover what's out there. And I'll even ask the biggest question of all. Is there life beyond Earth? Secrets of Our Universe, with me, Tim Peake, starts Tuesday the 19th of September on Channel 5 and My5.
Yes, and it's the man himself, and he's dedicating this to all new Sky Vegas players.
Because new players get 50 seriously free spins when they join.
50 free spins? Seriously?
Seriously.
Oh, what a spin! And look out, now they know you can get 200 more spins.
By depositing and spending £10.
Unbelievable, with no wagering required.
Because what you win is what you get.
No wonder Sky Vegas is the UK's most popular online casino. Nice finish.
There's two things I love, rugby and teaching. You have to look after yourself before looking after anyone else, and that starts with self-care.
Upgrade to new Dove Men Nourishing Body Wash, plus added moisturizers for comfortable skin.
When I feel and look good, that confidence then comes across in my coaching, and they know what they need to do going forward.
Upgrade to new Dove Men.
It's time to save Britain serious money, Super 7.
At Money Supermarket, we're on a mission to change saving forever. Introducing the Super Save Club. On top of the big savings you could already make with us on car insurance, broadband, and more. We'll give you rewards to spend however you want.
Eyes on the prize, please. Savings can't wait.
The new Super Save Club from Money Supermarket. Saving supercharged. We all breakfast different because we are different. Some of you sip your oat drink while others slurp. Some like a hot and foamy start to the day. While others prefer their oat coffee smooth and cold. No matter if you're big or small, whoever your you is, feed it with Alprolicious Totally Delicious Alpro Oat. However you breakfast, make it Alprolicious. Feed your you.
What about more family time instead of overtime?
That's me.
And what if you didn't have to leave home at 6 to work at 9? And what if it didn't take forever to hire than one? What if better work was something we can find? Or better yet, something that found us?
Optimism is hoping there's leftover cheese on the packet.
My father's last wish was for us to visit Greece.
You're invited to discover the biggest, fattest, Greekest secret ever.
My mind is blown.
Like Big Fat Greek Wave 3.
Make your house the home of action. Get BT broadband and TV with Netflix included. For big screen thrills without the big bills.
This is where you slept.
Yeah, it's meant to think. At times that was my home.
What?
Yeah, met with Change Please, trained me up to be a barista, helped me get back on my feet. I wouldn't be who I am today if it wasn't for Change Please. What was your health like when you was homeless? It wasn't too good, man. At one point, I got teeth infection. Tell me a bit about this fund. It's a partnership between Colgate and Change Please. They offer dental services to people that are homeless. It's a small step that's going to help us to smile again.
Get that Euro Millions feeling. 10 UK winners are guaranteed to be millionaires this Friday. Euro Millions from the National Lottery.
Get big thrills and small bills this autumn with BT. Save an epic £12 a month when you get BT broadband and TV, including Netflix and Now Entertainment. Make your house the home of action for only $39.99 a month on a 24-month contract. Switch to BT today and win at staying in.
Forward. Play closer. Closer to curve. Closer to the wall. Closer to Grealish. Easy. Closer to Play closer to these icons. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. EA Sports FC24. Play closer on PS5.
This is the grand final, where the 6 best players fight until the very end. Which word does this represent? Which symbol is missing from this flag of Malta? What common phrase does this represent? It's going to be dog eat dog.
Puzzling with Lucy Worsley, the final, Thursday at 8 on Channel 5 and My 5.
It was a day that shook our nation.
We are bringing you the news tonight on the death of Her Majesty the Queen.
24 dramatic and emotional hours.
She had been there all of our lives, and then she's gone.
A year on, we reveal what really happened on the day the Queen died, minute by minute. Sunday at 9 on Channel 5 and My 5.
A high-flying barrister has to turn to the man she fears most in Paramount Plus original drama, The Killing Kind. You can watch the first episode here on Channel 5 Monday at 10. Now, with scenes of antisocial behaviour, criminals caught on camera.
PlayOjo Live Casino sponsors late nights on Channel 5. With an estimated 6 million CCTV cameras in the UK, we're the most watched nation on Earth. Operating 24/7, these cameras are catching more and more criminals in the act. Burglars, vandals, and antisocial thugs. All of them caught on camera. I'm Nick Wallace, and tonight I'll be looking at how CCTV is watching over our neighbourhoods. CCTV is changing the face of inner city estates and neighbourhoods. So much so that when local authorities propose new housing projects, the cameras are as much part of the design as electricity and running water. In Wolverhampton, concierge CCTV operators monitor their estates 24/7.
You rang the concierge, can I help you?
Their setup is helping stop antisocial behaviour among some of its residents.
If you've got nothing to hide, you're not worried about being watched on camera. The people who are worried about being watched on CCTV are the ones who don't want to be watched for whatever reason, probably because they've got something they don't need to see.
One of the most common nuisances is fly tipping, and this morning one resident has decided to dump his mattress outside a block.
I think that the tenants actually believe that if they're going to dump something and then walk away, that no one will know anything about it. But obviously, Manny was quick on the camera there. We caught him going across the road. He obviously doesn't think that he's being seen.
Time for controller Cameron to make a call to the lift intercom.
Hiya there, mate. You okay? Hello? Yes, mate. You with the hat on. You need to go get your mattress back to your property, please. You can't dump your mattress there outside like that. You need to get rid of it properly, so could you move it back to your property, otherwise you'll be issued for fly tipping.
he ain't really said anything, but he's gone to get it. You can see he's holding the mattress, so he's got the message. But he's thinking what to do with it now.
Get tenants doing this quite a lot, and they think they just can get away with it. The thing is, we can remove that for them if they just let us know beforehand. But a lot of them just think, why bother? I'll just throw it out, and it just makes the place look untidy and unhygienic.
There you are. He's taking it back into his property. That's a good result.
Cameras are an effective way to police crime and antisocial behaviour in our neighbourhoods, but the role of CCTV doesn't stop with law enforcement. In the UK, a child is reported missing every 3 minutes, and often it's CCTV operators who are heading up the search. As evening falls on one of Wolverhampton Homes' estates, CCTV picks up on a little boy by himself in the lift. He appears to be searching for his floor.
When you do see a child on his own at that age, wandering the block, it's a concern. Shouldn't be out wandering around by himself.
It's 8 p.m, and with his parents nowhere to be seen, worried residents try to help him. The boy can't speak English, so they can't work out where he's trying to get to or where he's come from. A man steps in who does speak his language, manages to establish the boy is lost, and calls CCTV.
And that's when one of the tenants called us to say that the child is a lost child and he doesn't belong in the block.
Operator Jackie immediately phones the police for their assistance.
Yeah, can I brush my gloves, please?
The boy was later reunited with his parents, who lived in an identical block just around the corner. In the skies above central London, India 99 is airborne once again. In the Met Command and Control Centre, Sergeant Callum Roy is helping coordinate units in the search for a missing man.
That a male has been reported missing. He's in a depressed state. He's not been seen for a few hours, but his phone is still in Hyde Park.
The man's family raised the alarm. He's in a vulnerable state and hasn't been seen for hours.
Just Chris, I'm not sure exactly how the information is shown on the iPhone app, but how precise it is. It's just a prompt put onto
But no, he's been at the same location for quite a while now.
Possibility that he could have gone under the bridge and was a position to do that. I feel a possibility that the front line from Hyde Park hasn't moved for quite a long time.
It's open area, parks, things like that. You can't beat the helicopter. Because the heat imaging, they stand out like a sore thumb. It looks quite close when you watch on the monitors here, but they're actually quite a distance away. And the amount of officers you need to search that park is, you probably go into dozens and dozens of officers to do a semi-decent search. Whereas the helicopter can do the whole park in a matter of 10 minutes.
Assuming that the MISPO is down there somewhere and he's not moving around.
No, it's an odd one really, because except if it was stolen, you'd think the phone would be switched off. So his phone is still on, but he's not showing up at the location that the phone is.
Callum has an idea which could explain why there's a phone signal but no sign of the man.
Oh, it's Callum upstairs. I'm just looking at what India 99's doing. But this MISPO they're looking for, and have pinged his phone, where his phone's pinging up at the police station.
We have parks officers with us. I might send a unit to go and have a look for that.
After 10 minutes, India 99 have searched the entire park, but there's no sign of the missing man.
Yeah, we searched all around the wooded area close to where we were directed as best as we can. Nothing for you, I'm afraid. India 99 from 60, thank you very much for your assistance.
No problem, so obviously from India 99 further tasking us whenever physically.
As India 99 heads to another job, Callum receives word from officers investigating a nearby hotel. It's bad news.
And it went to a nearby hotel. Inquiries have revealed he's booked into a hotel there, and unfortunately they found him deceased. It looks like he's maybe taken an overdose. So not a good turnout for that one, really. Not a good ending.
It's 9:30, and there's no rest for the crew of India 99. In East London, police have received a call about a gang of suspected burglars in someone's back garden.
I think the initial call was just males on a rooftop of a local takeaway. Right, the only way you're looking at, I think they're leaving the back of the house.
Local units are on the scene, but haven't yet found the suspects.
From 99, keep the radios clear. We've got 2 people walking along a fence line within that block area. Stand by. In fact, it's 3.
With the suspects caught on camera, it's now up to India 99 to guide the units on the ground.
No, climb over the fence towards you. Just keep quiet and all blue lights off, please. 30, you're just about to jump down in the street, or the first one is. Right, officers in that block area, they're on top of the garage, directly above your head. I've got one jumping down into the back garden of 35. Those going to the front of the house. One of those officers looking over the wall, he's going to jump out into the front if you're not quick enough.
One of the men tries to make a run for it.
He's now looking over the side fence. He's looking over to jump towards you.
But with India 99 calling the shots, there's no way out for these garden-hopping thieves. 2 in cuffs, and one more reluctantly gives himself up. But the original call was for 4 suspects.
I think we've definitely got 3 of those detained. We picked up 3 initially. We're going to go back for another search, see if there's any more further up, if you bear with me.
And it doesn't take long for India 99 to find the remaining chancer.
From 99, I've got at least one more. Stand by, I'll tell you where he is. He's a lot further up the block. Right, from 99, I've got 2 people in the back garden, possibly officers. If you're officers, can you just raise your arms, please? Right, he's squashed down behind the shed at the back of that garden, between that shed and the next shed. If you call out to him, tell him I can see him. We'll stop being a silly boy.
Silly he may be, but he's smart enough to know the game's as good as up. London has its fair share of crime, but it also has more CCTV cameras than any other city in the world. In more rural areas, homeowners have to rely on do-it-yourself CCTV systems. But what happens when the cameras aren't being monitored by police and criminals will do anything to get into your home? Simon Barnsley and his wife Julia had lived in London for their whole working life. But fed up with rising crime and about to retire, the couple moved to Shrewsbury in the West Midlands, where they found a house of their dreams.
We were delighted when we discovered Shrewsbury. As we're in the heart of it, it actually feels like the sort of thing you find on the cover of a chocolate box.
But appearances can be deceptive, and when darkness falls on the neighbourhood, it can attract some unwholesome activity.
The area just outside of our house is a major connection point for people to make drug deals.
When the house was burgled last year, Simon decided to install a CCTV system, hoping it would act as a deterrent.
I think we felt a lot more secure having a CCTV system installed.
But one hot July night, Simon's cameras picked up on two hooded men paying him a late night house call.
I think we were nearly asleep when we heard clunking of the gate. When I first looked through the peephole, I was quite outraged to see that there were two youths at the bottom of the steps outside, clearly intent on burgling our house. It naturally was quite a disturbing feeling.
The two men spot the CCTV camera. One appears to be concerned about being identified. The other, despite being unmasked, seems unfazed.
And it was at that point that I decided to jingle the bells behind the front door, expecting that they would both scarf her.
To Simon's dismay, the pair carried on regardless. But what's more worrying is what the leader was carrying, a small canister, which Simon now believes to be tear gas.
He then shook it as he came up to the front door and started talking to me. I will say, yeah, I was fairly terrified.
Simon grabbed a nearby camcorder to record the man's voice in the hope it could be used as evidence.
I'm recording it to image it. Or to catch his voice as well as his face.
I was worried that, I'm getting on in years, that I was going to be assaulted, to be perfectly frank.
I'm recording it. It's all right. You've got these guys. They're going to be got.
He actually managed to kick the door completely in, pushing the door right open about 6 inches. I had to use all my strength to push it back, and to gain leverage, I had to put my back foot against the bottom of the stairs in order to keep it firm. I hadn't realised he'd left. Whenever I slightly eased up pressure on the door would creak, and I would have the impression that the guy was still on the other side. So actually I stood there petrified for 15 minutes. No, it wasn't until the police arrived that I actually relaxed. I believe that he wanted to get hold of the CCTV system itself and remove the evidence that we had.
Police are still investigating the incident. For Simon and Julia, their attempt to escape crime associated with the big city hasn't worked out the way they'd planned.
We've been quite disappointed to discover there is a mindset in the provincial areas which is geared towards violent resolutions of problems. Can't say it's put us off the pace. It's, much the same as you would find anywhere else.
Coming up, a life or death search for the crew of India 99.
It is quite open down here, so we're doing as much as we can at the moment.
And a woman so drunk, she just couldn't contain herself.
The levels of bioethanol found in Van Nuys are a bit suspicious.
If that will still exist, we need to find it.
What would that even prove?
It'll show that he changed it when he was on drugs, drugs that she gave him. You think I killed your father?
Did you?
Brand new drama, The Inheritance, continues Monday at 9 on Channel 5 and My5.
Playojo Live Casino sponsors late nights on Channel 5.
Whatever you think of CCTV, when things get serious, it can become essential. Cameras give emergency services that vital edge, especially when it comes to saving lives. It's the end of the shift for Sergeant Callum Roy and the crew of India 99. The last call of the night, and it's another missing person. An elderly lady suffering from dementia who was out walking her dog.
It's quite an elderly lady as well, grey hair, about 5'2", lasting wearing blue trousers, and she had a greyhound with her. you just keep your hands on the lookout.
Yeah, that's what we see. Keep an eye out for you.
We're actually searching there at the moment. We followed the cart across the field there. And we're doing that at the moment.
If you give me a little bit more research area, can I give you an update?
Yeah, feel free, carry on.
The first 60 minutes in the hunt for a missing person is called the golden hour, and is often when the person is found. After that, the search becomes increasingly harder. This woman has now been missing for 45 minutes. With such a massive open area, the crew of India 9-9 had their work cut out. Officers are at the woman's house and talking to her family.
It might be a silly question. I take it she doesn't have a mobile phone or anything.
No mobile phone. Just spoken to family members and local neighbours. If you give me a little bit more research area, can I give you an update?
Yeah, feel free, carry on.
Is an early way, but you could search that area as well, please.
60% of the air support unit's work is search-related, majority of it for vulnerable missing people.
It is quite open down here, so we're doing as much as we can at the moment. Papa Yankee, you know, we found a come over your fleet of slaves farm.
It's a massive relief for everyone involved, especially the woman's family. But she's not out of the woods yet.
She's moving, she's just on her knees, potentially exhausted.
She may be exhausted, but she's alive.
Head all the way down to the end towards the farm. When it does a 90-degree left to the farm, there's a footpath that goes straight on. I need someone to take the footpath.
The car's driven off, it's got a long way, I think.
Now India 9-9 can guide in the units on the ground.
India 9-9, you have a unit at the dog leg. Can you guys do please?
Yeah, I've got the right car. Yeah, go straight on, straight on. You'll have a gate to the right. Now, stop. She's over.
For the Met Police Air Support Unit, not every missing person search is successful. But this woman at least will soon be back in the care of her relieved family. For the crew of India 9-9, their shift is over. It's time to head back to base. 3 a.m. back in Wolverhampton. CCTV has just picked up on an argument in a lift between a couple and an angry taxi driver. The taxi driver claims the couple haven't paid their fare. It's something concierge manager Ian Rawlinson sees time and time again. It's all too much for the drunk woman. She decides to take a load off and take a seat in the lift.
Which in itself is it's not a bad thing to do when you've had a drink, I suppose. It's better than falling over.
Anxious to get home, the man pays the cab driver. The relieved cab driver leaves. The woman relieves herself.
The effects of the drink have taken effect. She's now sitting in her own urine, which is a very pleasant end to the evening. They've got to the floor where they live. He's obviously pleading with her to get up. Now, what you're about to witness is a touching moment, a very tender moment, where he lovingly looks after his partner and makes sure that she's out of the lift and safely back at home. As you can see there, done with love, care, and attention. The way he's dragged her out of the lift and across the floor, and which is excellent for us in one respect, because we don't quite know which flat they belong to, because there's 6 flats on that floor, and dragged her still on her backside back to the flat. We have all the evidence. We have a perfect trail of urine all the way back to the front door. Who says romance is not
The woman who let herself down in the lift was given a warning and has since left, this time without leaving a trace.
Based on the thriller by best-selling author Jane Casey, you can catch the first episode of Paramount Plus original drama The Killing Kind, brand new Monday at 10, right here on Channel 5.
Who's ready for Benzor? We're back, revisiting some familiar faces.
Never fear, I am here.
And some new ones.
We're calling a pint tonight. Excellent.
Living La Vida in sunny Costa. The new series of bargain-loving Brits in the sun. Starts Monday at 4 on Channel 5 and My5.
Now we hand over to Play-O Joe for the live casino show.
How it sounds. Steve needs me. Oh, but I'm proud of you. Proud of you. And nothing to make me feel small. No good to me standing so tall. Go! Always believe in your soul. You got the power to know.
Scottish. At 5-3, we still had another chance with Smith over the bar. You know, it was a bit like a basketball game at times. Very open, far too open for our liking, but obviously disappointing result for us again.
Forest Green fans must have been pinching themselves, hoping for back-to-back wins for the first time this year. But when the first big chance fell to Cruz, Courtney Baker Richardson, fingers were being crossed in hope more than expectation.
The grid has to be close. We can't give up. Where are they? You must be close. Brent! Brent! Where are you now? Brent! There's another way through.
I think we're safe here. It's too rare for the shark to follow. Are you okay? Guys, the air, it tastes bad. It's an air pocket. It's been here a while. We can't breathe it for long. So what do we do? I can't see any way out of here. How much do you have left? I've got 22%. I'm at 20. 21. You're not. That's impossible. It's coming from over here. It has to be right now. It's a dead end. Yeah! Yeah, are you okay? There's a gap. Okay. I can get through. I'll let you know when I'm on the other side. No, we should stay together. There's no point in all of us using our air. Are you sure you can do this? Yeah. Please be careful. Okay, we're gonna be right here. Yeah. Okay.
I was mid-jam right now. Grant? Ben? Come on, guys. Seriously, stop messing around.
Uncle! Can you see anything? Dad! I can't see anything, but I can hear the alarm. Carl! Dad!
Why isn't she back yet?
She's not responding. We have to go help her. What if it just got her? Guys, I'm lost. I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Guys, I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
What are you doing here?
I just wanted to see the main entrance, but then the tunnel collapsed. Ben and Carl are both dead.
Where's Sasha?
We found a small air pocket. She's back there with Alexa and Nicole, but I can't hear them anymore.
Because these columns are breaking up the radio signal. Lord. We're gonna get you. Follow me.
Okay, girls, this isn't a sender. You gotta get yourself into this harness. Get your foot in this loop. And this, you're gonna work up and down. Pump down, push up. Pump down, push up. Okay? We're gonna get out here soon. You ready? Okay. Push. Yeah. You gotta use all your strength. Okay. Push and pull. That's it. Yeah. One more time. Hard as you can. Yeah. Keep going. It's not gonna hold both of you. That harness right now. Unhook yourself.
Where do they go? They're scared of it. The sharks and evolved plants when they have a heightened sense of hearing.
It must be the frequency.
Maybe we can use the alarm to scare them away. I mean, someone's gonna come looking for us when we don't come back tonight, right? Only people that know where to go right here.
I just found the entrance to this cave. I'm the only one who knows where it is. And there's no way we can get back up without the ascender.
What are we gonna do?
We gotta go back down. There's no other way now. Listen, this cave goes out to the sea. If we follow it, we'll come out in the ocean. There'll be strong currents there. They're going to try and suck us down. So we're going to have to keep together. If we stay here, we'll die. We're gonna watch each other's backs, and we can survive this. Okay? Girls, I believe it.
Make it through the sunlight. It's too narrow to climb through. There must be another way. I have to take my pack off. Hold your breath.
Dancing is back, coming soon to BBC One and iPlayer.
Alan Carr here, and I want to let you know about my brand new game show. They say a picture can be worth 1,000 words, but in this game it could be worth £10,000. 3 teams of 2 battling out to the death. Okay, maybe not death. Think your picture perfect? What's that long? It was chewing gum. Alan Carr's Picture Slam starts next Saturday at 5:50 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Mrs. Brown, this is Mrs. Flanagan.
Borgie Flanagan. Everyone calls me Borgie.
That's nice. Mrs. Agnes Brown. Everyone calls me Mrs. Brown.
Brand new Mrs. Brown's Boys. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
Your weather for the week ahead now on BBC One.
Hello. Saturday was the hottest day of the year so far, but it's been a record-breaking week for temperatures. We've had 6 consecutive days when temperatures have reached 30 degrees or above, and that's the first for September here in the UK. I think we'll see 7. It's likely that we'll get into the low 30s again on Sunday. But if, like me, you're finding that a little oppressive, there is relief on the way. It turns cooler as we go through Monday and Tuesday. But with it, more unsettled weather returns, initially in the form of thundery showers. But you can also see the Atlantic influence starting to take shape towards the north and west of Scotland. So thunderstorms and showers will become more widespread potentially on Sunday. Some torrential downpours around with large hail, gusty winds, and of course frequent lightning, as well as our weather front starting to make more progress and to develop across the northwest. This is the warning area as it stands, but that's open to change, of course. Those are the most likely areas to see torrential downpours, but they could occur just about anywhere, actually, just because of that heat and humidity triggering them. And there's that proof again that we could see into the low 30s across central and eastern areas, the East Anglia and the southeast. Elsewhere, temperatures might be a degree or 2 down, purely because we've got more cloud in the showers. The humidity, importantly, is still really high. It's to the north of our weather front that it starts to lower. We talk about more of a west or northwesterly wind. So again, most of us, through Sunday night into Monday, very uncomfortable night for sleeping. Once again, a bit of mist and fog around, as we'll see Sunday, Monday as well in the morning. And our weather front is really going to slow down, drag its heels, almost grind to a halt. So it's going to be a while before we see that fresher air further south. Another very warm day on Monday across central and east areas, more cloud admittedly, less cloud further north, and feeling fresher. And that's because we change our wind direction to the north, and that will also push that fresher air eventually across southern areas. But it'll be the end of Tuesday, potentially, because that weather front is still around, still dragging its heels, producing really quite heavy rain across England and Wales, much drier and brighter further north, much fresher as well, still 15s to 16s in that sunshine, but further south it might be Tuesday night into Wednesday morning when we finally clear away that high humidity and reduce high pressure. So I think as we go into Wednesday morning, we could even have a touch of ground frost in the north, a much chillier night, fresher night. Look at that, temperatures down to 10 to 12 degrees Celsius, but also the humidity having reduced too. So Wednesday does look as if it'll brighten quite nicely, especially across central and eastern areas, some good spells of sunshine, but it's not long before we start to see the breeze picking up and the cloud thickening to bring outbreaks of rain in off the Atlantic. Some uncertainty as to how far east that will come during Wednesday. So the progression is that we will turn to much more unsettled conditions, spells of rain, low pressures crossing the country as we go through the second half of next week, but still, with some sunshine, we could see temperatures into the high teens and the low 20s. But you can see that succession of low pressures just sitting out to the west of us, pushing spells of rain and stronger winds. Look at the tightly packed isobars across the UK. So we're back to more typical September weather, more typical September temperatures. A little bit fresher, certainly notably fresher by night by the time we get to the middle part of the week. And as further, you can find out more information and the warning online.
Come on.
Me and the Dream Team are back.
Right, should we get in and start packing?
My God, it goes down there.
So much stuff. So much thought has gone into everything. Like, that is amazing. Any good?
Brand new Sort Your Life Out continues Thursday at 8 on BBC One and iPlayer.
BBC News taking you all the way to breakfast.
We saw temperatures on or above 30 degrees. That was a September record. And on Saturday, we saw the highest temperature we've seen this year with 33 degrees. The weather story will change over the next couple of days with the introduction of this pretty slow-moving weather front. It will gradually change the wind direction to more of a northwesterly, which is going to introduce slowly some fresher air from the north. But before that, we've got quite a muggy feel out there and some sharp thundery downpours pushing in from the southwest over the next few hours. Temperatures first thing Sunday morning will be sitting mid to high teens quite widely across England and Wales. A little bit fresher, particularly to the northwest of the Great Glen. But please bear that in mind if you have got a ticket for the start line for the Great North Run. It's going to be a muggy old story and there will be a lot of sunshine around as well, both for the spectators and for the athletes as well. We run the risk of some thundery downpours continuing to move their way steadily north as we go through the day. So it's going to be sunny spells and sharp showers. The showers pretty hit and miss though, and with the sunshine, we will continue to see some warmth. Now, some of those showers could once again be heavy and thundery as they're moving their way steadily northwards. Into Scotland, central parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland, largely fine and dry. And here's our weather front into the far northwest, still producing some outbreaks of rain here. So a fresher feel here, but elsewhere we could still see temperatures into the mid to high 20s, perhaps peaking in the southeast, 32, possibly 33 degrees once again, depending on how much sunshine we see. Now, as we go through the evening and into the early hours of Monday morning, we'll see some sharp thundery downpours again, drifting their way steadily northwards. The thunderstorms will gradually ease and that weather front will gradually slip its way steadily south. Temperatures perhaps into the mid-teens ahead of it, but it's Monday when we will start to see the signs of more of a significant change. So as we go through the week ahead, it turns a little bit fresher and certainly more unsettled. That's it. Take care. When the weather can't make up its mind, we can help you make up yours. Check on the BBC Weather app.
to become a top opera star like tenor Jonas Kaufmann, Welsh bass baritone Bryn Terber, and soprano Sonia Yoncheva, I'm on a mission to find out how opera is trying to attract new audiences and reinvent itself.
I think music has the power to change the world completely.
Take Me to the Opera. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Oh.
Live from Washington, this is BBC News. More than 2,000 people are dead after the strongest earthquake in decades devastates parts of Morocco. Leaders at the G20 summit issue a joint declaration promoting peace in Ukraine, but critics say it doesn't go far enough in condemning Russia's invasion. And Coco Gauff wins her first Grand Slam title, becoming the first teenager to win the US Open since Serena Williams in 1999. I'm Helena Humphreys. Good to have you with us. The death toll from a powerful earthquake in Morocco has soared past 2,000, with many more still missing, a day after the country's deadliest quake in more than 6 decades. Entire villages are reported to have been flattened, like here in Taroudat. Rescuers are scrambling to save families still trapped under the rubble. And it is a challenge made harder by the fact that roads to many of the worst hit areas have been blocked by landslides. In many remote towns, like here in Tanskar, buildings are made of traditional materials like mud brick, and nearly everyone was damaged. 10 people here were killed, and the survivors faced sleeping out in the cold mountain air for a second night. Well, as rescuers dig to find victims, families rush to dig graves. Islamic tradition requires bodies to be buried as soon as possible. And in the past few hours, Morocco's King Mohammed VI held an emergency cabinet meeting. The government has told local authorities to stockpile tents, food, and drinking water. Authorities are also rushing to reinforce the national stock of blood. People have been queuing up to make donations. Well, earlier I spoke to journalist Martin Jay. He runs the news site Maghrebi.org, and Martin was inside his home in Marrakesh during the quake. Martin, thank you so much for being with us and for taking the time during a very difficult moment. To begin with, could you describe the situation where you are?
Well, I'm in Hammersmith, which is at the foothill of the Atlas Mountains, and you could argue it's one of the worst hit small towns in the entire region. So it has a population of about 30,000 people. But today I'm hearing reports of more than 200 dead, and still a lot of people are still being pulled out under the rubble. So, it's interesting that in your report, we touched on what was going on in Marrakesh, in the old city, and some of the older properties, but really now the focus from the Moroccan government and all its various departments, army, gendarmerie, police, and police auxiliaire in the local communes, is to look at the south, the deeper south, and such towns like Hammersmith and such smaller villages in the Al Quds region, where that's really where the most damage was done.
And Martin, if you would, just describe to us the moment when that earthquake struck, what you yourself experienced.
Horror, actually. You know, I mean, I don't think I've ever been quite so frightened and confused and vulnerable all together. The sensation of having your bedroom shaking and the floor shaking underneath you while you're sort of, you know, still almost asleep is pretty terrifying. But, you know, within a second or two, I grabbed my wife's hand and I just pulled her across the bed and we got the hell out as quickly as we could within perhaps 1 or 2 seconds, you know, rushing past an entire internal wall which had collapsed just a metre in front of my bedroom door. So we literally jumped over all these bricks and rubble which had burst through created a huge hole in a wooden suspended floor on that side of the house. We got out immediately and it still took a couple of minutes for it to actually sink in that we'd experienced an earthquake because, you know, we're not living in Morocco. You don't tend to think that earthquakes going to happen. It's not one of those countries that you might think too frequently would have earthquakes. So, like a lot of people who were interviewed today who said the same thing and just completely confused. The same thing, you know, just totally confused and frightened and very, very, very grateful to be alive and you know, and to get out of that when you consider the number of poor people who today, you know, lost their lives or people who lost their families.
I mean, utterly terrifying, the description that you're giving us there. And I just wonder, you know, speaking to those other people that have been affected, people we know that have lost their homes, what are they doing now? You said that they've been in shock, but where are they staying if their homes have collapsed?
That's a good question. The emphasis, I think, on the operation has been on getting, you know, public sector departments into these villages and into these towns, getting the army involved and the Air Force sending helicopters around the Atlas Mountain region, looking for the next disaster zone. And I think, you know, in the scramble to do that, I think there have been a few oversights, and one of them is probably exactly what you touched on. You know, a lot of people who've lost their homes haven't got anywhere to go. We're hearing reports that there are motions in play to create refugees centres of some sort, shelters, where people can get a bed and a blanket and something to eat. But we haven't seen that yet. And I think, I hope that the King and his advisors who are having meetings, will have meetings today to discuss the bigger picture and how to tackle this problem, will actually include some programme which will quickly address the number of people who haven't got homes. And also, there's an awful lot of people in Morocco who are refusing to go back into their home, you know, just refusing point blank, because we've had warnings from the Moroccan government today and from the US Embassy in Rabat that there will be further tremors today and this evening. So that's sort of spooked an awful lot of people. So, you know, the situation's a bit up in the air and no one really knows what to do next.
Well, Martin J. there, we thank you so much for sharing those insights with us, and do take care. Thank you. World leaders have agreed on a joint declaration at the G20 summit in Delhi calling for a durable peace in Ukraine. Now, the text says that all states involved in the conflict must, quote, refrain from the use of force for territorial gain, but there's no reference to Russian aggression. It reads in part, quote, we highlighted the human suffering and negative added impacts of the war in Ukraine with regard to global food and energy security, supply chains, macro-financial stability, inflation, and growth. Now, the text from last year's summit reads in part that the G20 deplores in the strongest terms the aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine and demands its complete and unconditional withdrawal from the territory of Ukraine. Well, disagreements over that language on Ukraine threatened to overshadow the G20 this year, as South Asia correspondent Yogita Limai explains.
During the G20 summit in Bali last year, member countries took a very long time to agree on the wording regarding the war in Ukraine. So that was expected this time around as well. In fact, there were worries about whether there would be consensus on any statement at all. And so it's quite clear that given that the statement has actually come out earlier than expected, a day earlier than expected, that negotiations on what could be said in that paragraph about the war in Ukraine started actually before the meetings in Delhi began. Significantly watered down from what we saw in Bali last year, no mention of Russia, the Russian Federation, or of Moscow, mainly saying that states shouldn't be using force against territorial integrity, sovereignty, and political independence of other states, also saying the threat of use or the use of nuclear weapons is inadmissible. But if you compare that to what was said in Bali last year, where they didn't really have a form of wording that reflected everyone's opinion. So, there were sentences like most countries, deplore what was described then as Russian aggression in Ukraine. So it's unsurprising that Ukraine is disappointed by the statement and saying that it's nothing to be proud of. When asked about the watering down of that portion of the statement, India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar said, it's a different time this year compared to last time. The circumstances are different. He also said developing countries have taken the lead this time around to accomplish consensus on that wording. The other big outcome of this meeting in Delhi is the inclusion of the African Union as a permanent member of the G20. This is something that India and its Prime Minister Narendra Modi have been advocating very strongly for. Prime Minister Modi had written to members of the G20 saying that multilateral institutions and groupings, they need to be more representative and fair. So domestically in India, this is a big win. It's going to market it as a big win, especially since it wants to project itself as the voice of developing countries around the world.
For more on the G20, I spoke with Ravi Agrawal, the editor-in-chief of Foreign Policy. Thanks for being with us here on the programme. Now, the spokesman for Ukraine's Foreign Ministry said that that statement is, quote, nothing to be proud of. Why do you think that the G20 leaders agreed to more watered-down language on Ukraine this year as opposed to last year's stronger statement, which condemned Russia?
Well, joint statements such as the one we've just seen often reflect the characteristics of the host country. And I think the G20's communique this past weekend, it not only reflects India's stance as being on the fence on the war in Ukraine, but it also mirrors the divisions that exist in the world when it comes to this war. As the G20 expands to include the African Union, which represents 55 countries, these divisions are only going to increase and come out into the open. And that is why groups such as the G7, for example, which mostly has rich industrialized countries, tend to be more cohesive, and they're the ones who have criticized Russia for the war in Ukraine. So that really seems to be where the G20 is headed, towards being more inclusive of countries in the global south, but unable really to criticize things that, for example, the United States has been championing, such as trying to sort of restrict Russia's options around the world. Now, all of that said, the G20 is using its inclusivity for some good. The language in the joint declaration to reform big multilateral banks, for example, things like that, I think, will emerge in the coming days as advances that could be useful for the world.
But what about for the Ukrainians? Is this a blow for the Ukrainian government, would you say?
I think it is, and that it's symbolic. It is symbolic that a group such as the G20 is unable to strongly criticize Russia. Remember, the G20 does include Russia. So just as this group is unable to come out strongly against Russia, so too with the United Nations. And as such, what all of this reflects is a fracturing of multilateralism in the world, a breakdown of the world into blocs that operate sometimes against each other, in competition with each other. This is not ideal, to be clear, but such is the world we are headed towards, where you have countries in the global south that essentially take the stance of saying, well, what about us? What about our wars? What about our conflicts that don't get as much attention? This is not to say that they are right in saying those things. This just reflects the mood in India, in many countries in much of the global south.
Well, in the face of that, we've seen President Biden nurturing his relationship with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, both at this summit, of course, recently at a visit to Washington. How do you see that relationship progressing?
This is a relationship that is transactional, that is based on hard-headed realism. the United States needs India. You know, if you were to imagine America's nightmare scenario in terms of geopolitics, it would be that India moves closer to China. So as a result of imagining that nightmare scenario, the United States has to do what it can to bring India on side, which means increased defense ties, increased technology ties, cooperating on the Quad and other such blocks and alliances as the world fractures in the way I was just describing. For India as well, you know, one of its greatest foreign policy challenges today is its unresolved border dispute with China. So, you know, for India as well, if you put on a hard sort of realist hat, it makes a lot more sense to ally more closely with the United States while still continuing to pick and choose various areas where you speak out on issues the United States wants you to. So climate change, for example, India seems to be all in on cooperating with the United States. But when it comes to Russia, as we were just discussing, maybe not. All of that said, this relationship seems to be going from strength to strength in both countries. It is immensely domestically popular to champion the relationship between the world's two biggest democracies.
And one other dynamic I do want to briefly touch on, we did see a handshake between President Biden and Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, which of course we know he avoided when visiting the kingdom last year. What did you make of that?
I mean, talk about hard-headed realism. This is a relationship, you know, that I think the Biden White House realizes that they have to cultivate in some form, even though President Biden himself has said that he would make Saudi Arabia a global pariah. Far from it. You know, Biden and MBS fist bumped in Riyadh last year, and now it seems to have been upgraded to a handshake. And this is again because Washington needs Riyadh when it comes to helping keep the price of oil low, when it comes to emerging partnerships in the Middle East. Saudis opening up to Israel and other countries in the region. Saudi Arabia's immense sort of pockets and ability to influence infrastructure projects around the world. This handshake today was also in part because of a big infrastructure project, a rail and shipping line going from India through the Middle East that involves Saudi, that is going to be very good for the region, but also, notably, it is something that goes against Chinese efforts at infrastructure in the region. So ultimately, the way to see American foreign policy right now, to put it very simply, is anything that would further U.S. interests against China seems to be the way that Washington is seeing the world and acting out its foreign policy.
Ravi Agrawal, the editor-in-chief of Foreign Policy. Great to talk to you. Thanks so much. With Chinese President Xi Jinping skipping the G20, his absence leaves an opening for President Biden to offer an alternative to China's influence in the region.
They're represented here at the G20, and we hope that they will approach the discussions here in a constructive, productive way, because they have a lot to gain. They have a lot of interest in, for instance, high quality, valuable, transparent economic investment in lower and middle income countries. So there's a lot at stake for all the members of the G20, and we look forward to China's participation in that regard. That doesn't mean that we turn a blind eye or look the other way at these coercive behaviors, whether they're pushing on excessive maritime claims in the South China Sea, whether it's intellectual theft, whether it's unfair trade practices around the world, or it's quite frankly a very sketchy human rights record. We need to and will continue to press on all those concerns.
Well, keeping an eye on China, President Biden travels to Vietnam after the G20 summit, and the US and Vietnam are expected to declare themselves strategic partners as a counter to Beijing's influence in Asia. We're live now to our correspondent, Laura Bicker in Hanoi. Good to see you, Laura. President Biden is headed to Vietnam on Sunday. What can we expect from his visit?
Well, this is called a comprehensive strategic partnership. What it really means is that Vietnam and Washington will have closer ties than ever before. Vietnam has 3 tiers when it comes to developing partnerships. Washington was in the lower one. Now it's going to be right on the top. That puts them level with both China and Russia here in Vietnam. For Washington, there are many, many benefits. They are trying to counter Chinese influence in Asia. They're also trying to encourage businesses to so-called de-risk away from China. That means they could encourage more businesses to come to Vietnam. That is already happening to some extent. There are also deals to be done on the likes of semiconductors and supply, for instance, when it comes to Vietnam. And also, we've been to a factory where they're making electric batteries for scooters. That's the kind of industry where Vietnam believes it can start to lead the way in Southeast Asia. But when it comes to the United States, they're looking towards China and they're saying, look, we are here in your backyard doing a deal with your neighbor.
So Laura, talking about that strategic partnership then that they're expected to sign, how significant do you think this pact is? A pact between two former foes, essentially?
Well, I think when it comes to, I've spoken to a number of analysts on this, and they do say it's more symbolic than significant, but they say it's huge when it comes to these ties between Vietnam and, of course, the United States. Vietnam has managed to emerge from its brutal and its bloody past. The two sides, America and Vietnam, have also managed to create quite a close bond over the last 50 years. And in the last few years, for instance, President Biden has sent most of his cabinet. He sent the defense secretary. He sent his vice president. He sent his foreign secretary. This is a deal that they have wooed Vietnam with. And I think this is the culmination of all of that work when President Biden arrives here today and when he signs that comprehensive strategic partnership. There was a bit of talk that it wasn't going to be raised to that level, that only one tier was going to be raised. But it does seem that Washington has managed to get the deal and encourage Vietnam to join forces.
So Laura, talking about those optics then, where do you think this leaves the relationship between Vietnam and China?
Well, as I mentioned, we're right here in Beijing's backyard. I don't think this will mean that Hanoi in any way will step away from its neighbour, China. Now, they do have a very, very close relationship, but in recent months, for instance, there have been difficulties over the South China Sea. Tensions have been raised. And last week, even here from state media reports, that Vietnamese fishermen were water cannoned by a Chinese fishing vessel. And that has emerged in state media reports. So that's the kind of action that's taken, tension that's taking place in the South China Sea. And I think that's made Vietnam a little wary of its largest neighbour. However, when it comes to relationship with China, it's going to remain close. And I do not think in any way that Hanoi will walk away from Beijing.
Our correspondent there, Laura Bicker in Hanoi. Laura, great to have you with us. Thank you. Now, rising tennis star Coco Gauff won her first Grand Slam title playing at the US Open. She is the first teenager to win the US Open since Serena Williams in 1999. And the 19-year-old battled back after losing the first set to her opponent, Aryna Sabalenka of Belarus, sparking wild celebrations at the Arthur Ashe Stadium in New York. Gauff, seeded sixth, started slowly in front of an expectant home crowd, but growing confidence to eventually wear down the second seed. Well, here with us to talk more is tennis journalist Steph Miles, who was at the game earlier. Steph, it must have been an incredible game to watch. Just talk to us a little bit more about that moment when Coco Gauff, she sealed the deal. She became the first teenager to win the US Open since 1999. Just talk to us about that atmosphere in the stadium to begin with.
Well, it was extremely loud, as it's been much of the fortnight, and especially with the roof closed, and obviously 99.9% of the fans in there were full in, on Coco Gauff, and the fact that she was able to navigate all of that, navigate an opponent who was just simply too good in the first set, and ultimately win her first Grand Slam title with basically with defense, when she is, arguably the best athlete in women's tennis, just shows you how much more she can do. And of course, now that she's done it, that's the next chapter that's going to open. Her whole life is going to change. She was remarkably poised throughout. I mean, we already know this about her, but we've never seen her execute that poise in such a high pressure situation. She is such an impressive young lady, and a credit to her parents, that is for sure.
And it was 11 years ago that she was pictured in the stands herself, celebrating Serena Williams' victory. What a sweet moment for a girl who has gone full circle and gone on to do it herself.
That is just the best video, isn't it? I could watch that, and just feel joy over and over again. She is, she's been groomed for this. It wasn't much later than that she was already winning the junior title in New York at age 13. And, and she said often, without Serena, she would not even be there because they say if you can see it, you can be it. And for a young Black girl to see Serena Williams being the most incredible tennis player on the planet, that says, I can do it too. Now, of course, you have to have a lot of other things go right, including having some talent and work ethic and desire and drive and all of those other things. But it all starts with Serena. I mean, it's a great full circle on the first phase of her career, which is getting her first major.
So, I mean, role models and talent, but talk to us about how she did it today. Talk to us about that game, and a game that grew in confidence as well.
She did, she came back already from a set down, I think 3 times prior to this in this tournament. And, the leap that she's made this year is not necessarily technical or tactical or any of those things. It's understanding 2 things. First of all, that she doesn't have to play her best and she can still win because she's that good. And the second thing is, all is not lost until it's over. And so the first set there was nothing she could do. And she was playing an opponent in Sabalenka who has the match on her racket for better or for worse most of the time. So she sort of waited out the storm, and she used a skill that she has probably in spades more than anybody, on the circuit, is her speed, her defense. She ran everything down. And when you play a player like Sabalenka, who lets you hit big shots and hit winners, and you make her hit one more shot, ultimately she started missing. And then her brain exploded. And so that was it. At that point, you felt pretty good that it was going to go Gross way as long as she held her nerve.
Briefly, what's next for Coco Gauff, do you think? Briefly, if you don't mind.
Next is an entire life change, with everybody wanting a piece of her, with everybody wanting to make money off of her. And it's going to be an interesting transition for her, but I think she's up to it.
And you'll be watching every step of the way. Steph Miles there, tennis journalist. Great to have you with us. Thanks for being on the programme. And thanks for your company. I'm Helena Humphrey in Washington, D.C. Remember, you can always head to our website, bbcnews.com, or BBC News on your favourite social media app for more on the top stories. We've got more news coming your way at the top of the hour, so do join us then. More coming up very soon. Bye for now.
Good morning, all. Wow, what an incredible week of weather we have just experienced across the UK. For 6 consecutive days, we saw temperatures on or above 30 degrees. That was a September record. And on Saturday, we saw the highest temperature we've seen this year with 33 degrees. The weather story will change, though, over the next couple of days with the introduction of this pretty slow-moving weather front. It will gradually change the wind direction to more of a northwesterly, which is going to introduce slowly some fresher air from the north. But before that, we've got quite a muggy feel out there and some sharp thundery downpours pushing in from the southwest over the next few hours. Temperatures first thing Sunday morning will be sitting mid to high teens quite widely across England and Wales. A little bit fresher, particularly to the northwest of the Great Glen. But please bear that in mind if you have got a ticket for the start line for the Great North Run. It's going to be a muggy old story, and there will be a lot of sunshine around as well, both for the spectators and for the athletes as well. We run the risk of some thundery downpours continuing to move their way steadily north as we go through the day. So it's going to be sunny spells and sharp showers. The showers pretty hit and miss though, and with the sunshine, we will continue to see some warmth. Now, some of those showers could once again be heavy and thundery as they're moving their way steadily northwards. Into Scotland, central parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland, largely fine and dry. And here's our weather front into the far northwest still producing some outbreaks of rain here. So a fresher feel here, but elsewhere we could still see temperatures into the mid to high 20s, perhaps peaking in the southeast, 32, possibly 33 degrees once again, depending on how much sunshine we see. Now, as we go through the evening and into the early hours of Monday morning, we'll see some sharp thundery downpours again, drifting their way steadily northwards. The thunderstorms will gradually ease and that weather front will gradually slip its way steadily south. Temperatures perhaps into the mid-teens ahead of it, but it's Monday when we will start to see the signs of more of a significant change. So as we go through the week ahead, it turns a little bit fresher and certainly more unsettled. That's it. Take care.
In 2022, His Majesty the King commissioned 10 artists to create portraits of the Windrush generation to commemorate these extraordinary people and their experiences.
There was a shortage of workers here. England have the money, but Jamaica have the men.
We see the special relationships between artist and sitter unfold.
The idea is that these are kind of prompts for you to kind of think about, oh yes, I remember doing that.
Windrush, Portraits of a Generation. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Hail as a way to quit smoking. Vaping by teenagers is on the rise.
One in 5 children say they've tried a vape.
Is it creating a new generation of addicts?
Do you think parents really know what's going on?
I don't think they know the scale of it.
Panorama, teenage vaping, what's the harm? Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Never miss a story. Get the headlines as they happen. And watch BBC News live wherever you are. Download the BBC News app.
Exploring the media revolution. Everyone's entitled to an opinion. What they're not entitled to is invent facts.
Get the background on the biggest stories.
It's not so much that there's a risk you're being played, it's just that you have to go into it with your eyes open.
The battle for influence and attention.
The moment you have rage and conflict, the algorithm's going to be like this.
And the companies shaping the future.
Linear television will die over time.
The Media Show. Watch on BBC iPlayer. This is BBC News. We'll have the headlines for you at the top of the hour, which is straight after this programme.
Freddie Scappaticci, one of Britain's top spies in the IRA. Codename Steak Knife.
The famous steak knife. He was obviously someone who had access to the higher levels of the IRA.
An IRA spy catcher skilled at interrogating suspected informers.
We get you in the room with blindfolded, right? Stuff. I look like they want to go home, but they don't.
An IRA enforcer and executioner.
There's not one killing that Freddie Scappaticci was involved in that the IRA did not sanction.
Freddie Scappaticci denied his double life when exposed.
I'm not guilty of any of these allegations.
His death was announced while a multi-million-pound police investigation into his activities is ongoing. Much is unknown about Freddie Scappaticci's life in the shadows, but just one single episode exposed how he operated inside the IRA while on the state's books.
This is a story of a spy who got away with murder.
West Belfast in the 1980s. An Irish Republican enclave where many were subject to the IRA's rules. Such warnings to so-called touts were frequently borne out.
Charlie McElmurray's body was found in this van on Sunday.
Charlie McElmurray, a West Belfast taxi driver suspected of being a tout, slang for an informer, was shot dead in 1987.
I think it was McElmurray, like anyone else living in West Belfast, knows the consequence for informing is death.
I mean, if Republican activists who know what the repercussions are for going over to the other side, in fact go over to the other side, then they, more than anyone else, are totally and absolutely aware of what the penalty for doing that is.
Yeah.
A death, certainly.
Freddie Scappaticci was under orders to enforce the IRA's rules for so-called traitors.
The standard procedure is to strip them, debug them, like just to see if they're wired up, and usually put boiler suit on them, put them in a chair face the wall, right, and then go from there.
Scappaticci was once secretly recorded explaining his technique for extracting confessions.
We get you in the room, the blindfolded, right, strip you, have you sitting there, right, maybe the room's cold, they make you all sorts of promises. Everybody being what they are, everybody's a bigger for it. You know?
Within the IRA, informers were despised figures.
The fear of being accused of being an informer was probably the worst thing imaginable in the IRA. I mean, what circle of hell could Dante have created for the informer? This is an awful allegation to have to put up with. For an informer's family, the stigma was powerful. Can you think of a worse crime to be guilty of than informant? No.
In West Belfast, the IRA's summary justice was dispensed in alleyways.
In a statement, the IRA said they shot Joseph Fenton because he was what they called a British agent.
Joe Fenton, a suspected informer, had first been interrogated in this house before his execution. It's also where, several months later, another suspected informer, Sandy Lynch, was brought to. His account of what happened to him gives us the greatest insight into Scappaticci at work as a spy catcher. An actor is giving voice to edited extracts of what Lynch told the authorities about his ordeal.
I belonged to the Provisional Irish Republican Army. The unit was under control of the Belfast Brigade. Sean Maguire was second in command. I entered the house. Maguire was walking behind me. I went up the stairs, and someone was behind me. Someone who I believed was Scappaticci.
Sandy Lynch was in Freddie Scappaticci's sights.
We entered a room at the top of the stairs. Maguire and I were talking. The room was in darkness. I felt a hand on the back of my head, and I was pushed down onto a bed. And I heard a voice saying, IRA security.
Sandy Lynch was stripped, blindfolded and tied up.
And I was searched from head to foot. And I felt something which I believed to be a metal detector going over my body. And I heard a voice. Scappaticci said this thing was going haywire.
For over an hour, according to Sandy Lynch, others in the room taunted him.
One of them told me that he enjoyed his work and that he would break me. A voice said the only way I would leave the room was to be taken out and shot.
For a time, the IRA disappeared suspected informers. But shooting and burying people in bogs or shallow graves did not solve the IRA's problem with leaks. In the mid-1970s, it's alleged that Gerry Adams was among those who reorganized the IRA.
Gerry Adams drew up a blueprint for a restructured IRA based on four-man cells, ASUs, active service units. These gave improved security. They were independent, separated by cutoffs, and far harder to penetrate by our own informers.
Gerry Adams has consistently denied being a member of the IRA and refutes the allegations that he was among those who reorganized it. In 1978, the IRA set up a security unit to flush out spies.
Freddie Scappaticci joined the new security unit.
The twist is that the IRA man who became one of the IRA's spy catchers was already a British Army agent. Codename Steak Knife.
The famous steak knife was handed on to me in 1978 as being an important person.
That year, David Ramsbottom was the army commander in Belfast.
He was there when I arrived. I mean, he'd already started giving information. And I was briefed that my responsibility was every time Steak Knife made contact to make certain that we had a handler who knew him on tap, so that Steak Knife always saw a soldier that he knew.
Scappaticci was handled with care because he was worth it. He had access to every IRA department. He knew who was on the up, personal weaknesses, insights that could prove useful for turning others. He even vetted new recruits. The unit designed to protect the IRA was in effect a gift to its enemy.
The moment anything from Steak Knife came in, we knew it had to be handed on immediately. It was definitely high grade as about policy rather than the low grade about who was going to be attacked by a bomb or a pistol. I mean, he was obviously someone who had access to the higher levels of the IRA.
Scappaticci had such access, not least because informer death sentences had to be authorised by one of the IRA's 7-person Army Council, such as Martin McGuinness. In a 2-year period beginning May 1980, more IRA members were killed by the IRA's own internal security than by the police and army. Even IRA inmates knew of the security unit's fearsome reputation. In prison, Anthony McIntyre raised his concerns with a senior Republican.
There were stories coming out of that that made the point that, the security, internal security seemed to have far too much power. And he just said to me, do you realise the amount of times that the internal security unit have saved the Army Council? Now, I didn't think much about it at the time. In later years, I've come to the view that that's perhaps what the internal security unit's real raison d'etre was. The real focus was to protect the Army Council. The British wanted that Army Council post-1983 in place because they knew that the Army Council were assets, and I differentiate between assets and agents here, that they were assets in as far as they were going to deliver a solution.
Former IRA prisoner Gerard Hodgins knew Scappaticci to be part of the IRA's security unit.
I would have first bumped into Freddie Scappaticci from about 1986 onwards, when I was initially working with Sinn Féin in West Belfast and then the Republican Press Centre, as well as my other duties. He's just somebody I knew from the IRA, and I was just somebody that he would know from the IRA.
In West Belfast, he frequently met Martin McGuinness and other senior IRA figures.
On the day of their meeting, Freddie Scappaticci would come in, hang about the press centre before heading on round wherever Northern Command has theirs.
The meetings gave Scappaticci an extraordinary insight into the structure of the IRA's Northern Command.
Nothing happens in Northern Command if it didn't speak okay.
Freddie Scappaticci was not the only well-placed, long-running agent within the IRA.
But what marks his double life apart from others is that we know some of what he was never held accountable for, remarkably from another spy in the IRA, Sandy Lynch. In the room where Sandy Lynch was being interrogated, Scappaticci upped the ante.
He said, "Do you know who I am, Sandy?" I said yes. He said, you know me, but I don't give two because where you're going, you'll not be telling no one. When he was speaking to me, he stood with his elbows on my shoulders and his chin on my head.
See where people saying now that you draw a balance, they don't really. Physical balance, they don't. Now you use mental balance, you know. It's a psychological thing, you see.
And then Scappaticci spoke of Joe Fenton, who'd been shot dead only months earlier.
He said, you'll get out like Fenton. He said that he had done it.
According to Sandy Lynch, an admission from Freddie Scappaticci that he had shot Joe Fenton. Sandy Lynch eventually broke. He admitted he was a police informer. His blindfold was taken off, his hands untied so that he could write a statement admitting his guilt.
I was told that if I wanted to make a plea for lenience from the leadership saying where I shouldn't be shot, to go ahead.
The next morning, Scappaticci returned. Sandy Lynch recorded his statement.
I was told that if all went well, that I would be home soon.
A trademark line to suspected informers when the reality, in fact, was stark.
I don't think they don't go home. But they don't.
By late Saturday night, additional manpower was needed. Jared Hodgins was told, along with others, to go to the house.
I have an idea that isn't even Sandy Lynch. That's him. I just told to go to the house, babysit the guy who's an informer. When we went through the door, there was men coming down the stairs. Sean McGuire, Freddie Scappaticci. Well, they bumped into him out at the bottom of the stairs, and he looked up at the room where Sandy was, and he went like that. You know, which to me was sort of saying he should be shot there, you know.
But Sandy Lynch survived. Police raided the house, arresting Jared Hodgins and others. Those who'd already left included Sean McGuire and Freddie Scappaticci. Scappaticci had, however, left something behind: fingerprints on the battery of an anti-bugging device. A police fingerprint expert said he was certain that the imprint was made by Frederick Scappaticci. Sandy Lynch, who'd been a police informer, agreed to give evidence in court before he entered a protection program. His testimony was key to the conviction of 8 people on kidnapping and interrogation charges, but one accusation he made never led to a charge. His testimony included Freddie Scappaticci's admission about Joe Fenton.
He said that he had done it.
But Scappaticci was, it seems, untouchable, because by the time he was arrested, it was in connection with his fingerprint, and he'd already concocted a false alibi. In custody, he broke an IRA rule. He spoke under questioning.
I represented Fred Scappaticci. There was an allegation that he was connected to the house via a fingerprint, or fingerprints, I can't remember. And he gave a prepared statement, which in itself was unusual for anyone connected to the IRA to make statements in Castlereagh Holding Centre. And secondly, he was released without charge. At that time, I was relatively inexperienced. I didn't see anything particularly unusual other than that was the system working its way through. Police took a view that there was insufficient evidence to prosecute. On reflection, years later, I have to seriously question that decision. On the face of it, there was probably sufficient evidence to charge him, prosecute him, and remand him into custody. That didn't happen. We know now why that didn't happen.
And in a nutshell, why?
Because he was an agent.
Freddie Scappaticci is thought to be linked to the murders of over 20 people. Decades on, he did have a day in court.
Freddie Scappaticci, who's alleged to have been the Army's highest-ranking IRA agent, has been given a suspended prison sentence after pleading guilty to possessing over 300 extreme pornographic images.
That was the only charge brought against him by officers of Operation Canova, a multi-million-pound criminal investigation led by John Boucher, a former Chief Constable of Bedfordshire, into the activities of the Army agent known as Steakknife. A catalyst for Operation Canova was the Sandy Lynch case, because the omission of crucial information from prosecuting authorities in that case eventually exposed the existence of secrets that had been concealed. Farah McGrory, a former Director of Public Prosecutions in Northern Ireland, was among those integral to the setting up of Operation Canova.
The decision to prosecute any criminal charge is one for the Director of Public Prosecutions and the Director of Public Prosecutions alone.
In the wake of the Sandy Lynch episode, a decision to prosecute those arrested was taken in the absence of all relevant material.
Information and material which was integral to the events, which should have been before the then Director of Public Prosecutions, who was Sir Alistair Fraser QC, my predecessor, was withheld from the Director, and which, had it been made available to him, would most likely have led the then Director to the conclusion that he shouldn't prosecute. So while my initial concern was in respect of the deception of the Director of Public Prosecutions, it escalated into a concern in respect of the potential covering up of up to 20 plus murders. And that's what ultimately led to Canova.
The convictions of 8 people, including Jared Hodgins, had already been quashed. But the contents of the file, which was withheld all those years ago, has never been made public.
What was kept secret has remained secret. To this day, we still don't know what's contained within that. It may well contain reference to Fred Scappaticci and or others. We don't know.
What's also unknown is if other criminal cases were prosecuted where crucial information was withheld.
I suppose it's a fair question that if it had happened once, could it happen again? And the answer has to be yes. But that is why I was so exercised to have this matter fully investigated.
But for some people, the possibility that it could have happened in other cases is an appalling vista.
It is an appalling vista. It is an appalling vista.
In the wake of the Sandy Lynch episode, Freddie Scappaticci's position in the IRA was beginning to wane. Those at the top of the IRA know exactly when they cast their spy catcher into the cold. But Scappaticci did not meet the same end brutally exacted on others.
The IRA leadership's reason for not executing Freddie Scappaticci back in 1990, in my view, was a result of a need to save their own skin. The IRA were keenly aware that every interaction they had with Freddie Scappaticci, every order they give to kill, every order they give to kidnap, every order they give to interrogate or torture, Freddie Scappaticci had passed that on to the British. And also that Freddie Scappaticci may have recorded this and that they were in deep, serious trouble.
In 2003, Freddie Scappaticci publicly denied he was Steakknife after being named as the agent by several newspapers.
I'm not guilty of any of these allegations. I have not left Northern Ireland since I was challenged by reporters on Saturday night. Nobody had the decency to ask me if any of these allegations were true.
His death means he will never speak his truth.
I don't think Freddie took any secrets to his grave. I think they're very well known. They're not known by me, but they're known by his handlers, and they're known by the leadership of the IRA. In my view, the people who have most to fear from Operation Canova are probably those people who served in the Army Council and ordered the killings.
As some people see it, this episode is one of those times where parts of the state and the IRA are on the same side in terms of having a vested interest in keeping it a secret for a long, long time.
Well, what I would say about that is that the truth of this story isn't comfortable for anybody. It isn't comfortable for anybody. So, when it is told, whenever that is, there will be a lot of uncomfortable people.
An Operation Canova report due to be published later this year may shine a light on details long kept in the dark about the activities of Agent Stakeknife, including what was known about the interrogation of suspected informers before they occurred.
As I understand it, there is a potential assertion that every single case that's the subject of the Operation Canova investigation, in every single killing, that those deaths were preventable had there been some form of state intervention. And that's a pretty stark assessment to make. And we're going to know that very, very soon, whether or not that stands up to scrutiny.
John Boucher declined to be interviewed for this programme. His report is currently in what's described as the security checking stage. The Ministry of Defence told Spotlight, as the investigation is ongoing, it would be inappropriate to comment further. Sean Maguire, known to many as Maguire, now works as a senior Sinn Féin press officer. His solicitor told Spotlight that his client was interviewed under caution by the Operation Canova investigation team in November 2018. He denied any allegation that he was involved in the unlawful imprisonment and conspiracy to murder Sandy Lynch in 1990. Freddie Scappaticci died in his 70s, a long life denied to his victims. But some secrets do not stay buried, and secrets from what many believe to be one of the murkiest episodes of the Troubles may yet come into the light.
Good morning all. Wow, what an incredible week of weather we have just experienced across the UK. For 6 consecutive days, we saw temperatures on or above 30 degrees. That was a September record. And on Saturday, we saw the highest temperature we've seen this year with 33 degrees. The weather story will change, though, over the next couple of days with the introduction of this pretty slow-moving weather front. It will gradually change the wind direction to more of a northwesterly, which is going to introduce slowly some fresher air from the north. But before that, we've got quite a muggy feel out there and some sharp thundery downpours pushing in from the southwest over the next few hours. Temperatures first thing Sunday morning will be sitting mid to high teens quite widely across England and Wales. A little bit fresher, particularly to the northwest of the Great Glen. But please bear that in mind if you have got a ticket for the start line for the Great North Run. It's going to be a muggy old story, and there will be a lot of sunshine around as well, both for the spectators and for the athletes as well. We run the risk of some thundery downpours continuing to move their way steadily north as we go through the day. So it's going to be sunny spells and sharp showers. The showers pretty hit and miss though, and with the sunshine, we will continue to see some warmth. Now, some of those showers could once again be heavy and thundery as they're moving their way steadily northwards. Into Scotland, central parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland, largely fine and dry. And here's our weather front into the far northwest, still producing some outbreaks of rain here. So a fresher feel here, but elsewhere we could still see temperatures into the mid to high 20s, perhaps peaking in the southeast, 32, possibly 33 degrees once again, depending on how much sunshine we see. Now, as we go through the evening and into the early hours of Monday morning, we'll see some sharp thundery downpours again, drifting their way steadily northwards. The thunderstorms will gradually ease and that weather front will gradually slip its way steadily south. Temperatures perhaps into the mid-teens ahead of it, but it's Monday when we will start to see the signs of more of a significant change. So as we go through the week ahead, it turns a little bit fresher and certainly more unsettled. That's it. Take care.
What does it take to become a top opera star like tenor Jonas Kaufmann, Welsh-based baritone Sabrin Tervel, and soprano Sonia Yoncheva? I'm on a mission to find out how opera is trying to attract new audiences and reinvent itself.
I think music has the power to change the world completely.
Take me to the opera. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Live from Washington, this is a BBC News special report on the G20. World leaders conclude their high-level summit in India's capital addressing global trade, transportation and security. But it is the group's response to Russia's war on Ukraine that's taking centre stage this year. I'm Helena Humphrey. It's good to have you with us. G20 leaders denounced the use of force for territorial gain, but stopped short of directly criticising Russia. At the summit in Delhi, member states discussed a number of global issues, including climate change and the debt burden of developing countries. Now, if you expected a joint declaration, not least on the first day of the summit, given the sharp divisions within the group over the war in Ukraine, the 37-page statement says that all states involved in the conflict must, quote, refrain from the use of force for territorial gain. There's no reference to Russian aggression. It reads in part, quote, that we highlighted the human suffering and negative added impacts of the war in Ukraine with regard to global food and energy security, supply chains, macro financial stability, inflation and growth. Now, the text from last year's summit reads in part, the G20 deplores in the strongest terms the aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine and demands that its complete and unconditional withdrawal from the territory of Ukraine. But we should note, two key leaders were missing, Russian President Vladimir Putin and his key ally, Chinese President Xi Jinping. Disagreements over language on Ukraine threatened to overshadow the G20 this year, as South Asia correspondent Yogita Limaye explains.
During the G20 summit in Bali last year, member countries took a very long time to agree on the wording regarding the war in Ukraine. So that was expected this time around as well. In fact, there were worries about whether there would be consensus on any statement at all. And so it's quite clear that given that the statement has actually come out earlier than expected, a day earlier than expected, that negotiations on what could be said in that paragraph about the war in Ukraine started actually before the meetings in Delhi began. significantly watered down from what we saw in Bali last year. No mention of Russia, the Russian Federation, or of Moscow, mainly saying that states shouldn't be using force against territorial integrity, sovereignty, and political independence of other states. Also saying the threat of use or the use of nuclear weapons is inadmissible. But if you compare that to what was said in Bali last year, where they didn't really have a form of wording that reflected everyone's opinion. So, there were sentences like most countries, deplore what was described then as Russian aggression in Ukraine. So it's unsurprising that Ukraine is disappointed by the statement and saying that it's nothing to be proud of. When asked about the watering down of that portion of the statement, India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar said it's a different time this year compared to last time. The circumstances are different. He also said developing countries have taken the lead this time around to accomplish consensus on that wording. The other big outcome of this meeting in Delhi is the inclusion of the African Union as a permanent member of the G20. This is something that India and its Prime Minister Narendra Modi have been advocating very strongly for. Prime Minister Modi had written to members of the G20 saying that multilateral institutions and groupings, they need to be more representative and fair. So domestically in India, this is a big win. It's going to market it as a big win, especially since it wants to project itself as the voice of developing countries around the world.
Well, let's take a moment to focus on the origins of this key annual summit of the world's largest economies. And the G20 was formed 2 years after the 1997 Asian financial crisis in response to Thailand devaluing its currency and the resulting deep recession in much of East Asia. Originally, the G20 was a forum for the finance ministers and central bank governors to discuss global economic and financial issues. But by 2008, heads of state and government began meeting to address the 2007 financial crisis. And in 2009, the G20 summit became an annual forum focused not just on economic issues, but sustainable development, health, environment, and anti-corruption. Well, the G20 is comprised of 19 countries, as well as the European Union, and together, its member nations account for an estimated 86% of the world's gross domestic product and 2/3 of its population. Well, this year, the G20 also welcomed the African Union as a permanent member on Saturday in an historic expansion of the economic bloc. The African Union, a continental body of 55 member states, now has the same status as the European Union. And this marks the first expansion of the G20 since it was formed in 1999. Meanwhile, on the sidelines of the G20, leaders announced plans to create a modern-day spice route linking Europe, the Middle East, and India. Now, the new rail and shipping corridor would help the flow of energy and trade by cutting shipping times, costs, as well as fuel use. It will link Middle East countries by railway and connect them to India by port. Well, earlier I spoke to Ravi Agrawal, Editor-in-Chief of Foreign Policy. Thanks for being with us here on the programme. Now, the spokesman for Ukraine's foreign ministry said that statement is, quote, nothing to be proud of. Why do you think that the G20 leaders agreed to more watered-down language on Ukraine this year as opposed to last year's stronger statement, which condemned Russia?
Well, joint statements such as the one we've just seen often reflect the characteristics of the host country. And I think the G20's communique this past weekend, it not only reflects India's stance as being on the fence on the war in Ukraine, but it also mirrors the divisions that exist in the world when it comes to this war. As the G20 expands to include the African Union, which represents 55 countries,
Fuck you, Lorna Brady. Fuck you.
I don't drive the cars except in pre-production we race Ferraris to kind of get obviously newer Ferraris. I can't afford the other ones. They don't trust me with small pieces of equipment, big pieces of equipment like sandwiches, they'll let me handle.
Elsewhere in Venice was a lonely red carpet where Wes Anderson walked without his all-star cast for the premiere of the wonderful story of Henry Sugar, his new short film based on the Roald Dahl book. And it's a shame, as he roped in the likes of Benedict Cumberbatch, Ralph Fiennes and Ben Kingsley in this, and for good reason.
It's a completely English cast. It all has to be people who you can hand not just paragraphs but pages of text that they've got to perform. They've got to absorb it, and they've got to then make it so they can really play with it. So that limits the pool of people, although there's a high percentage of them in the English movie and theater world. But Rafe is somebody, I know Rafe for many years, and I've worked with Rafe before so extensively. And I knew Rafe would essentially, he'd just take it away.
Basically, better actors then. David Fincher was also in town, doing the heavy lifting for his new movie, The Killer, where Michael Fassbender's serving dark and deadly, but not conventionally creepy, as a man in a manhunt.
He didn't need to be frightening. He, the mundanity of evil. The notion is, I like very much the idea that my hope is that someone will see this film and get very nervous about the person behind them
And speaking of killers, Toby Jones and David Morrissey are tracking down the Yorkshire Ripper in the trailer for ITV's new crime drama, The Long Shadow.
At 7:41 this morning, the body of a 28-year-old woman was found in the Prince Philip playing fields. To find out who they are and why this happened.
I don't know who Ripper is. I don't know what Ripper looks like.
So please, help us find the person who killed my daughter.
This is only going to get bigger.
I tell you what, I couldn't watch another talent show.
It's been 10 hours.
Elsewhere, director Emerald Fennell's following the Oscar-winning promising young woman with psychological aristocratic thriller Saltburn, with BAFTA winner Barry Keoghan finding himself a fish out of water with some posh folk.
Home doesn't mean the same for me as it does for you.
Why don't you come home with me?
Oliver, I have a complete and utter horror of ugliness. Ever since I was very young. I don't know why.
Maybe because you're a terrible person.
Lots of people get lost in Saltburn.
This place, it's not for you.
I'll have it if he doesn't want it. Next, Taika Waititi's Our Flag Means Death coming back for a second sale on HBO or Max or whatever you call it now. The BBC over here, if you can wait that long. Make a note if you like pirates and unrequited romance. Hear it.
Actually a good guy.
I'm going to say goodbye. Wow. It's 3:10 in the morning. I don't feel tired now. I've got to end this broadcast. It's 10 hours. Yeah. All of us like, and then I end the broadcast. I should give up smoking.
do appreciate it. Thank you. We'll see you back on telly very soon.
We'll keep doing it as long as you want us to keep doing it. Because we love it.
Have a wonderful night. Thank you. It must get dull at some point. To the big screen, and by that I mean Netflix, so probably a laptop. Either way, it's time to get cooped up with a brand new chicken run, Dawn of the Nuggets, which looks a bit like the first, but this time our poultry pals are breaking back into the farm. And there's no Mel Gibson.
It's an impossible mission. Fire. Only the small matter of this electric fence. The camera-driven gun-toting moles. And the laser-guided exploding ducks. That place is impenetrable.
Yeah, and you can't get in neither.
Not the only ones facing a challenge. Tom Hiddleston's found he's struggling for time in the new trailer for Marvel's Loki. Season 2 kicks off in October, when Disney will no doubt hope we've all forgotten about the Jonathan Majors assault charge.
I've been pulled through time between the past and the present and the future.
Everything is turning to.
That's right. Well, at least Owen Wilson's in it. See you later.
See ya.
The levels